Yo. Oh. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. Because everybody Mario pleased to it, I'm turning it down. I only want people to listen to me. Nah, actually, I was watching the last one back, and it seemed like the music was just like a little bit loud. Guys, hello. Welcome to... Welcome to Why Is There a Part 2 to this stream? Are we going to rank this on the next tier list night? Is this a playthrough? The Japan Stories playthrough? Well, I'll tell you why. It's because, one, there was so much yapping to do, and it was getting late on Saturday night when we did the first session of this. And even though we only got through like a couple days when we were talking about it before, I do think, at least as far as like the merch and the shopping and all that, like all that stuff goes, the bulk of that is kind of done with. Again, if I was showing off, like everything I bought on this trip, it would probably be pretty consistent all throughout. Most of the stuff I bought towards the end of the trip was souvenirs. Yeah, I don't know what the hell this is. Wait, it does sound kind of familiar. Let's let it play through. Oh, I have heard this before. I think I've heard this on here. Guys, this is perfect music for my banana heavy thing here. Anyway, if we were talking about all the things that I bought in general, it would probably be pretty consistently a lot the whole way through. But I ended up shifting from personal mode into souvenir mode more and more as the trip left, or like the trip went by. By that I mean like gifts for other people. I shifted from like my own souvenirs into gift mode, I guess. So there's less of that, and then like a lot of the things that there are left for us to talk about are like one whole day worth of stuff. So it will still probably take a long time, but I can't imagine we'll need a session 3 of this stupid Japan shit. I also want to apologize for missing stream yesterday. To be totally transparent, I was sleeping right up until like, probably right about like 6:30-ish. And I had wanted to go live a little early yesterday also to do the rest of this. But when I woke up at 6:30, I was like, dang, it's late, and also my throat is hurting now. And I wanted to like kind of just see about if I could get as much rest as possible yesterday. And sort of preserve my throat, and then like see how we were feeling for the next couple days. Today I still feel similar to yesterday. I don't know if I can really tell if it is like, I can't really tell if it's like worse or better. It's about the same, I feel, which hopefully means that it will get better. And it's just like a mild thing, probably just from weird exhaustion and on the travel and the jet lag and all that taking it out on me. I hope that's the case. But today I feel like my sleep has been more normalized. Again, yesterday I was passed out for like a lot of the day. And I woke up like at like 1 a.m. basically after I went back to bed. But then I just took some NyQuil and I was like, I just need to sleep like through till the morning. And then stay up today, like don't nap. And then sleep at night tonight. And then I think I'll be back on normal schedule after that. And then we'll be back to the normal stream schedule after that too. So I don't know why it took me like 4 days to get my shit straightened out, but we were in Japan for a long time, for 2 weeks. I definitely just like got used to it, and then like getting like baby sick a little bit, I don't think it helped. Anyway, guys, welcome back. This is where the format of this is we're gonna show some pictures from my trip to Japan, tell some stories, and we'll do this little Cope merch cam that I made. Utilizing the Final Fantasy IX 25th anniversary placemat that I got at the pop-up cafe. And we'll show things on video too, sometimes. I will remember to take this away today. I just wanted something on there to let you guys know that I was starting. And now we'll go back to this. This is a photo we already showed last week. This is from the Nintendo store in Shibuya. I wanted to show you guys this. Did you know you can do this on Google Photos? With the scroll bar, you can zoom in and scroll around. Why wasn't I doing this last time? I don't fucking know. I don't use Google Photos. But you can do that, apparently. Alright, so anyway, sorry if I sound weird. I'll do my best to get through it. And then I can rest my voice for the next, like, 4 days until we have to stream again. What's up to Pixie? Kingo, Zebra, thank you for the resub. 69 months, hell yeah, nice. Will was watching Elizabeth. Will was watching some Peak Tama. Right before we started, I meant to post about it, but I was getting ready for this. Okay, and we'll begin. So, quick recap. I went to Japan. We covered last time like 4 days worth of it. There was the first day we were there, we didn't really do anything. The next day, the day we got there, I should say, we didn't really do anything. The next day was a huge day. We went to the Tokyo Skytree. We met Shi. And then we did everything. We did a bunch of shopping and sightseeing, all kinds of stuff that day. The day after that, we went to Tokyo Disneyland. The day after that, we went to Shinjuku. Music's still loud? Okay. After that, we went to the Final Fantasy IX pop-up cafe thing in Shinjuku. And then we did some other things. I don't know. We wound up in Shinjuku again later that night. Then the day after that, we went to the Ghibli Museum and went to Shibuya at nighttime after that. So we're all caught up. So the story from here, you guys, is sort of like a branching path. The story from here is kind of like Fire Emblem Sacred Stones. You gotta pick your path you want to go on. It's kind of like any other game that's more relatable than that also. You gotta pick your path. Pick which team you want to go with in the next day. Because this is a day, our first time where the group was not all completely together. We actually did do a split up day here. Before we begin on that, there were a couple things I forgot to talk about last week. Last stream that I meant to talk about. The main one being, I feel like I did not spend enough time on the funny things we watched on TV. We mentioned briefly that we watched some crappy seasonal anime, and we did do that. I wanted to show you guys, like, the best one of them. I have a picture of it somewhere here. Here it is. And look, I can now... Oh no, I can't zoom in. Google Photos? Well, you really will not be able to see this, but actually, let's just Google it. Okay, so Check this shit out, you guys. This is like the first crappy seasonal anime we run into. And it totally changed our lives. It's completely set the precedent. This is The Shy Hero and the Assassin Princesses. Guys, when I tell you, this is like the first anime Pixel and I discovered in Tokyo on TV. Yo, K-Man. And the first thing we saw was this blonde girl who puts, like, even One Piece's ugliest episodes to shame, kind of. Yo, K-Man, happy birthday! Pixie, thanks for the reminder. And hi, Zach. Basically, this is a show where the shy hero is this ugly-ass guy with giant square muscles and a square head. And these 3 assassin girls all want to fuck him for some reason. And that's the whole show. Pixel and I, again, like, this is like the first, this is like what we were like, we gotta watch, we have to tune in every night to see what other dog shit is gonna be shown. Cause this sets such a fucking precedent. Also, the episode we watched, I swear to you, even though we couldn't understand what they were saying, because it was all in Japanese with no subtitles, nothing they were doing seemed important at all. It all just seemed like nonsense drivel. And apparently, according to Pixel, that was the finale. So, the Shy Hero and the Assassin Princesses was very important to us. I don't remember exactly what day we watched this, but it was fairly early into the trip. Because I know it was one of the first, like, things we watched. But anyway, this girl, I think she was... I don't remember. This girl had guns, even though she looks like a cleric. This little lolly girl has magic. She has, like, knives or some shit. Actually, you can see they have them here. Anyway, it sucked. It was terrible. Then we also watched... We talked about this one, I think, briefly, right? We watched... Let me go back up. Spoilers, still spoilers. Where was he? It's gotta be somewhere up here, right? We watched the shitty one where this cumboy protag was the apocalypse bringer. This is the one where I watched and I said, they're growing these light novel MCs weird these days. I saw this bare midriff af looking fucking like twink boy, not to be derogatory there. This fucking like this zero aura risless MC. And I said I feel like I used to know what a protagonist was was gonna be like of these series. And these days I just don't know. I felt like a boomer. I felt like a seasonal anime boomer. Anyway, this one wasn't even the worst of them, though. There was an MC even worse than this guy. This guy at least had, like, dark aura. Alright, anyway, so I needed to bring up that, but there's another really important thing I need to bring up about Japanese TV. And that is that there was this commercial for Line, which they use they use in Japan more than they use here. Some people use Line here, I think. The Line app. I was on it at one point, but they use Line a lot in Japan. And so there was a commercial for Line. And the Line commercial was this guy. It was like a bunch of people making like the L shape with their hand. Like your pointer finger and your thumb. And then a bunch of L's were appearing on the TV screen too. And there was a song that went with it. And the song went, edu, 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 da, 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 edu, 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 edu. And without missing a beat, I turned around to Pixel and I said, this is you all the time. Or I don't remember what I said exactly. But I turned around to Pixel and I was like, Pixel, this is you. And I gagged his ass. And that lets me transition into another thing that I forgot to talk about last time. And that is how mean Pixel and I were to each other, almost from the beginning of this trip. Now, like, we are, like, both of us were, and also Odin included, were pretty mean to Bobo. But I feel like that's, like, fairly regular. Like, that feels like that's like understood. But even though Pixel and I like, you know, like shit on each other sometimes, we were like ruthless to each other. And I think part of it is because at the beginning of the trip, Pixel found out that like there are certain things on my phone that I do that just don't necessarily bother me, but that bothered Pixel. Such as not turning off like all the notifications on Snapchat, something about my phone, not turning my phone on to do not disturb when I'm sleeping at night, because I just sleep through like text notifications and stuff, whereas Pixel doesn't sleep through fucking anything. And so they kept waking him up. But basically, it turned to the point where emails from Facebook. It's true that I do have a bunch of apps still on there that I will never use again. Anyway, Pixel then at a certain point goes, "You use my phone? Or you use your phone like my dad uses his phone." And so then every like that like began the shit talking. And we were ruthless to each other on that trip. I don't know how either of us are still friends, but somehow we are. My phone's fine, you guys. If it doesn't bother me, I don't know why it should bother Pixel. But actually, it was funny. Oh, and another thing that I forgot to mention is one of the earlier nights I passed out, and then Pixel went on a 9-win streak on my phone on TCG Pocket and got me into Master Ball rank. And I'm happy to announce to you guys, I got into Master Ball rank today without Pixel's help. I'm back in it, baby. I'm sick and tired of playing Decidueye, but I will continue to play Decidueye until the meta shifts, which I hope it will do next year, or next season, I mean. Anyway, what's up to, did I say Isaac? Isaac, thank you for the stream streak. That's a long streak. But yes, I did cheat. Okay, so. Oh. So, this is where we did Fire Emblem Split Up Day. Fire Emblem Sacred Stones, that's where we're going. I went with Odin and Bobo today, and then Pixel went by himself to do some adventuring. The reason being is that we were going to, you can see it here, we were going to Tama City to go to Sanrio Puro Land, is apparently how it's pronounced, because they're so pure. Sanrio Puro Land, which is the Sanrio, Hello Kitty, and Friends amusement park. It's an indoor theme park themed around Hello Kitty and Friends. Yeah, Pixel dragged Taco Bell any chance he got. He kept saying, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it fucking sucks and everything tastes the same there. And I was like, Pixel, I'm over you. I'm above you right now, because I was. And I was the winner in our arguments every time, and also I'm stronger than Pixel, so. But anyway, so we split up. Pixel, who had already been to one theme park with us, I don't know if he just wasn't that interested in Puro Land. Again, even though we had 2 weeks, we didn't have that much time. So he wanted to do some other stuff, and so, you know, if you're not that much interested in something some of the group is doing, we all did this at one point. We just took a day to do something else that we didn't think everybody else would want to do. Like, Pixel went shopping for glasses today on the trip, which ended up being a huge ordeal for him. But eventually he figured it out, and he did get a nice-looking pair of glasses, so that worked out. But he had a lot of woes about it. Or just a lot of, like, back and forth kind of stuff. And I went to Puro Land. Here, pictured, you can see it just very, very kind of in the corner of this shirt, the goat. I got this. I actually don't know where this shirt is. I didn't pull it out for some reason for the show and tell. I should go do that. I'll do that when we change to the merch cam. I bought this Akane Banashi shirt at the Jump store the night prior that we were at in the Shibuya Parko building. It has Karashi and then Akane, and then Hikaru is under the bottom, and they're like 3 stacked panels, kind of. I almost didn't get it, but like I liked the design a lot. I thought it was like slick. And it was pink, so I decided to wear that to Puroland today. Pixel is wearing the Studio Ghibli Museum shirt. I actually bought that for him. That was my gift to him because I was buying gifts for everybody else. I was like, I gotta get something for Pix. That was my olive branch, even though we continued to talk shit. This was Bobo's Puroland costume. She had the two little Kuromi and My Melody ears. Continuing to be washed, however, because there were more costumes. It was the last one in LL. This is some of Pixel's adventure. We went to Mr. Donut, or Misto, which is like a donut chain, kind of a Dunkin' Donuts-esque thing. These are the donuts we got. I got this one with the cute little eyes on it, because I like mochi donuts, and it was tasty. Here's Pixel went to Fujifilm. It's always funny to see his version of the adventure. This was just some art that we saw in Tama City on the way to Puroland. Here, like, did you guys know this existed even? This is Puroland. Apparently they built it like, they built it like years ago, maybe in the 70s or 80s or something, with the intent to compete with Disneyland. And I would not say these days it holds any kind of candle to Disneyland, but they gave it a good try for sure. And I have a good panorama of the inside just so you guys can see like what this is. I didn't really know what it was either. And again, like Sanrio characters are not like something I'm like super into. There are ones that I do like a lot, and we'll talk about that as we go. And just like, you know, being kind of a weeb, like, and also being a 90s kid, like, you kind of just grow up around them and, like, at least know a little about them. But I did not know what this was going to be like. I was completely just, like, smiling, head empty, rolling carefree into this day, because I didn't really have anything else yet that I wanted to do. And I thought it seemed like it could be funny. I thought it would be funny to go to Sanrio Puroland, so I tagged along. But that's like the walkway into the park. That's what it looks like. Here's the inside. So first of all, this isn't even where you walk into. You walk into this like grand hallway thing where everything is pink, like it's sparkly. It like looks like Hello Kitty in the entrance area that you walk into. But then you go down this escalator into basically this enchanted forest that has, like, Hello Kitty things, sort of. Like, we looked this up. Like, I had to figure this out because it was so weird to me. But apparently it was not, like, like, Hello Kitty, like, Sanrio was not retrofitted onto this area that already existed. The area was all built for this park. It just doesn't, it doesn't look anything like you'd expect, like, the Sanrio park to look like. It looks like Harry Potter's enchanted fucking castle or something, or like there's like this like this over here kind of has like Wizard of Oz vibes. Like it just is so weird, but it was very impressive compared to what I thought it was going to be like. The entire thing is indoors, which I don't know if any of us knew. Bobo, I remember also being very like. Bobo was very perplexed by Puroland because this picture doesn't really do it justice because this is sort of the whole area here. But it also is kind of like a nightmare labyrinth in a similar way to Don Quixote, but with Hello Kitty is there too. Hello Kitty is also in Don Quixote, but like, but it's not an enchanted forest. But there was like a whole area, like if you turned right down here, there was like a whole, like all of these inner like fucking caves and all of this insane like maze-like labyrinth shit, and there were cute mascot characters everywhere. It was sort of a nightmare, but we had some fun there. Here is a picture of, there was a little game you could play where you could spin like a wheel, and it had all the characters' faces on them. But there was also like two, like on the top, like directly north and directly south, like two slices on the wheel that were like a crown. And the objective of this wheel game was to, if you didn't land on you got 2 spins. If you didn't land on the crown either time, you got a small prize. If you landed on 1 crown and then 1 character, you got a medium prize. And then if you managed to land on both the crowns, then you got a large prize. So Bobo and I were like, we gotta play it. She didn't land on either of the crowns, get wrecked. And so she got the small prize, which is this little ghosty version of, I don't remember what this character's name is, but I know she's one of the little twin stars who Bobo likes. And I landed on a crown, get wrecked, and I got the medium prize. And so I got this cute little Hangyodon. My favorite Sanrio character is Keroppi. He's like the only one that I like truly love. But they didn't have Keroppi in this game. And I could have bought something Keroppi in the gift shop also, but I just didn't, I guess. I don't know. It was expensive. And I felt like the best prize to like the best gift or like merch to take away from this was something that I like won or like I had some hand in playing a game for. And Hangyodon is probably my like second favorite of the characters. He's just like this little fish guy. I think he's cute. I like the ones that are like this fucking song again. I like the ones from Sanrio that are like kind of weird looking. I guess Keroppi is just sort of cute, but I don't know. Hangyodon is definitely weird looking, but they like him here. It was also very funny to like see which characters. This is so fucking distracting. I'm muting this. It was funny to see like which characters were represented here at this and which ones were not. Like for instance, I know Bobo really likes the character Choco Cat, who's like a little black cat, and he, for at least in my memory, has always been like part of like the Hello Kitty guys in America. But in Japan, they don't care about Choco Cat at all. He's not in any of the like. He's not even on the wall in somewhere in Puro Land. There's no merch of him in the gift shop, and the gift shop was huge. They just don't like him. So I don't know. It was funny to see the differences, but there was Hangyodon everywhere. Like he's in like the big like lineup of all the characters, even though he's like this weird little fish guy. They seem to like him. Speaking of fish, here's Pixel got some taiyaki. I also later into the trip got taiyaki also, and apparently, according to Pixel, my taiyaki that I got was better. Hehehe. But even Pochoko, I feel like I didn't see that much either. The big thing at this, at least at this trip to Puro Land, was that it was My Melody and Kuromi's anniversary. I think My Melody it was like her like 50th anniversary or something crazy. Get it, girl. And Kuromi was like her 15th or something. So they were doing like this whole My Melody and Kuromi like anniversary thing. Which, like, those are already 2 extremely popular characters, like, everywhere. And so it was not a surprise that a lot of the stuff was them. The first thing we did when we entered here is we just, like, wandered around and got whisked into seeing this show. It was, like, a stage show. And the show, basically, was, like... My Melody and Kuromi were on the stage, like, in character costume. It's hard to really, like, dance or do much in character costume, so they were kind of just, like, hopping around the whole time. And the show was really about these, like, spirits of the forest, who are these just, like, you know, like, acrobatic kind of, dancing performers. And the show kind of ate, honestly. I think I enjoyed it more than anyone, because Odin was just like, where are we? And Bobo was very confused because... her entire, like, plan for what this park was going to be like completely crumbled and, like, imploded. And me, who was, like, along with the ride, was like, let's go into the show! And I just, like, led everybody in there. But it was magical. They danced. They played instruments. There was one, like, little, like, flower girl. She looked like Lilymon, kind of. This is just, like, a human person. This was not a Sanrio mascot character. She was just, like, dancing around and being Wanda. There was like the sun spirit was like a pole dancer or some shit. It owned. I loved it. I There were stars in my eyes, and there were not stars in anyone else's eyes, I don't think. Pixel, in the meantime, went to... This is some shrine he must have gone to. I don't know where that is. This is the church in Kanda. Classic Persona 5 location if you are Kingo. But to a lesser extent, if you are anyone who's played the game, this is the church in Kanda. That Pixel had to hit up. I was not super invested in going to this, but if it would have been another day and we were near Kanda, I would have done it. Here's Pixel doing the Yusuke Jesus pose outside of Kanda. Again, he had to do this alone. So he had to, his phone is like on the ground and he had to like run and then pose to that. So props to him for doing that shit. This was the like parade show. So again, like this was just like something anybody could see. We had pretty bad seats for this show because like we got to Puro Land and there were already people like sitting along the like at the front of like the roped off area where this show would be. And then we went and saw like a whole other show and walked around for like 30 minutes. And then this started. So like people were like way lined up for this. And I understood why, because as soon as the show started, the staff like roped off every single conceivable area that you could like watch this show from, that you could get to if you weren't already like waiting in line. Like they were like, no, if you want to be front row seats for this shit, you either have to pay money, which is where the best seats were, or you have to sit on your sit cross-legged for like 45 minutes if you want a chance at seeing the show up close. So we didn't even know that, and we probably wouldn't have done that anyway. But we ended up sitting like kind of an okay vantage point. The main part of the show and like the front of the area is up here. This was like the side. But here's Hello Kitty and Dear Daniel, who I didn't even know was a character. Dear Daniel, I guess, is like Hello Kitty's boyfriend or some shit. And I fucking hate Dear Daniel. This is the opposite of Sora Kara-chan. I didn't know Sora Kara-chan existed until like that day, and I instantly fell in love with her. Well, I didn't know that there was a fucking Hello Kitty boyfriend, Dear Daniel, until literally this day. And I decided he did not deserve her instantly. He has not put in the work. He has none of the fucking, like, worldly experience. She can do so much better than him. And at least, Bobo was telling me this, that, like, Dear Daniel in the US is also not really, like, as much of a thing. But I guess at Puro Land, he's always right there with Hello Kitty. They're there in the beginning. They're, like, dressed as, like, prince and princess. They're in the show together. Fuck Dear Daniel. He doesn't have it. She can do better. Anyway, here's the little twin stars. Cuta. Again, Bobo likes them. There's Pixie at the church. There's the Mother Virgin Mary and Jesus, maybe. I don't know the name of this bunny one, but I don't know, Oba. Okay, she was eating. This was... So the Hello Kitty, like, parade show... the Hello Kitty parade show had this evil witch... And because you have to, like, you need to be able to see it from like all three sides of this thing where it's going on. There were like 3 versions of her, and she was like evil. She like this big thing that she's in, like that opens up and she can like walk down out of it. But it also had like a color change. Like this is her after like Hello Kitty's magic or whatever purifies her. But before this part of the show, imagine this, but she's like all black and like silver, and she was singing this song, and she was a baddie. She was fucking, she could get it. Anyway, that's sort of how the show went. Here's Pom Pomperin. There's Keropi. I love, guys, the extent to which I like this little V-mouth frog compared to literally any of these other characters is like 100 to 1. Hangyodon is like 50 to 1. Keropi is like 100 to 1. I literally love him. I think he's so adorable and just bye. But all the rest of them are fine, I guess, too. So anyway, there was that. There was this whole song that we got stuck in our head, and the song went doo-ah, doo-ah. There was this, I shit you not, the song for Puroland, like the Puroland theme that they sing in the play, it said doo-ah. We were singing that a lot, at least until Bobo lost her voice, which happened like a day or two after this. But for this day, we were going doo-ah, doo-ah, and it even it got stuck in Pixel's head, and he wasn't even there. So anyway, after that, Bobo wanted to go into this, which is the little Twin Stars like dream area, which is really just a big photo op. There's just a bunch of like statues and like scenery in there for you to take pictures with your other female high school friends. But here's my dumbass in the boat. Again, I was vibing today. I don't know, like I was just chilling. Everything was sparkly and magical and wonderful, and I was just loving it all. So here's me in the little boat. This is, oh, Kiki and Lala, that's what their name is. I guess it's like Kira Kira. They're the little twin stars. That's their little house. This was this little crank, and out of the top there was like a little dream that would come out. There was like a dog and an elephant or something. It was cute. There's a little elephant. Here was me with this little elephant. I was vibing. I was just vibing. Okay. This is nice. I was third wheeling so hard during this trip. This was me trying to do banjo kuka. I wanted this picture specifically so I could show it to Sis and be like, Sis, look, this is me doing banjo kuka. This was me going, this is gonna bang. Like banjo when he kuka. Yo, Bobo. Welcome to the world of Ja. Buddy bro, thank you for the stream streak. Yes, it was a maze and a fever dream. I don't even remember seeing this. I'm sorry, my throat is so crappy. Oh wait, yes, now I remember. So this was in Kitty's area. Hello Kitty and Dear Daniel's fucking castle or something. Fuck you, Dear Daniel. Why has his ass gotta be on everything? He's on everything. I hate him. Anyway, this was kind of cute. Here's a very serious Odin playing the Hello Kitty piano. Bobo. This thing appeared from the wall. These, like, this is what I'm talking about, like, fever dream shit. In Puroland, sometimes shit just happened. These doors opened up and this big inflatable bear came out. More of this. I didn't take this picture, but I guess I'm in it. This is... I think this is my traditional marriage proposal to Hello Kitty. I think this is my... This is... What's depicted here is me coming in front of Hello Kitty's family and pleading with them to have her divorce Dear Daniel and marry me. Because I think I would treat her better, first of all. And second of all, at least I'd fucking do something. But anyway, this was cute. Everybody took their shoes off before getting on this, like, little tatami thing. Here's Bobo in the makeup, what do you call this? I don't know. Hello Kitty's makeup mirror. Teacup. And then we met Kitty also. I don't know where the pictures of that are. Here they are. Again, Odin and Bobo got to do this as a couple. Which makes a little more sense than this. But you guys, Kitty was truly so wonderful. And, like, if we hadn't already met Sorakara-chan, I might have been even more, like, just truly dazzled by her. But I would meet her again. She was OA. Then we ate, and this was the meal, the lunch set. It was the most expensive meal they had, but I had to get it because it had all the cute character things on it. So this is My Melody's little burger. Kuromi had, well, this was like a little like hush puppy kind of thing. And then there were 2 pieces of very dry karage fried chicken. This was not very good. The burger was okay. Fries were fine. Coke, and then a little dessert thing. But specifically, it came in this little lunchbox that has all the cute characters on it at their little diner. And look at Keropi. And I actually kept this lunchbox and I packed all of the little things that I might lose into it. And that actually helped a lot. All the little things went into the lunchbox, and then that went into my suitcase. Here was, I think this is Odin's. Odin got the same thing. Odin threw that filter on it. He made it look good. Here's Pixel. Oh, this is the Chainsaw Man glasses tie-in, I think. I know Gintama did one of these sort of recently, too. He found these little gorilla. I don't actually know what this is, but that's cute. Okay, and so then we met... So Kitty, you can just go in and meet. But you can also sign up to meet an additional character. And we chose Cinnamoroll. I don't remember what other characters there were, but I'm pretty sure it was My Melody and Kuromi, those fucking attention grabbers. And I think Pom Pomporin was maybe another one. But everybody likes Cinnamoroll. However, if we're being realistic here, you guys, I think Cinnamoroll is a little bit of, like, he's a little overrated. He's like, I don't know if anybody else agrees with me on this. Cinnamoroll is like, what is he like? He's like the Poochie of, like, man, that's not correct. Because people love him. He feels like he just waltzed in and like took over kind of when it comes to Hello Kitty. I know he placed like #1 in like a bunch of the like worldwide character polls. People love Cinnamoroll, and I feel like before today I thought he was overrated. But then we wound up meeting him, and first of all, his meet and greet is in this little gym. There was a protein shake bar, and he's got little weights on the wall. It was a wonder. And then we go in to meet him, and he's like, this costume, whoever it was that was in this mascot suit, was so tiny. I swear they were like 4 feet tall. Like, Bobo was having to kneel down to even talk to Cinnamoroll face to face. And I fell in love with him after this. I like him now. You know what? Do I really think he's like, I don't know. Do I think he's earned all of the hype that he gets? Maybe not 100%, but he's earned it more than fucking Dear Daniel, who's never done anything. Here's me shaking his little hand. It was hard not to love him. It was hard not to love him. And he's cute, though. Yo, what's up, idiotness? Did not know about Dear Daniel. Looked him up. Surfaced that in 2013, Hello Kitty topped the popularity polls while he got 20th. He planned to propose if he made it into the top 10. Get fucked. What an idiot. Anyway, Cinnamoroll is way better than him, but he's not as good as the, like, old head characters. He was very cute, though, and he was so tiny. Again, I don't know who they got to be in this mascot suit, but I was telling Bobo after the fact that I hoped it was like a little old lady or someone. I hoped it was a senior citizen in the Cinnamoroll costume. Anyway, we also went on a ride. This was the My Meadow Doraibu. This was Kuromi's Rent-A-Car, where you went in the little My Melody car. We got some pretty funny pictures out of this, especially this one where none of us knew a picture was gonna get taken, and we all look like completely bored and stone-faced, like we have no idea what's going on. Even though we did like it, we enjoyed the ride. It had something to do with their backstory, I think. I don't know. It was weird. This is the little thing. This is in the front. I guess this is another restaurant you can go to, but we did not eat at that restaurant. Anyway, after that, is there any more Pixie stuff here? I know Pixel did some other things this day. Maybe that just hasn't happened yet. Anyway, so after that, we made a short train trip to, this was still Tama City, but the area specifically, I think it was called Sakuragaoka. And the reason we went here is because this part of the city is the town here is the basis for, well, it's not even the basis. It literally is the town where the characters live in the Studio Ghibli movie Whisper of the Heart, which Bobo loves. It's like her favorite Ghibli movie. I've seen the Whisper of the Heart once, and I thought it was fine. It was. I probably should have watched it maybe if I knew, because I knew we were gonna go here. I maybe should have watched it a second time before the trip, but I didn't. But I remembered, I remembered some things about it still. But this is basically the guide for like the whole town, and this is the walk that we did on the trip. The station was like around here. We walked up through here. I think this cat maybe is supposed to be the cat from the movie, whose name is Muta. I remembered because Bobo reminded me. And then we went up this big, long, winding road, but we walked these steps like absolute fools. The steps were extremely steep, and we quoted the most famous line from the movie where the girl gets to the top of the steps and she goes, "Wow, what a steep hill!" That's the Whisper of the Heart's most iconic line, and we quoted that a bunch. And then we took this little detour. We went to this little shrine. This is the shrine where the boy in the movie confesses to the girl. And then we went even further up to this little thing up here. So that was the route that we went. Here, this is a little statue of the antique shop, which is important to the movie. It even has the Baron and whatever the Baron's girlfriend is, Duchess Daniela or whatever. This actually, when the sun went down, this lit up. It had like lights inside, which was cute. There they are. And Bobo was very excited because she loves the movie. Another cool thing is that the train station, when you get off in this area of Tama City, the train station plays. It actually has two versions. But it plays like a little bit of the beginning of the verse and then like the iconic part of the chorus of the Country Roads song. Which again, if you've seen the movie, is like the theme of the movie basically. The Country Roads is like that's important to the film. And the bus station or the train station plays like a little jingle of that when you get off the train. It was very cute. Here's some more stuff. Oh, we went inside this little indoor mall for a little bit. They were doing something about the Shoebill stork. He was like on everything. I don't really know what it was. Here's this all lit up. Even the little inside is like pretty detailed. It has this little thing which I also remember being in the movie. I remember the movie enough, you guys. It's good. It's just not like one of my movies. Here's Pixel Rock in those new glasses. But anyway, it was cool to go up through this little town, whether you are a huge fan of the movie or not. Because it was just again, similar to how the route we took to the Ghibli Museum. It was just through these little neighborhoods. There were people walking home from school. Actually, we were behind this girl walking home from school a lot of the way, and I felt like I didn't want to scare her because we were just I don't know, it seemed like we were tailing her, but really we were just trying to walk up this hill. We were trying to walk up the steep hill, but eventually we diverged. But here were some of the stairs. Here's sort of a little bit of a lookout. By this time again, it was dark. Which I think this walk would have been better in the day, because there is a nice view once you get up to the top of the Whisper of the Heart hill, and we couldn't really see as much of it because it was nighttime, but it was still cool. Here's the little shrine. I actually wrote down what this shrine's name is. It was just a tiny little shrine. This is most of what's there. This is called Konpiragu Shrine. And Seiseki Sakuragaoka is what the name of the neighborhood is. It's in Tama City, which is in Tokyo still, but But this was cool. It was nighttime. We didn't take a lot of like pictures or video, but here's the shrine. Again, like important scenery from the movie. I don't know what this is. This Pixel? This is Pixel went to Akihabara for a little bit on this day. He must have gone some other places too. Yeah, Bobo was like Bobo was going through it in a positive way during this. I think a lot of areas are called Sakuragaoka. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I think there are multiple like neighborhoods or locations named that. Or maybe it's just a thing in Tokyo. Okay, but anyway, so the best part of this whole trip though to this area was we got up to the top of the hill, which again is up here. It's this little roundabout thing. Again, that's also in the movie. I don't remember if the antique store in the movie is up here. I don't know. But we get up to the top. There's this little cafe that had some Studio Ghibli stuff. Here's Muta the cat again. The little poster for Whisper. This is the Cat Returns, right? This little poster. This, right? Is this the Cat Returns or is this Whisper of the Heart also? Anyway, what? Oh, it must be. This is because this is that movie. I guess that's just the poster for the movie. Anyway, it was this cute little Ghibli-themed restaurant. We didn't go in because it was sort of hard to tell if they were closed or not. I think they were either closing up or they were already closed. There were some people in there, but I think it was the family that like owned the restaurant. It seemed like it was owned by like a mother, a father, who and this is how I interpreted it. There was a guy who was working behind like the counter, and a woman, and there was they had a little girl. But the best part of this trip was these two little girls. So like again, there's this building here which was like locked. This is where all the Ghibli stuff was, and then over here there was like a little cafe kind of thing. These two little girls run out of this building. I think it was, again, one of the girls lived here, and the other was her neighbor or friend or something, because she went home at the end of the night. These two little girls run out, and they just start, like, interacting with us. They were very interested in specifically Bobo's earrings and Sorakara-chan. So they were like, ba, 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 ba. And they touched Bobo's earrings. They were like, ooh. And then they said, hi. I think they maybe spoke like a little English, but they were tiny girls. They were probably like 5 or 6. So I don't imagine they would have spoken very much. And then they really wanted to see Sorakara-chan too, because she was cute. But then their parents came out, and we were just like kind of talking with them as much as we could. I think the mom told the little girl how to ask where we were from. And so then one of the little girls came up and she went, where are you from? Yeah, they ran up to their mom and they said like, Ego, like, or something. And Ego is English, at least I knew. So they told their mom that we spoke English, and then their mom told them how to ask where we were from. So she asked. We said we were from America and Canada, and then their mom had to tell them that Canada was above America. She like motioned it with her hands. She went like, America? Canada. And it was just cute. I think we should have, yeah, she said, where you from? It was adorable. We should have, because I knew how to ask this and I didn't, just because like, I didn't want to like be awkward, but we should have asked them what their names were. But then, we didn't. We just like, just sort of stood there for a while, just kind of like, talking as little we could and laughing. And then one of the little girls went home. The other one went inside, and then we took the bus home and we went back down. And then we went to a book off. We went to a book off before leaving. No, that was before we went up the hill. Maybe that's why it was dark. Bobo went and found this little shopping area first. Odin and I went to book off, and we did some game chasing. I know Odin got a couple games here at least. And then we came and met Bobo in this little indoor mall thing. So we went home after that. And this is what Pixel was doing. This is an animate. Animates All, at least right now, seem to have like a Square Enix thing going on. Here's me sitting next to this dude on the train looking stoic. Pixel looks like he went to a temple. I don't know where that is. And then we met up at the Tokyo Tower. And then from there, we walked back to Roppongi, because it isn't, like, super far. It was maybe, like, a 15-ish, 20-minute walk or so to the hotel. The Tokyo Tower was pretty cool. We didn't really do anything in there. There is, like, a shopping mall, like, in the bottom part, and you can go up also. But it was getting late, and also, like, we had gone up the Tokyo Sky Tree. It's like 10 times taller than the tower. We didn't need to go up there. But the tower was still cool. Pixel and I got crepes. My crepe was delicious. Pixel took a picture of this guy from Sakamoto days. Apparently, he's the zebra guy, and also he's raw. He was in the tower. And the tower, it was cool to see. Again, like, it's very colorful. There was like a neon light kind of that was like down at the bottom, so like everybody's teeth and shirt were glowing. Also, what's up to Nap? I forgot to say hi to Nap. I was talking. I was yapping. And so it was like, that's where we met back up with Pixel, and we just hung out for a little bit, and then we went back. Oh, and we got Japanese Wendy's. And at the Wendy's, much like I was saying on the first stream at McDonald's, they were doing this Tsukimi like tie-in thing. So again, the Tsukimi burger that like all of these fast food places have, it has like an egg patty on it. But the Wendy's one also had a teriyaki mochi patty, which I didn't ask for the mochi patty one, I don't think, but I ended up getting it. And it also had like truffle sauce. So it was like a burger, an egg patty, a mochi patty, truffle sauce, and then like bacon. It was very decadent. But it was better than the McDonald's one. It was good. The mochi patty was weird, but I fucked with it. And we all got melon soda. Because, I mean, I already knew that I liked melon soda, but Odin, or at least Odin, maybe Bobo also already liked it, but Odin definitely also got hooked on it, too. Melon soda is good. Anyway, here's some little pictures we took with the tower. You could, even though, like, again, like, it's no sky tree, there's no Wanda little she that lives up there. It was still fairly impressive, too. Anyway, these are maybe better versions of the pictures from the My Melody ride. Again, I think this is the best one. Bubba, who has her phone out. It looks like we're hating this, but we just weren't ready for the photo op. We actually got to like put little effects on this one. Anyway, funny. This is the next day. Should we merch cam on this one? I think we will, because the next day I didn't really buy anything. Let's merch cam now. I'll show you guys the purple edition Red Bull. This is one of the things Rinslet really wanted me to look for, as the two of us are both big Red Bull aficionados. Japan has Red Bulls that we don't have, and this was the main one. I think it was like grape or black currant. It tasted like grape. And it was pretty good. I actually got it another day, too. But I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get the Akane Banashi shirt. And we'll continue. We'll go to the merch cam now. I'll be right back. You guys, my feet are still fucked up from this trip. I think it's because I have callus kind of thing, but I still kind of can't feel my right pinky toe. Is that bad? And I definitely remember, so I think where I got off to, for lack of a less hilarious term, off on the wrong foot, is I wore Vans once. Did I wear them to Disney? I couldn't have, right? There was one day that I wore Vans, and that early into the trip, and that was a bad idea. I should have just continued to wear my sneakers the whole trip, because that put me off on the wrong foot. But you got to remember, at this point, we've been to 2 theme parks, and also there is nothing in Tokyo that isn't walking. Tokyo is only walking. You're either, if you're not on a train, you are walking. And so my feet were already beat up pretty bad by the end of this, by like the end of this day. Yo, what's up to Dan Bob? Dan Bob! Sorry. My throat's sore. Thank you for the raid! What were you guys doing? Hope everybody's doing good. We're doing the merch cam right now. This is telling the story of how I went to Japan, part 2. Alright, let's continue. So this was the Akane Banashi shirt. Again, you couldn't really see this as well in the Kingdom Heartsing. Hell yeah. I know some of our friend group is also planning to play through Kingdom Hearts all together. And they've been trying to talk me into doing it too. But that's cool. Anyway, okay, so this was the shirt. They had this at the Jump store, and like amidst all of the fucking One Piece, which I love, but One Piece and other big franchises, JJK, My Hero, like that stuff. They had like some Akane Banashi stuff, and this was, I think, the only shirt I saw that they had, at least. But again, I like it. It's like, I think it's a good design. It doesn't have like the ugly anime promotional art on it that normally is my problem with t-shirts like this. It's the manga artwork. It's got this nice box layout. It has style. But anyway, it's them. Karashi, Akane, Hikaru doing the big sip. It's a little long on me, but otherwise it fits fine. Again, I just sort of erred on the side of caution and got XL everywhere I went in Japan for shirts. And that usually did me right, but the only problem is that they're long. They'll fit well everywhere else, but they're just because I really shouldn't be XL. Some of them are a little dress-like, but they'll shrink. Also, what's up to, in addition to Dan Bop, Starlight? Thank you guys for raiding in. Sorry, I just burped in your ear. Okay, but here's some of the other stuff. This is the... Oh, I really gotta zoom this out, eh? And by zoom it out, I mean move my little crappy webcam rig so that it's further back. This is the little Hello Kitty box, lunchbox. And then here's Hongyodan. And he's like a little tiny, he's so squishy and tiny and holdable. And I love him. I was very happy to win this. And he has a little heart butt. I don't know if Hongyodan normally has a little heart butt, but this one does at least. I think originally Bobo and I were gonna trade guys, but she was like, "Do you just want him? Because I know you like him." And I was like, "Yeah, I do." Or maybe I was gonna give her my play or something. I don't know. I don't remember, but somehow I wound up having him. Okay, and then we went to Book Off, and I got other things. This was one of the big cool gets for me. I got the Japanese in the box Pokemon Snap, which again is one of my favorite games, but it's also just more Pokemon stuff. what I thought was so cool about this box specifically is it has intact this little cardboard holder thing. And I know, like, the other N64 boxes don't have this, but I think this is meant to tell you about the, print out your pictures thing, which we got here with Pokemon Snap also. But I gotta imagine that's what this extra little slip thing is about. But I see something like that intact, and I'm like, I knew I had to have it, especially when it was one of my favorites. But here's the box, basically, all the stuff. Again, it's fairly easy to mod your N64 to play Japanese games, so I probably will do that with my 64 at some point. And play some of the stuff that I have. Going along that line, this is something I guess I forgot to talk about. It was a little hush-hush, so I wasn't able to take any pictures of it. But on the way back from Tama City, I said, hey, Odin and Bobo, I'll meet up with you guys at the Tokyo Tower. I gotta go do something. So I swung by the Prime Minister's house. I knocked on the door. I said, hey man, it's me, Snack Attack 8 from Twitch. He was like, oh, what's up, dude? Come in. So I went in, we had tea, we met. He was a nice guy, we met a little bit. And eventually I just was like, hey, let's get down to brass tacks. I know it hasn't really been spoken officially between the two of us. But there's sort of been something that's been going on for like a while. And it's really not like super kosher that it's been happening because like there's a territory that I have to uphold. And I know that you guys are like sort of stepping on it a little bit. And I know the like political climate is like pretty tense right now with all the tariffs and all that shit. But like, I feel like we can come to an agreement just man to man on this. He was like, all right, dude, I know what you're talking about. So they handed it over to me. The Japan copy of Banjo-Kazooie. So now, even if you're Japanese, you have to come to my house to play Banjo. This is not the only copy of this I will claim. Eventually, I will have all of the banjos of all the countries in the world. But I was handed by the Prime Minister himself, Japan's Banjo-Kazooie. And now it's secure. It's at my house. You have to come over to play it. So, a wrong righted. A wrong was righted on that day. Anyway, this is like 400 yen, and I got it at a book off. What a steal. I'm actually excited and interested to play that, too. Because I don't really know what is different in Japan's Banjo-Kazooie. So I imagine there's some things that are different, other than just the text. I'm just going to show these, too, because I don't remember when I got these. But at some point, I got more candy. We did a Snapchat of this, but I'll just show it anyway. Do I have to bring soda and chips, or is that provided? You know what? If you're coming all the way... Well, so what's up, Okido Jones? If you're coming all the way to my house to play Banjo-Kazooie, I'll make you dinner. Because that's out of respect. Anyway, I got one of those little Choco surprise balls. There was One Piece characters. And these are actually cool little character figures. Not only was the chocolate tasty, and the chocolate is like around the ball, but like they're popping out of their wanted poster, and it's just like I am gonna put this on my shelf. Like it's better than like just a little crappy thing you'd get in a candy usually. But I got Buggy, and I think it was very fitting that we got Buggy because of what's to come later. But I think it's cool. It's like actually like I should have gotten another one. I should have gotten more. But it just kind of breaks down like that. I'm gonna put him back in his ball for now. Fitting because I'm a clown. Exactly. And then I also got, this was like a lot less good than the One Piece chocolate thing. But I got a Gintama, like, this one again, like, you can buy in the store. I bought this at a convenience store. This comes with like a card. I think this is probably a sticker. God help them if it's not. I don't know. But it comes with a character's face on the box, and then some kind of sticker or just card. I don't know. I think you would buy these if you like were so obsessed with the series that you like needed every single piece of merch of like your character, your Oshi. But I got the Katsura box, and they're like little, like you dispense them like this. I've been eating them as I've been setting up today. They're not very good. They're kind of gross tasting, and they're really not like mints. They're kind of just like little chalky candies. I don't know. Definitely not as good as the One Piece chocolate. They're alright though. I'll eat another one. Yeah, I know the webcam is like a little blurry. But okay. That was all the merch from that day. I think, like, I know that the candy was before we left for Osaka. I think it was the night after this one, though. But anyway, so we split up again the next day, except this time I went with Pixel. Bobo and Odin went to Disney Sea, which apparently was pretty cool. Here's Odin sitting there. This is actually a really funny picture. Odin with his like emo kid Hot Topic Kingdom Hearts Halloween sweater thing, sitting next to this girl who I'll say, like, generously just looks like she doesn't want to be in this picture. Picks that go hard. Odin rocked the fit this day. This was our breakfast. We got yakisoba pan. I actually ate another one of these on a solo day. I think I did myself because they were good. That's just from 7-Eleven. Pixel and I also got like actual yakisoba, but we didn't get yakisoba pan anywhere else. I think would have had to have gone to a bakery for that. But even the little packaged one, pretty good. And then I got this little. This is like kind of like anpan, but it's in pancakes. And this was fine. It was not like the best red bean thing I think I had on the trip. The best red bean thing I had, I think, went to this mochi dessert thing that Bobo ate at sushi and she didn't like, and I was like, I'll have it, and it was good. I liked it. I also did get a real anpan at some point, also at a convenience store. But this is sort of like an anpan pan cake. Anyway, here's Pluto. I know that they had fun at this. Again, I would have liked to go, but just because, like, again, Bobo had 4 theme parks on the agenda. I just felt like, for me, that was a lot of theme parks. But this is cute. Here's Scrooge McDuck's store, I guess. I know they got the sea salt ice cream, which I also, again, would have liked to try, but you have to get it at Disney Sea. Pixel and I, however, went to Kawagoe this day. And Kawagoe is sort of outside Tokyo a little bit. I think it's in Saitama. And it's sort of the theme of, like, the theming or, like, the idea of Kawagoe is it's supposed to be like little old Edo, kind of. Edo being the old name for Tokyo. And, like, it's recreated in a way that the street and the streets and everything are like the wooden houses with, like, the sloped, like, tile roofs. There's a lot of, like, traditional food and traditional snacks, and, like, it's definitely like a little tourist trap kind of thing. But it's meant to kind of be like a cute little sort of cultural thing like that. And there are a lot of shrines and temples there too. So we did that. It was a day trip out. Before that, we did, I don't remember where this was. This was in some train station somewhere while we were on the way to Kawagoe. There was a little Dragon Ball Z pop-up store. Unfortunately, the Dragon Ball Z pop-up store was not very cool. It was mostly Dragon Ball Daima stuff. But we had to check it out anyway. It was fine. This, I don't know what this is. I don't know where Pixel took this picture. I guess I was probably here, but I don't remember that. But anyway, we got to Kawagoe. This was the first really rainy day. And there were a couple pretty rainy days we had on the trip, but this one was the first like really rainy one. Sorry, give me a sec. And we weren't really prepared for it. Neither of us came with an umbrella. We both had to buy umbrellas while we were there. When we got there, it wasn't so bad, but the rain got heavier as the day went, and then it like lightened up some too. But basically, we started out just by kind of like walking around and seeing some sights. Here is some Jizo statues. I liked this, just like the imagery of this, because this one is like cracked. I thought that looked cool. We definitely kind of broke in, but we also sort of just walked in. We kind of either walked or broke into a cemetery, and I don't remember where that was. I have some notes about the day. This shrine, for instance, is the Renkeiji Temple. Specifically, this temple is a common place where people pray for child-related matters. In fact, this little thing over here, which has a bunch of like plushies and like kids' toys and stuff, was like a little shrine area for that. And the like god or like character that they you'd pray that to is called Donryu Shonin, who was, I think, a Buddhist monk who was known for like his benevolence to children. He like took in like orphan children or something like that. So that was like the theme of this temple. I think there was some incense burning in here though, and the temple was cool. It had this kind of like this cool kind of rainbow flag. This is like this dragon here. It's pretty neat. I don't remember if this was the one though where we trespassed into a cemetery or not, but we trespassed into a cemetery at some point, which was near a temple or a shrine. But like the gate was unlocked, so we just walked in. I don't know, man, whatever. I took some video and pictures of that, but I didn't post them on here out of respect. Anyway, here we are chilling and walking around in Kawagoe. I had this cool shirt. This, oh wait, Isaac had a question. So much about Japan having very cheap, high-quality umbrellas. Is that true, Snack? Well, I bought 2 umbrellas on this trip. I bought a big umbrella, which we did not take to Osaka, so we just left in the hotel room. That umbrella was very big, but it was nice quality. And then I also bought a little like pocket umbrella on the day we went to Nara, and that umbrella was also fine, except I know Pixel had one that deteriorated, so maybe not totally. This is a different temple. This one was called Choki-in. Choki-in. And this one I remember specifically because it has this like ascetic Buddha, the like starved Buddha statue. And I thought that was cool. It also is just this very kind of serene little temple tucked away with these big kind of, you know, majestic trees and just like this little garden kind of thing. So we walked around, we did this for a while. There were also a bunch of little souvenir shops and little things. Even Kawagoe has a Ghibli store. So I remember we went into there. There's a bunch of like little like snack foods and just like souvenirs and like cute stuff like that. This was the bell tower, which I think rings like 3 times a day or something at certain intervals. The one that we heard was the ring at 3 p.m. Yeah, this was the ring where we had to demonstrate the boomer patience versus the zoomer instant gratification, which I think we had maybe this morning dragged Zebra on his stream over that we were watching before we left the hotel room. But this was, I mean, it was just like this little thing went back and then it went boom on the bell, but you know, people were crowded around to watch it. Here was me and Pixel. We got Mitarashi Dango, which these are like the like fried teriyaki dango. I didn't get the dango that was like green, white, and pink, like that kind of classic looking one. We did get some green tea dango later in the trip, but I wanted to get the white, green, and pink one, and we didn't get that. But these were good. I would have this again. It was weird, but I liked it. Here's like a little, these were like little crafts made out of wood. Here's sort of like more kind of what the houses and stuff looked like in Kawagoe. This is like a good example. They were kind of set up like this. So again, it is very touristy, but it was very cute also. Literally every shopkeeper we had any interaction with on this day was like a little old man or a little old lady. There was a nice little old lady who sold us the dango. I bought some competo, those like little Starbit candies, sugar candies, and I bought some rice crackers from this old man who was running like a little sweet shop or a little snack shop. Everybody was old. There was also, we ate at this restaurant. This was an eel restaurant, and it had this cute decorations outside, these cats. This is like a little cat fountain. And I really wanted to have like grilled eel. I wanted the eel, like the kind of street food eel that like you eat right off the little skewer, but I didn't really see that anywhere. So we got like an eel box lunch basically, which was very good. It was definitely one of my favorite meals of the trip. It came with these little like pickle, there was those little like digestive pickles that I guess you're supposed to eat with eel specifically. And the little old lady who was running this shop was also Wanda, and she was very accommodating and nice. And the big takeaway, or the big thing I remember from this meal is Pixel, who had gotten, I think Pixel had got his cash on like an order or something before we even got to Japan. And he got a bunch of 2,000 yen bills, which are not very common in Japan anymore, at least. So we were at this eel restaurant and we were checking out, or we were paying, and he pulled out the 2,000 yen bill to pay, to like for part of his meal to pay this woman. And I swear she looked at the 2,000 yen bill and went, oh, like, like it like made her day. Like this was some rare thing that she was like, she like, I swear she like looked back up at him too. She was like, oh, like she's very surprised to see a 2,000 yen bill. So it was cute. Here's more of the little cat. Here's, I guess, the bell tower ringing. Maybe? No. Anyway, this was the bell tower. There's a little shrine under the bell tower. This was... Oops. This was the Yakushi Jinja. And again, this is like really all that was under there was this little shrine, and there was like another little area under there. Here's some pictures of us. Here's a picture of me with a big monkey, big chimp. I had to play this little festival shooting game that I blew. You were supposed to knock one of the little ducks over, and if you did, you got a prize. And I swear I hit the duck. I swear at least one of my shots hit the duck. But I think those ducks were like, I think they were like glued down or something. Or they were just on these little like boxes and you had to maybe knock the box over. And the boxes were heavy. I don't know. I swear I hit the duck, but I didn't knock anything over. And all I got for my consolation was a little lollipop. And I look fat in this picture. I don't like that. But then we went, speaking of being fat, we went to there was like a little confectioner's alley. There was a little dessert alleyway. Here's Bobo on the genie. Odin got stuck with big horse, it looks like. Here's this freaky ass Abu. He's not as good as Sorakawa-chan. This was the little eel restaurant. Oh, just this cute little place. This was the lunch set. It was good. The sauce was good. The eel was good. The little bones didn't even hurt my mouth. Anyway, we also got this. They were doing, I guess, like, I don't know if this has to do with tsukimi either, but maybe it's just in general because it's like a kind of a popular sort of traditional Japanese snack. But this was taro, at least the pink part. And this little stick in it was like a little fried taro stick snack, and that was tasty. This was not as good as the soft serve I had in Nakano Broadway, but it was definitely more kind of, again, I guess more sort of traditional tasting. Here's again, this is the little restaurant, or the little stand where we got that. But it was cute. Anyway, then we went to this big shrine. You would have thought this was the temple because the temples are usually bigger. But no, this was a big-ass shrine. This was the Hikawa Jinja. This was a shrine for... This is a shrine specifically for, like, good luck for married couples. But I went there with Pixel, I guess. But they had this big torii gate that you walk through. This again, it was like this one was like a compound. They have these other little shrines around. See, like, this one has, like, a whole map. This back here was, like... These were like 20 secondary shrines to like additional gods or something. This is all Shinto gods. And these were cool to like walk by this little thing. This one I think is Inari because it has the little foxes. Then there was this. This was like a huge tunnel of these little wooden votive things. Yeah, and you know what? Gay marriage, I heard it's legal in Japan, so hell yeah. I'm not marrying Pixel, though. He stinks. And people wrote their little wishes and stuff on these, and you, like, hang them up in here. So this was cool to walk through. We spent a long time walking through this because there were a bunch of cute little drawings and stuff on these. So we were just kind of admiring them. This was like a little river, bridge over a little river here. And this, again, goes into the shrine, but I thought this was a very picturesque shot with the little paper talisman things. And there were these two little girls in kimonos who were, I think they were doing a photo shoot or something at this shrine with their parents, and it was adorable. And this little Daruma sign, cuta. But anyway, after that, what did we do? I think we just... Oh no, we went to Ikebukuro, that's right. Oh my god. Look at this fucking guy. They had Demon Slayer there or something. We got back earlier than Odin and Bobo. Again, they were doing like a whole theme park. So we went to the Sunshine City Mall in Ikebukuro. Now, I had heard that Ikebukuro Sunshine City was pretty cool. I had heard it was like the best place to do your shopping, like your anime and your game chasing and all that kind of shopping. And I'm here to tell you guys that I was simply not impressed. I think that Ikebukuro is mega lame. I heard a bunch of people say Akihabara is out of style, and Ikebukuro is where it's at now for this kind of stuff. And I don't know, sweeties, but I didn't see it. I thought Akibo was way more fun than the little time that we spent in Sunshine City. So maybe I gotta come back and go somewhere else or something, but Ikebukuro was not it, in my opinion. I would have rather gone to Frank Bukuro. But again, really, like I've been kind of saying, like, here's what was in Sunshine City. There was a jump store, there was a Pokemon Center, like, a lot of, like, if this had been the first place we had gone, I would have probably, like, loved it. But it was not the first place like this we had gone. It was like the third. And so it did not have the level of, like, the same level of, like, awe and wonder that some of the other places we went were. But this is like a little Pokemon cafe kind of thing. They do have Rika. There's a little Grease over here. Here's Sudowoodo. Here's the only place that fucking Sudowoodo was the whole trip because they didn't have him in any Pokemon Center. Cuta. This is like a sort of a failed panorama because this guy walked in the way. But this is at the Ikebukuro Sunshine City Mall Pokemon Center. This is their little display. The cutest part is this one in the middle that has all the birds. But I don't know. All of them have a little statue display. This over here, I think, is a Shin-chan store. Shin-chan also very popular in Japan, which is funny because like here the thing that I think is funny about Shin-chan is like when we got Shin-chan over here, it had to be played on Adult Swim, and Shin-chan is like still like it's not like different really in Japan, but it's for kids there. Like all of it is marketed like as it's a show for little kids. I think it even comes on in the morning. I just think that that's funny, like as a cultural difference. Shin-chan in Japan is for children, but he still like shows his ass and his penis and like hits on his mom's friend and stuff like that. It's just like different kind of. Down in here, but I like Shin-chan. I think he's cute. I didn't buy anything that had him on it, but I like him. And I also remember liking the show when it was on Adult Swim. Down here, there was some sort of idol group, or maybe they were like a J-pop group. They were doing your classic like idol meet and greet. And we were here in the mall right when it was happening. I didn't know who the band was. We did not meet them. But we looked over the balcony and you could see them down there. There was like a guy, like a very loud guy on a microphone. And they were all sitting in a row behind the table, and then they did the little like waving with both hands as like the fans like in line like single file walked past the table. Yeah, and then there was like then music was playing after a certain point. I don't know if they were actually performing, but everybody had their little light sticks and they were going why. But it was, again, like you'd expect, just like the most stereotypical way you could expect like a fan meet event to happen was happening in this mall literally as we were there. So that was kind of cool. Here's these little cutas. I like Rowlet and I like Hoot Hoot. Yamper. There's Dipped Up on the banner. This was the year of Graveler. I had to take a picture of this to show it to Bobo, because this was the impetus for the year of Graveler. This is like a little plushie where it's Geodude, but you unzip him and he turns into Graveler, and then you zip him up and he turns into Golem. But yes, this is their like disgusting chimera form. But this is where my Discord name, the Year of Graveler, came from. So then we went. This is a hilarious picture. Also in Sunshine City Mall, we went to what was being described as the world's biggest gachapon machine store. It was a Bandai Namco store, and the claim to fame was that there was no gachapon store bigger than this one here in Sunshine City. And to be fair, it was gigantic. There were hundreds of gachapon machines. So we wandered around there for a while. At this point, like, I'm starting to panic a little bit. There are some gifts that I have bought for friends, but there are some friends who have not gotten anything. And at this point, my feet hurt. It's been a long day, and I'm breaking down a little bit. I'm looking through all the gachapon machines. There's nothing new. I've seen it all before, even though there's like 500 machines in this store. I was sort of panicking and also sort of losing my mind, and I was becoming like delirious and laughing constantly on this trip. And also Ikebukuro was mid, so that didn't help. But Pixel found this Fire Emblem Engage ring gachapon, which is really funny, I think, because it's so him. But he got the Makaya ring, which he then, for the rest of the trip, kept saying, "Don't we think it looks so good on me?" And this is a good segue into, again, things that Japan does not like. Contrary to what every single Nintendo YouTuber will tell you when they're watching a Nintendo Direct, Japan does not care about Fire Emblem. I think it's us. I think we are the ones who like it. What I really think is that, like, because Nintendo, like, in Japan, Nintendo's merch is very focused on, like, the really timeless and or really, like, cute stuff. Like, Animal Crossing, Kirby, Splatoon, Mario, Zelda even is not that much for Zelda, but Pikmin, like, those are, like, the brands that they have, like, put out tons of merch for. And things like Fire Emblem or even Xenoblade to, like, an even lesser extent, I just don't think that Nintendo themselves are concerned with putting out merch for, like, their, like, anime franchises. But it was really funny how, again, we looked everywhere for Fire Emblem stuff, and the only thing we managed to find was this Fire Emblem Engage Ring Gachapon. So again, all of the fucking Nintendo YouTubers who don't like RPGs, who blame Japan for how popular these anime Nintendo games are, I don't know, man. Go to Japan. They're not exceedingly more popular there than they are here, I don't think. But anyway, so that was funny. It was funny to, like, make note of things that Japan doesn't care about, and Fire Emblem was one of them for sure. Here's Pixel with the ring on, though. It is true that, like, a lot of the merch is current things. Like, stuff moves fast. That's why, again, like I'm saying, with Nintendo, I think they really focus on, like, the stuff that has kind of timeless appeal, like Kirby or Mario or, like, Animal Crossing or Splatoon if you're cultured and you're... Never, you guys know, right? Or Splatoon, one of the big five. Okay, anyway, but so we were wandering around in here. I was losing my mind. We saw Burger King. We didn't go. We did see, however, so this was an Animate, and this brought me back from the brink. This brought me back into Wanda. They had a city rap on the staircase. I'm just gonna, I'm playing the whole video. Okay, first of all, let's find them all. Fighting Monkey, love him. Wanda. Where's more Wanda? Where's more Wanda? The Hedgester, Wanda. Raw, Wanda. Cuta. She. Nothing. Fraud. Oh, I even said fraud here. I think that was Nikura back there. Pixel, get into it. That guy. Oh, oh my god, shut up, Snack. Anyway, we were very City the Animation pilled. And still are, but literally we had just watched the finale like 2 days ago. Famicom Detective Club, Kingo, I will say this. There was more Emio the Smiling Man merch than there was Fire Emblem merch. Pixel and I saw more merch of Emio the Smiling Man than we did of anything Fire Emblem. And we saw like 4 things of Emio. One of the Nintendo stores had it. But okay, so this wasn't. Holy fuck! Speak of the devil. So this was an Animate, which again is like a big like 5-floor anime store. Animate is where I was truly losing my mind. In fact, what sent me over the edge is I found a gift that I could not believe I had found, that I did buy for someone. You know what? I'm going to break you off a little piece of it. It was for Sizz. I found the gift for Sizz in Animate that I could not fucking believe they had there. I didn't even know it was possible for there to be merch of this thing in Japan. And I was all the way on the other side of the world, and here it was, this thing. So I had to buy it. And that sent me into just an absolute laughing fit, where I was dropping shit in the store. I was falling apart. I was falling to my knees in the store, dying. Pixel had to carry me out of the store. Anyway, after that, I guess we also went to a book off, but I had hallucinated this by now. You could have told me that we didn't do this, and I would have been like, yeah. Here's FE7, though, I guess. Here's Bobo and Odie. Odie rocked the fit here. Anyway, then, on the way home, Pixel and I got curry and, like, katsudon curry. This was fine. This was a chain curry restaurant that we went into it because it had a gorilla. I think it was called Go Curry or something, but they had them in a bunch of places. We wanted to go into it specifically because this one had a gorilla on it. Gorilla. And it was good. Like, I've cleaned my plate. I ate the whole thing, so it wasn't bad. It just was very much like kind of fast food, like chain curry. But we had some real talks. We chilled for a little bit that night. When we got back, we talked to Odin and Bobo. And then the next day, we left for Osaka. Now, this day is a little bit less, like, we didn't really do very much on this day. So I'm going to, I think we're making good time here. I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom real quick and get more water, and then we'll keep rolling. I'll be right back. I'm putting this. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Was there like something raw that came on? Okay. I had another one of those Katsura candies. That shit's pretty gross. I came back, I popped under one of those Katsura candies. Alright. Okay, so that was the end of our first stay in Tokyo. If this is confusing to you, don't worry, because it was confusing to the hotel staff too. So, the way our trip worked is we spent about a week. Was it a week? A week in Tokyo, and then we went to Osaka and stayed there for like, what was it? 3 days, 4 days, 3 nights, 4 days. Then we came back to Tokyo to the same hotel that we stayed in before, and we spent 2 remaining days there, and then we went home. We decided at a certain point that we were just gonna like pack a little bit light for our trip to Osaka, and we were gonna... Is this Fuga? No. We decided we should just pack light for our Osaka trip, and just like find something to do with our suitcases while we were like away. Like we'd leave our suitcases in Tokyo. The hotel, however, did not have like bag storage that was more than 24 hours. So we had to figure out something to do with them. Eventually what we figured out is we did like luggage forwarding from our hotel to our hotel. Because we were coming back to the same hotel, the Appa Roppongi 6. We used their luggage forwarding thing, where basically what they did was they took our bags sat in like a storage warehouse for like 3 days, and then the bags came back to the hotel. There was a little bit of like a sketchiness at first, because we were worried if we were gonna even be able to do this at all. We kind of went into this travel Osaka day without a real plan for what we were going to do with our bags, and we kind of just hoped. But eventually it did work out. The Appa Roppongi. Eventually it did work out. There was a very nice guy at the front desk of the Roppongi Hotel who understood what we were doing, and we like worked with him to kind of get it done. It a little bit seemed like we had shown the hotel staff a life hack. Like, the vibe I got, like, they let us do it, but the vibe I got is that they a little bit were like, no one's ever done this before. Like, I can't imagine how that could be, and maybe they were just confused that we were coming back here instead of, like, having our luggage forwarded to, like, the airport or something, which is originally what they thought we were doing. But I think they realized we had found the loophole, because the hotel themselves do not store luggage for like longer than a certain time. But eventually we got that ironed out, and we bag forwarded from the hotel to the hotel, so that our bags would be kept somewhere while we were in Osaka. And then we got on the bullet train, guys, the Shinkansen in Yokohama Station, to go to Osaka. Now, doesn't this sound exciting? Hi, Sis, don't you think this sounds exciting? Well, at the Shinkansen station, when it came to buy our tickets, there were 2 types of tickets you could buy. One was reserved, and one was unreserved. We were like, well, we didn't reserve a ticket, but this is probably like if you want to reserve a seat, but we didn't know if that would be more expensive or not. We didn't know how it worked. So we just went, all right, we'll just click unreserved, like the train leaves in like 30 minutes. So we did that. We got to the platform, and what reserved versus unreserved is I guess it's pretty self-explanatory. If you reserve a seat, then you get a seat to sit down in. But if you don't, you sit in the unreserved train, which I'm sure sometimes isn't crowded, but on our day was fucking packed. And so we ended up having to stand for like probably about an hour or so of the 2-hour bullet train ride, which was really like annoying, and we were kind of really fucking worried about at first. And then ended up being fine because eventually at the next stop, a bunch of people got off the train and we were able to sit down for like the rest of the adventure. But the thing I was most bummed about was that we wouldn't be able to like look at the scenery for that long, just because like, you know, the scenery on the Shinkansen is like cool, just because you're really fucking moving fast. I definitely pulled up my Apple Maps while we were on the train, and like even though you zoom way out so you can see like the whole country, you can see that little dot moving like you're walking. It's like, I don't know if it, this is what I was saying. I was like, I don't know if anybody ever like noticed this before, but this shit's pretty fucking fast. It didn't feel like markedly different than like a normal train, though. I definitely felt my ears kind of like get like a little poppy sometimes, just because again, you're flying. But it was cool to like close my phone and open it up 10 minutes later and see that we were like you know, like miles and miles and miles. Yeah, I don't know, K-Man. I guess we forgot this tip. The things we took from you were mostly horse-based. The only thing Bobo remembered from what you told her was that you ate horse. And so any piece of meat on top of rice that was anywhere from the range of pink to red, even if it was clearly tuna, Bobo had to make sure that it wasn't horse. It's always tuna. It was always tuna. Every time it was tuna. Anyway. But the standing wasn't so bad. It was pretty bad, but at least we didn't have to stand the whole way. Bobo sat just because she was sick at this point. Here's Pixel. This is maybe after we sat down. Eventually, Bobo found a grotto. That's what we started calling this. Yeah, tip 1, eat a Kane horse. Tip 2, there is no other horse. You can see Sorakara-chan Wanda. Eventually, Bobo, wormed her way into this little luggage grotto. And she also fell asleep in here. We had to wake her up when people had left their seats, in front of us on the train. And when we did that, she thought I was telling her that we were getting off. So she starts walking off the train. And Odin had to be like, does she know we're not getting off here? So then we were like, no, Bubba, we're still on the train. But then we all sat down and it was fine. Not pictured in the photo, but right here, there were 4 seats that were facing inwards towards each other, like the fun seats that we should have been able to sit in. And 4 of the most annoying American tourists were sitting in them. They were very loud. They were talking about One Piece. One of them said that the most emotional moment in One Piece was when Luffy and Sabo reunited in Dressrosa, and I wanted to barf. Is it a good moment? Yes, but the most emotional moment in One Piece? They were talking about, I don't know, Buggy D Clown was mentioned at one point. This is the kind of takes we're dealing with here. All of your most, boilerplate takes, basically. But anyway, so that was annoying, and they were loud. But eventually we got to sit down, and we will never make the mistake to get the unreserved seats again. I actually don't think they were even any more expensive. I don't know why you can even get them, but maybe they were a little bit less expensive. Anyway, here's Nagoya. This is sort of what it was like to be on the train. We were passing by Nagoya. That was the first big station, I think, was Nagoya. There's more stuff from the train. Pixel got this little bento. I also got a bento box that was half sushi and half fried chicken. And that was good. I also got an unsweetened green tea at the convenience store because I wanted to feel like a real Japanese businessman. Reserve seats, you had to pick a strict train time? Ah, I see. Okay. No, Meech Day is coming up in like 10 minutes, sis. Pretty positive I'm getting into Beyblade. But anyway, so we got some snacks. Bobo got the chocolate coronet, like they eat on Lucky Star. And also just like as like a common snack, but if you've seen Lucky Star, the whole first episode is them arguing about how to eat a chocolate coronet. It's infamous, sort of. Here's more scenery, more scenery. Again, we're on the way from Tokyo to Osaka. It's about 2 hours by bullet train. This was after we sat. This is a nice scenery here. This was a portent of what was to come. One of the train lines in... I guess it would have been... Did we not do this in Kyoto, though? I don't know. There was a tie-in with Kirby for this Hankyu train line that they had at least somewhere out here. And Pixel took a picture of it. More on that later. Anyway, this is Osaka. This is probably the walk from the station to the hotel. This was in the hotel. So our Osaka hotel was very cool. It used to be a love hotel. It was converted from a love hotel into a like business like commercial hotel. There were condoms in the bedside table. I think when we were booking the tickets, I think there was supposed to be like free vibrators too. I didn't find any free vibrators, but I did find condoms. There were little gachapons you could buy of this like strange artwork of all of these. It was some Japanese artist did all of the like wall artwork for this hotel. There were little gachapons you could get of his art, and I should have gotten one. There was one that was like this kind of funky, like bowing Oni that I liked. I should have got it. But this is their little mascot. Was this little cute Godzilla? There were these things like this big Buddha like all over the wall. There were like everything had these weird teeth. This was the guy's art. This was based on a Beatle. I would assume it's Paul. He said this was based on a Beatles album that his friend had given him. Anyway, this hotel owned. Actually, here's some good footage of it. So this was outside. They had a little light thing that shone down. This is the lobby. This was the guy that I wanted the... I think it was a pin you could get of him. Pixie! Sorry, but to break it down. So upon walking in, again, these are some of the rooms. We were on the, I think we were on the, were we on the third floor? The hotel was very small. But the room, surprisingly, way bigger than the room at APA Roppongi. Even though that hotel had 6 buildings. The room was spacious compared to our Tokyo hotel. The hotel itself was just very tiny. It was just like a little like sliver building on the side of on the side of a street. But anyway, we came in originally from down there. This door on the right, that's where the hotel staff were. I swear every single time I was in the hotel, it was just this one woman at the front. Like, this is the front desk, basically. I think you're supposed to call on that phone. But really what would happen is she would just come running out of that door anytime like there was like enough noise in the lobby, just in case someone needed something. It was sort of peculiar. Over here they had like a bunch of complimentary stuff. This is where they had complimentary hot C, aka hot cocoa. which Bobo got, I think, every single time we passed this thing. She would always be like, I'm getting hot C. They had welcome Pepsi. We had welcome drink. Odin and I got welcome Pepsi. And then, yeah, so the rooms, again, the rooms were very... Is there a picture of them? Here's the room. The bed's over here. But, like, you have this, like, you walk in over here. You have this whole room space. This is the bathroom. This is the toilet. This is the bathroom. Had like the traditional like Japanese bathroom where the whole bathroom is the shower basically, and the shower head just comes off the wall. But it also had a bathtub, and the bathtub had a TV in there. You could watch anime in the bath. And then the sink and that stuff was over here. The worst thing about the Osaka hotel is stink. It was a little stinky. Only over here by the sink for some reason. I think it must have had something to do with the plumbing in the building or something. But when we walked in, the scent of incense was very strong, which we were fine with because none of the rooms in this hotel are non-smoking, and we were really worried it was going to smell smoky. But it did not smell smoky. It smelled like incense. And I like incense. I was fine with that. But I think really the reason that the incense was so strong on the first day is after it started to wear off, just this area over here by the sink smelled like sewer water, kind of. It didn't smell by the bed. It didn't smell in the toilet. It didn't smell in the bathroom, fortunately. But it smelled like right over here. Like if you were standing over here, you would smell it. And again, I think it just has something to do probably with the building. But that was the only thing I did not like about the Osaka hotel. Everything else about it was great. The bathroom was nice. Welcome Jazz Fest. Welcome Pepsi is a recession indicator. We bathed. We showered. There was a couch. This is the arm of the couch here. That Meech did sleep on. I felt bad about that because I should have offered Meech the bed, I think. I don't think he would have taken it, but I should have offered him the bed because there was not like there was not a second set of bed sheets. And Meech kind of just had to like sleep with like his like sweater and like this cope blanket here I think he used. And it couldn't have been super comfortable for him. But I don't know, he was a good sport about it. It didn't seem like it was like too terrible. But yes, Meech slept on the couch. They had breakfast every morning at this hotel. The breakfast, like, it was very nice that they offered it. To me, it was a little cope getting it every morning. I don't think the breakfast itself was cope, but I think I was coping by trying to eat it. I got pancakes most of the days, which were fine, and a sausage that was like kind of funky. And again, I had egg, like an omelet kind of thing another day. And again, I just don't like runny egg, like Japanese omelet runny egg. I think it's gross. So waking up at like 7:30 in the morning and trying to eat that, it was cope, is all I'm saying. It was cope. But anyway, here's the bed. Here's a shot of in the bathroom. They had this little stool and like the little wash basin thing for you to wash your hair. Here's some of the outside of the hotel. It was cute. I loved the hotel. If you're ever in Osaka, I would recommend it. I think it was called Sakura Kito or something. Osaka Joe Sakura Kito. No, I don't like runny egg. I like like a runny, like if you have like a hard-boiled egg or something, I like that. Like if the yolk is runny, I like that. I like omelets. But the way that they do like half omelet, half like goop omelet in Japan, I'm not a fan of it. Okay, but so then we went out to, what did we do? So this is before we met up with Meech. We napped for a little bit. Yeah, it's like an undercooked scramble, and it's not like seasoned or anything really. So it's like just egg. Like if I'm gonna do scrambled eggs, I usually will put like cheese and stuff in it also, and throw a lot of salt and pepper on there and stuff. But this was like just egg. Okay, so we went out to another book off. Bubba went to Daiso. Actually, something incredibly important happened there. Here's some book off stuff. Here's us in the Daiso. This Daiso, which again, if you weren't here last time or are tuning in, Daiso is like a dollar store. Everything there is like a couple hundred yen. This Daiso is where Pixel bought the buzzer. Pixel got this buzzer that was like the kind you use in quiz games that had like the ping pong on like one side and it had the on another side. Pixel bought that buzzer at this Daiso. Blessed pickup or cursed pickup depending on who you were. But we had a blast with this thing. We sent a bunch of Snapchats with it. Pixel brought it to Universal the next day and did it when we were waiting for this Pokemon show, and the people in front of us who were Japanese, the people in front of us loved it. The buzzer was a clutch pickup at this Daiso for 300 yen. Again, a lot of the buzzer shenanigans got put on Snapchat or something. There was one time though, Pixel and I eventually found the comedy in like pressing the X button for like literally 1 second, so it just went like. There was one time when, this is after we got back to Tokyo, we were watching TV, and a song came on the TV, and I was like, oh, this is from Demon Slayer. And without even saying anything, Pixel went, like that cracked us up also. Like how short you could make the X buzzer. So we had a lot of fun just like messing with it. Anyway, this was some restaurant. We got scared out of going in here. This was some kind of fish restaurant. We thought it was sushi, but I think it was just seafood. It doesn't really like look it from outside, but this is a very fancy place. And it was also packed, so I feel like that means it was pretty good. But we could not read the menu to this restaurant, and we sort of spooked ourselves out of trying to go here. So instead... Hell fucking yeah. Instead, we went to Kura, which is another conveyor belt sushi chain, and we met up with Meech. And yeah, it was fun hanging out with Meech. We met up with Meech at Kura. This is like the first thing we did. Here's the boys toasting our little highballs. Here's a picture of all of us at Kura. And this was... definitely one of the highlights of the trip because no one in our group has ever in person met Meech before. Originally, we wanted to try to see if we could get out to where Meech lives, or closer out to where he lives. But it didn't work out super well with our schedule. Like, again, we were just, like, really busy. So Meech trained in that night and stayed in Pixel and my hotel room. And then he came to Universal with us the next day. And so that was great. It was great to see him. It was I felt there was really like no awkwardness. Like it felt like we just kind of gelled like you would with anybody in the group meeting them, even though it was the first time. And so that was fun. So we ate at Kura. Did we commit any faux pas here? I don't think so. Yeah, that's the thing is like we've known him for such a long time. We were reminiscing about that at dinner where I was like, Meech, I think I knew you when you were like 17, and he was like, yeah, I think that's about right. Like Meech, he's only I think a little bit older than like Will. That's so goose. But so like again, like when I was thinking about me, like Meech is one of the first people in this group that I remember like even interacting with at all. We interacted on a forum that Odin had, like, this was, like, way back in the day, like, 2012, 2013. Like, before the whole Puddle Plains group even, like, was really formed. And then Meech definitely was, like, he was like one of the people that was like in that friend group basically. So again, extremely long time coming, and it was a lot of fun to like finally get to meet him and hang out with him. At this Kura Sushi, they were doing a Sonic Crossworlds tie-in where you could get the Kura race car for Shadow if you brought your game to Kura Sushi or something. That was bizarre. There was like a screen, like a TV over here, that was playing this ad for Sonic Crossworlds where you could get the Kura car for Shadow. And we sat out here for a long time waiting for like Pixel and Meech, and I think even maybe Bobo at one point. We sat outside Kura waiting for a long time, and that that ad played like 100 times. And also the thing at Kura that like buzzed or like beeped when your number was up was like extremely deep fried and loud, like the speaker for this like ping pong thing when your order was called. And so that was very annoying also. That was like the first thing Meech said when we got there, was like, oh my god. It's like, it's so deep fried. It was grating on the ears. At Kura, instead of at the other conveyor sushi place we ate at earlier in the trip, you put in your orders on this little tablet, and then they just like shoot down the way to you. At Kura, it actually had the revolving like sushi items that you could take off the conveyor belt that you didn't even need to like order. So that was a little more fun. Bobo definitely was once again very afraid of horse, even though everything she asked about was always just tuna. It was always tuna. The answer was, no matter what, was tuna. I also kept trying to egg her into getting the natto sushi with me, which we did not end up getting. I did not want to try natto, but if Bobo was going to do it, I would have done it with her. But I know she wouldn't have liked it, because I know I wouldn't have liked it either. Kura also has a little thing where if you get 5 plates, you can slide them into this little plate return thing, and then it runs like a gachapon game. You can get gachapon capsules of like these little Kura mascots from doing this, just from eating your meal. And so we did that. Nobody won at this trip, but more on that later. But that was it. It was fun. Me and Pixel and Meech had some bevies. I don't know what this is. Why did we take a picture of this? I don't know where. This must have been what Bobo bought at Daiso. She bought this little doll. This Ja socks. It's Ja! Okay, but we got back to the hotel room, and I was like, you know, Pixel, we got Meech here? Like, what if we went out to Dotonbori? It was probably like 10, maybe. At least by the time we got down there, it was probably like 10 p.m. We had to go to Universal in the morning, like get up early as fuck. We were like, nah, fuck it. Let's go to Dotonbori. We're here in Osaka. We just got here. I gave Junie the doll. Wonder. Yeah, this is where we got the red bean mochi. That was good. It wasn't disgusting. It was tasty. So then we went out into the town. Dotonbori is really cool. I would have liked to spend even more time there, even though we went twice. But both times there, I was impressed. I was telling this to Bobo. It felt very much like it. Like I think it kind of has like boardwalk vibes almost. If you go to like the Jersey Shore or even like where we were at in Myrtle Beach, kind of, I got vibes of like something like that in Dotonbori. There's just like a lot of like kitschy kind of like statues outside of restaurants, and like just like eye-catching like weird stuff there. So there was this pirate statue. This night we kept thinking we were in Dotonbori and we weren't there yet. Like a number of times we were like, here it is, and then it's not where it was. We continued to walk further, and it became even more and more like wild, kind of. This is also the night where I only had 300 yen, which was not actually true. I had like a couple thousand yen. And that was, it was not the only yen I had left. It was what I had on me. I had a couple thousand yen on my person in cash. But the joke was just that I kept having less and less yen to my name.
We're out here in Dotonbori, getting there with my boy Snack, with my boy Meech, and your boy Pix. Oh, why is it so bright? What the
Help, I only have 300 yen.
We're out here in
That's sort of the vibe of the night. We also were not yet in Dotonbori. We weren't there yet when Pixel sent this Snapchat. We were not there. But anyway, we had some shenanigans. We got some laughs, some good yucks, some good chuckles between the fellas. This was me imitating this picture of this guy that looked like me. He doesn't really look that much like me, but from afar he did. So I had to take a picture where I was like trying to illustrate that this guy looked like me, kind of. The face he's making is like the kind of like a face that I would make. He exuded my energy when I saw the billboard of him. This was like an anime shop we went into. This had a bunch of shirts. I think I actually didn't really realize this until I think we were in this a second time. Hey, also, look at this little statue of the goat down here. They got Supreme Kai in here? I didn't even see this. I didn't know they had that. I might have bought him. I might have bought Supreme Kai if I had seen this. Anyway, yeah, here's 5. Up here they had, these were crazy. These were like kind of like Letterman jacket style, but they had these like big, I don't know what you call these, like sewn anime murals on the back, almost like kind of a Yakuza jacket, but they were all anime, and those were insane. This one, it was a Godzilla. I joked about buying that for my dad at one point, but I didn't. Yeah, they got the, well, this is the drink, the young drink, the juice box. I don't see the parfait. I should have bought Supreme Kai. I didn't even see him down there. Look, he's like hiding. Anyway, we went in here with Meech. Oh, we took a picture of this because we saw Lady Bo. I remember going uncommon character when we when we saw this. Uncommon character, because just like Lady Bo, like I don't know, it's just kind of weird. You wouldn't expect to see that with the other Mario stuff. Here's me. I really wanted a picture in front of this big crab. The big crab was something I knew was in Dotonbori. I knew about the big crab. I wanted a picture in front of it. This store was not open by the time we got here. There's also more than one of these big crabs. There was one a little further down the street, I think this way, that actually was open, at least the second time we were there. And I know his legs, I think, are supposed to move, like his legs and claws, but I didn't see that happening. But this is the big crab. This was cool. This is just like the kind of stuff they have down there. This big takoyaki thing. This is the other big crab. This is the one that was open when we were there the second time. Because we went there with Odin and Bobo also. This is the... So... This is a giant multi-floor Don Quixote that is right on the other side of a bridge from an even more gigantic Don Quixote that has a Ferris wheel in it. There, unless this is just like an ad for that Don Quixote, but I don't think it is. I think you can go into this Don Quixote too. There are like dueling Don Quixotes on both sides of like that bridge that Majima like breakdances with that guy on. And the other Don Quixote that's not even this one is even bigger, and it has a Ferris wheel in it. So this is insane. Here's more scenery.
Dotonbori, we found it this time. We're in the right.
This is again this bridge. This guy was playing Spirited Away. The song from, what is it called? Like Summer's Day or something? The song from the beginning of Spirited Away, he was playing on the piano. and it was quite lovely, actually. This is the river. We did look for Cakes Marianne. I thought I could find it. I was confident I could find where Cakes Marianne was, based on where it is in Sotenbori, which is the Yakuza version of this. But I wasn't. It had been a long time since I literally watched Zebra play that, and I could not find Cakes Marianne. Instead, I accidentally walked us past like what I believe was maybe a erotic massage bar or location, and the lady touted us. And we were like, no thank you, we're looking for Cakes Marianne. We found this is a funny picture, we found this cool hotel or maybe restaurant. I don't know, there's just like a lot of fun stuff to look at down here.
All right, we're gonna cross the
here.
river.
You could hear it here.
This is a cool area. I tried to post a Discord video earlier, but it wouldn't let me because of the file size restrictions.
But like, this is where
Never
Majima
paid for
goes.
Nitro. Remember what they took for you? There's a cat? Oh,
We saw some
it's a
kids.
little Neko. Oh, two of them.
We saw some
And
stray
this guy's
jaws.
playing Spirited Away. Yeah, it is. It's nice out here. We're gonna go find Majima.
We didn't find Majima. I think he was there in the 80s. But that was fun. We weren't there for very long, though, because everything was closing. And, no. Nothing was closing, but the trains were doing their last stop. So, Pixel was extremely insistent that we get a 100,000 yen cab ride. He wanted to get a 100,000 yen taxi, but Mish and I did not want to do that, so we decided just to leave Dotonbori and get on the train and go back. But first we took a picture of this Glico sign, which is like another iconic thing down there. This thing was like an animated mech panel on the wall or something. That was pretty cool. These fucking bozos. Anyway, that was that day. The next day we went to Universal. There's no merch cam from this day. I didn't buy anything. Okay, so the next day we went to Universal and we were cosplaying, aka kind of. I went to the ATM. I pulled out more than 300 yen. We were the DK crew on this day. Bobo was tiny. Odin was chunky. Meech, who really was a good sport about it. Meech had this. This was not like Donkey Kong themed. This was just like a brown jacket. I think this had some character on it or something. Even what was this What was this sweatshirt that Meech had? Maybe it was just like a brown sweatshirt. He was also wearing a Watam shirt. Not only fucking Meech. Not only did the shirt Meech was wearing coordinate with the sweatshirt he had on, but his shirt was Watam. His t-shirt was Watam. And then he had this DK hat that you actually could buy these at Nintendo World. And he also had a DK plushie that we brought, even though it was very big. So he was DK, Pixel was Diddy, and I was Lanky Kong. I also have, not pictured in this picture, but it's got to be somewhere in here. I also had a red nose, a red clown nose that I bought at Spirit Halloween before we left to complete my Lanky Kong inspired look. And also Bobo made me a butt patch, which you can't see because it was on my butt. But okay, so the real reason we wanted to come to USJ or Universal Studios Japan. No, I bought this as at a Spirit Halloween here before I left for the trip. We wanted to go to the Super Nintendo World, which I haven't been to anywhere. I haven't been to any of the American ones, and Bobo had, but Odin had not. Bobo went to the one in Hollywood. So Mario, Donkey Kong. We were excited. And also, USJ has a bunch, like, this is different than how our Universal is. USJ has a bunch of anime tie-ins happening, like, all the time. Like, there's stuff that at the American Universal that is not here. Like, a lot of the, like, backlot stuff, or, like, just other, like, movie properties from, like, the 90s and 80s that aren't relevant anymore. Universal Japan said, cut that shit. Keep Jaws. Keep Jaws. Get rid of everything else. They have the Jaws world. But other than that, they have Harry Potter. They have Nintendo. They have, like, an Elmo area. Despicable Me. They have Detestable Moi there. I don't know what else they have. They have the Rock and Roller Coaster. They have Jurassic Park also. But also, you know, Jurassic Park has, like, for better or worse, continued on, so. But anyway, we were excited. I've been to Universal a bunch of times in Florida. But, again, I've somehow never been to the Nintendo world. So this was going into the park. Bubba got some photos with this Elmo, this Muppet character. Or Sesame Street character. This was the 4D movie they were showing. It was some sort of Chainsaw Man movie. I would have liked to see this, but we didn't end up having time. The thing I ended up seeing was the show we saw was better than, I gotta imagine it was better than what this would have been. But I would have, if we had been able to, like, really capitalize on our time there, I would have wanted to see it. Pochita was running the box office. This was a cute restaurant that was themed towards this Pokemon Unstoppable Halloween Party, which was a show, a live music show performed by DJ Pikachu and DJ Gengar. This we did see. Also, Meech got a picture with these. Spy Family was also a thing that they were doing, like, a collab with at this point. So I guess Meech got a picture with that. I got a picture with Pikachu. So this is us on the lawn for that show. This is where the people that were sitting in front of us heard Pixel's buzzer and they loved it. And also they asked for a picture with us. Again, these were like people, they were definitely Japanese. The people who were sitting in front of us, I think maybe they were doing some kind of, like, vlogging thing or something. And they were filming the Pokemon show, and they asked if they could get a picture with our group. So somewhere out there's a picture of ya boy with his dumbass nose on in these other, like, Japanese people's picture. I think they, like, knew that we were in costume or, like, we were doing something. I don't know if they knew we were the DK crew because, like, I wouldn't expect most people to care about, like, the DK crew. Like, specifically these three characters. But they knew we were doing something, and they thought our buzzer was funny. And our buzzer was funny. Anyway, here was the Pikachu show. I also loved this. I thought this ruled. The theming of this was basically, like... Again, it was all mostly in Japanese, so I had to kind of parse the story myself. But Pikachu and Gengar were doing a little DJ show, and then these two fuckboys show up. One of them was a girl, but I think I interpreted them as being brother and sister. But these two, like, ruffians show up on these scooters, and they scooter around, they interrupt the show, and then they're like, hey, what the heck, dude? And so then those two are, like, gang leaders, basically. And they're one of their gang, the girls' gang is Litwick, and the guys' gang is Pumpkaboo. And they basically have, like, a DJ dance battle to determine who's the winner of the Unstoppable Halloween Party. And Pikachu is also there. And these guys are also there, too. But that was the plot of the show. Here's some cute footage of it. This is the opening to the show. We were a little worried that we were going to get rained out on this show because it was another dreary, drizzly day. But fortunately, we weren't. But anyway, here's I think there's more video of this too, but here's Pikachu and Gengar. These are the people were in like had these little Gengar costumes. This guy was like Pikachu's homie. He was like the MC of the event, this guy. And then oh, look how cute. And then they all started waddling onto the stage. There's Mischievous over there, Mimikyu. Look how cute. There's Bayonet. Oh, here we go. This is much better video. Oh yeah, Gengar has that shit on. You're so jelly. I was jelly too. Look at Mischievous is like on a little like I like those like this little like black part of the suit on the ground just because it's such a small like Pokemon character. But yeah, so then the teams came out. Let's see if we can get to them. Here's the teams. This was the guy and this is the girl. I don't know if they were actually brother and sister, but I assumed they were. And her team was Litwick and his was Pumpkaboo. Or Obake-cha or something is what he's called in Japan. Bake-cha. And so, like, if you were on, I think, sort of, if you were on this side, this is how I interpreted it again. If you were on this side of the stage, you were team Pumpkaboo. If you were on this side of the stage, you were team Litwick. I took this very seriously. One, I like Pumpkaboo more than Litwick, but two, I'm competitive. I wanted the Pumpkaboo guys to win. I think I was the only one in our group who did want that because the girl was very like fashion and she had Litwick. But I thought that the Pumpkaboo guys songs were better too. And they did win. They were team Boon Boon and Bake-cha. And they won the battle. They won the battle of the day. And it was so cute. Anyway, I loved that. We'll put the music back on. Yo, raw. We went to Sesame Street. We ate some food here. I almost like didn't get I got like an ice cream float that I almost like didn't get. But eventually I had to go up to the counter and like be like, "Hey, can I get it?" And it had like the ice cream had Pop Rocks in it. It was explosive. This is Sanji's restaurant, which we were not able to get into because you have to buy tickets for this like way in advance. As you can see, all times are completely sold out. But if I ever go back, I will want to get tickets for this. Because Sanji like comes out in the restaurant and it's like fun and everything. Like the Sanji character actor comes out. Not the actual voice actor, but like you know what I mean. Like a guy comes out in a suit and a blonde wig, and he's Sanji. It's like a popular thing for One Piece fans in Japan to go to, but we just didn't go. We remembered it like existed too late. But they had some cute stuff there. Frozen smoothie dedicated to Nami is cute. Then we went on Jurassic Park. So I love Jurassic Park. When we saw that the ride was open, I was like, let's go on it. This was the first time in the day, but not the worst, where we realized that the queue lines for like anything at Universal were way longer than the queue lines at Disneyland. Now, in America, this is not the case. Maybe if like an area had like recently opened in the last year or something, you'd expect long queue lines. But usually, like in my experience in Universal in Orlando, those lines are like dead a lot of the time. I've been to Universal days when like nobody was in the park at all. And this was a weekday. But the lines were long, and even Jurassic Park's line was long, which is not like the most like it does not have the biggest pull of the rides at the park. But we went on it. We waited a while. Eventually we got on it. Here's the Brachiosaurus, Stegosaurus, the Parasaurolophus. Here's Zorro from Jurassic Park. This is at another. This was at another One Piece thing. Yo, Xenoblade, Will. The Feast restaurant, which we also did not eat at, because the food isn't like super One Piece themed, really. Like, if I had gone, would I have gotten Frankie's Cajun chicken burger meal? Maybe. But we just didn't happen to go. But something really important happened in Jurassic Park. And I'm going to see if I can find a picture of it. Well, I have a picture of it. I have a picture of it. Let me find where we were. We're further down than that. I lost my nose. Isn't he known for Cajun chicken? Yeah, exactly. I lost my clown nose on Jurassic Park. You might be asking, Snack, how did this happen? Why did you think that you would be able to keep your clown nose on during the big fun drop at the end of Jurassic Park when the Tyrannosaurus comes out to get you? I don't know. Here's the picture. I have a printed, like, physical version of this picture that I'm going to show at the end, but here's the picture of us all on the back seat hitting that fun-ass big drop down on the end of Jurassic Park. I put the clown nose on during the drop because I know there's a photo op, and I thought it would be funny. And it was funny, except my nose flew off. Casually perfectly pronouncing. Well, Parasaurolophus is my favorite dinosaur. I also love dinosaurs, and I strongly believe in my ability to pronounce all of them correctly. Hence why I love this ride. My nose flew off on Jurassic Park. I don't know what I expected. I should have held on to it like I was honking the nose, but I didn't. And, you know, well, you know, I lost it. Upon leaving the ride, I was like, well, we gotta look at the pictures because I have to know if my nose is still on in the photo or if it's not, or hopefully if it's in the process of flying off. In like the 1 in like 100 chance that in this photo of us coming down the ride, my nose is flying off, I need the picture. So we went into the line, and the very first thing that the woman who is like taking like next in line for the queue says in this line is, "Oh, you were the one with the red nose." To which I just had to be like, yeah. And then the woman went, "I saw you." And I was like, oh no. Because you're not supposed to wear like hats or like things that are going to fly off on a ride because they're going to fucking fly off. And a $3 foam nose that you bought at Spirit Halloween and wore onto Jurassic Park is definitely one of those things. Fortunately, being like foam, like styrofoam, I can't imagine it really got, like it caused much of an issue to the ride. But because I felt bad about that, I bought the picture. And I have a physical version of it now. Anyway, then, though, we went to Nintendo World. Took some photos outside. Us. So fucking us right now. This is a good one. Here is, on the way in, there were some of these portraits, like Mario 64. This one is Bob on Battlefield. There was also Tiny Huge Island. Here, we were trying to get a picture of me BLJing into the portrait, which is, for those uninitiated, the backwards long jump. This was this was attempt number 1. And then here's attempt number 2, which I think this is the one we determined was the better picture. And Odin was like diving into it. Yeah, I didn't want to go into the Tiny Huge Island one. Then we found some question blocks. If you haven't been to Super Nintendo World, it exceeded my expectations, actually. I don't think pictures really do it justice. everything is moving in this land. So like there are a bunch of big like structures, like, you know, like the Mario like hills and stuff like that, where there'll be like coins and Yoshi and Goombas and all that kind of stuff. But everything is like in motion all the time, which definitely like made it feel very alive, I thought. So like all this stuff in the background is like very cool to see. In pictures, I remember thinking like obviously I would like it because I'm a big Nintendo fan, but I remember thinking it didn't look that cool. But I think in person it's a lot cooler. But anyway, here's Bobo bumping a block. If you do bump these, they do make the like bling, like coin sound. See, like again, like on this whole thing, like the Goombas move, the Koopas move, the coins rotate. It's pretty cool. The first thing we did upon coming here, I was gonna say, here we go. This is some Mario music. It's not though. This is from Miles Edgeworth Investigations. It sounded like a Mario desert theme. It was pretty crowded, but again, like not so crowded that I was like that it took me out of it. This is Kinopio's Cafe, which is Toad's Cafe. In Japan, he's called Kinopio. We did eat here. We kind of like instantly got separated getting here into the park. Upon entering Super Nintendo World, I shelled out for the $50 like cope-ass amiibo bracelet thing, which I don't feel bad about at all because I think it saved my experience of this land, kind of. I actually think the buying the dumb little amiibo bracelet thing was well worth the money. It kind of saved me when it came to having a good time here. we'll get into that. But basically what it does is you get this little bracelet that also works as an amiibo, even though the one I got was a Donkey Kong bracelet, and I already have a DK amiibo. But the little bracelet allows you to interact with things in this part of the park. And it also lets you play a little mini-game quest where there are 4 activities around the park that you can do. That if you have the bracelet, they give you these little keys, like the little Mario key items. And if you get 3 of the keys, if you do 3 of the activities, you can go into a secret room that you can only access if you buy this Cope bracelet. And in that room, you play an additional little activity. And I completed that quest, and so did Meech, because he borrowed his friend's bracelet. And again, that kind of saved the world for me. But continuing on. Here's just some more stuff. This big piranha plant was a cool set piece. This actually is one of the little mini games, but I didn't do that one because the line was kind of long. There's the Bowser Castle. That's where the Mario Kart ride is. But, so I did one of those. I did the one where you gotta roll the Goomba off the hill. And then we went to eat at the Kinopio restaurant. I was a little bit in shambles here. I was pooping. And then I tried to put my butt patch on in the bathroom. And I, like, missed our call for the restaurant. So I had to, like, run up and, like, try to explain that, like, my friends were already in there. And then I ran in there, and then I realized I left my backpack. No, I like just met them, and then I realized I left my backpack in the bathroom, so I had to run out and run back in and explain to the lady that whoops, I fucked up. In Super Nintendo World, the Donkey Kong area has this too. There are Pikmin hidden in the park. There's one. Here's Mario and Luigi. Here was my first big disappointment from this world. Mario and Luigi and also Peach were out, available to meet. Going out for dinner. Pixel is doing so much stuff lately, you guys. Hey, Pixel, have fun. Meanwhile, I'm sitting in my house and being sick. Mario and Luigi and Peach were out, available to meet and take pictures with. But they were weird about the lines for this, and they kept, like, cutting off the lines. and so I didn't get to take a picture with any of them, even though I wanted to take a picture with all of them. Eventually, it started raining, and so they all, like, went in. And Donkey Kong never even came out because it was too wet for him. Or at least by the time we made it to Donkey Kong, he wasn't there. Here's Bobo taking a picture with the MILF lantern. Or MILF streetlight. This is in the restaurant. There's these cute little videos on these screens. I was impressed by these because they really are kind of like indented into this wooden thing like a real window would be. It's immersive. It was cute. This is the fish and bones meal, zebra, lol. Here's some of the power-ups. This is where you order your food. I just thought this was cute. We were number 1 somehow for our order. The people directly behind us, number 78. But somehow we were 1. Here's us with our little drinks. This drink that Bobo got, I also got, and it was actually really tasty. It was like a lemonade drink. It's another thing in the cafe. This is the big main room where you eat. On these screens on the wall, little animations and stuff play of the characters running around and stuff. At one point, when we were there, Bowser attacked, which was very fun. The sky gets dark and he flies in on his airship and like starts blasting. Bullet bills fly all over the place. This little Toad kitchen part over here, the toads all run away and the bullet bills like fly through the kitchen and stuff. So it's just like a cute little event that happens. I think this is the picture taken at the table. We were all doing the wahoo. You have to wahoo like this like everywhere you go in Nintendo World. They don't even let you, like if you want to play the little bracelet minigame, they don't let you play until you wahoo. You have to wahoo to be given admittance. But here are the meals. Pixel got this Yoshi pasta. This is the meal I got, the Mario fucking burger, which was actually pretty good. It had this sauce on it that was quite good, and some mushrooms, and it was good. Fries, obviously. Yeah, no, I'm glad we were okay, too. When I saw Bowser start to show up, I was scared for my life. And then I got this little cake, too. Oh, this is Bobo's version. Oh, here's some footage of the...
No, Bowser's coming! Oh, no!
Ah! See, she's telling him to do the okie dokie.
No, Bowser's
Also, at the very end
coming.
of this thing, fucking who else but fuck-ass Luigi, like, skittered through here, and he jumped into the pipe, and he was like spooked. He was visibly shaken by the event. He was acting like he was helping, but he was not. He was just running around scared. Fucking Luigi. Anyway, the highlight of this meal for me was this layer cake goal pole thing, which I think is a great idea. It's adorable. It was tasty. It was like surprisingly a lot. Like Pixel had to help me finish it. But I think of the like themed food, like theme park or like themed cafe food, this meal was easily the best one for me. The burger was good and the cake was good and it was just good, kind of. The drink was good. None of it felt cope or like fake food. This down here, I think this was like a prune or something, and you were meant to eat this with the cake, which I did, and it was tasty. But I specifically remember Pixel describing this as Mario's blood clot, which is just truly disgusting. But Pixel went, what is it, like Mario's blood clot? And then we were making a bunch of jokes about like, what if there was a game where sometimes Mario just like running along the way could just go like brrr, and like die, and you'd be like, what happened? And like flipping through the manual and then being like, oh, it was Mario sometimes can get blood clots. It must have been Mario's blood clot that killed me. So I don't know, that we were laughing about that. It was funny. This was in the store, the gift shop in Nintendo World. This cute little Mario with baby Mario and Yoshi plushie. I bought some stuff in there. Here, this is one of the mini games I played. You had to roll this crank and roll Goomba. I really think this stuff is great. It's so cute. You have to, you can play this without the bracelet, but this is one of the activities that you do with the bracelet. You roll this little crank, and the faster you roll it, it rolls the hill, and then eventually Goomba falls back into the bottom. I don't know if it's even possible to lose this one, but there is some level of, time. If you crank harder, he will fall. Yeah, blood clot. Anyway, after that, though, we went into Bowser's fucking lair to play Mario Party, or to play, the Mario Kart ride. Oh, I guess Pixel and Meech went into the Lucky House, too. I didn't even see this. Let's see how Pixel does. Look at him. I did not... Excuse me. I did not end up doing this, but... Alright, right on the leaf picks. Oh! Raw, he's gonna do it. Yay! Hilarious. There was also this one where if you bumped all of the blocks, with the right lights lighting up, then it plays a little song. I know at least it plays the underwater theme. Oh, there's the underground theme. Pixel has his buzzer with him. Here, Odin and Bobo briefly went into the DK area, but we did not go in yet. If you were talking about skill, watch this skill. This was the POW block minigame. In this one, what you had to do was there was a Koopa shell that would go back and forth between these pipes, and you had to bump the POW block right when the shell was in the middle, and then so it would come out the top pipe, and then it would knock Koopa off the top of the thing. Watch this shit. Watch how I nail it in one.
Oh!
Crushed. Destroyed. Woo! Gaming. I think I got the easy variant on this game, though, because sometimes the shell is slow. Meech got the slow shell one, and he had to get it on, the last bump. His was way harder than mine. Anyway, though, after that, we all reconvened, and we went into the Mario Kart ride. When I tell you guys, the queue for this ride was over 2 hours long. This was 2 hours worth of standing to get into this ride. Fortunately, I thought that the area you went through was pretty cool most of the time. But this comes down to the main issue that all of us had with Universal Studios Japan, which is that this was the most crowded place in all of Japan that we had been and would go to. Later on, after we got out of this ride, 2.5 hours, Meech had to leave at 6:30ish. This was at least a third of his time at Universal. Most of his time at the park was standing with us in this line, which he was a good sport about, but I felt bad about that. Odin and Bobo didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to Meech because lines everywhere were super long. And then after the sun went down, because it was Halloween time, Universal was doing their Halloween night thing. And the streets got so incredibly crowded. There were ghouls in the park because it's the Halloween thing, so people in masks were running around scaring people. There were Chainsaw Men outside of the Chainsaw Man movie. There was Thriller. It was basically... Pixel and I saw the One Piece show, but we basically didn't need to because Thriller Bark was happening in the park. It was so... You had to, fight your way through the crowd. It was so incredibly crowded. And it definitely hurt the experience of being at the park. And so again, the long lines and the very crowded streets were definitely the big downside to Universal Japan. But the good parts about this, at least, the queue had all this cool Bowser stuff. Here's the Mario Kart 8 trophies, which is cool. Big Mario Kart 8 fans. They also had a lot of the Mario Kart 8 like advertising stuff, like all these cute things. The ride is like the queue for the ride. Here's a big dip. The queue for the ride is sort of like half Mario Kart and then half Bowser stuff. No, good, fine. All right, let's see. We got here. We're rating the courses. This is the Mario Kart TV van. Again, this is a cute prop, but we stood around this van for, I swear, like an entire hour. What is this? Oh. It lost its appeal quickly. Here's Pixel messing with the console. And then it goes into this cooler room, definitely, which was like Bowser's library. If they were going to do a room where you had to wait for like an entire hour, it definitely should have been this room. This room had a bunch of very cute little Easter eggs, and like there were funny things written on the spines of the books. There was this cute like Mario Galaxy mobile thing. Here's Bowser's like rules rules to be in a baddie. Never admit faults. Never say you're sorry. Direct orders. Are you in charge? There was all kinds of cute stuff like this. And all in English, too. Except that they called him Koopa. So here's, like, his schematics for all of his weaponry. These are, like... This is what happens in the Mario Kart ride as you battle the Koopalings. Is there any other cute stuff we took pictures of? I think maybe this is the track you race on. This was a different room where this is like his little lab. And it has like the photo booths. This is his throne. Like you see how like there's stuff on the spines on these books? There are like a ton of books like that, and a lot of them are funny also. A lot of stuff about how he's just like an asshole kind of. And then he has Peach's picture on his throne. Hilarious. This was the like manufacturing room. This is closer to the actual ride. Again, very cool. Not worth a 2.5 hour queue. And the ride also was not worth it, even though the ride I thought was pretty fun. In the ride, you wear these visor things, which show like you like shoot shells at like the other racers or the Koopalings and stuff. All of that is like VR basically, kind of, or you know, it's like AR basically. No, we didn't get the fast pass. We didn't think it would be that bad. This was like AR screens, and you like did stuff on there. But also the ride has a bunch of practical stuff too that you're like racing through this area. It also had the Mii costumes. Hilarious. And so that was that. It was a fun little ride. Yeah, I don't think the fast pass lines were particularly faster. It was just crowded. It was so fucking crowded. It was the most crowded theme park I've ever been to. It must have just, maybe it was just the day, or I really think it also could have been the Halloween thing that was bringing people to it. Because all of the Halloween stuff I thought was, like, I normally like that kind of stuff with like people in like, you know, like ghoul costumes and like zombies in the park and all that. Like parks here do that too. And I think it's fun usually, but it was just so crowded. It was crazy. Anyway, here's us going to the Donkey Kong Country world. Something I noticed immediately is that, unlike the Super Mario world, where there is a bunch of music they play, in Donkey Kong Country, they, like, only play, like, the Jungle Hijinks song. So, going through this pipe was magical, because I could hear it like the drums and everything, and I was like, we're going to Donkey Kong, we're going to Donkey Kong. But I think if I had to spend a long time here, it would have driven me insane, kind of. Because they only play that one song. But here's just some cool stuff. This is video footage of it.
Yo, monkey's playing.
So, like, obviously, like, very charming and fun still. I love Donkey Kong, and I loved this area. I thought it was very cool. Unfortunately, though, here's the unfortunate part. Fucking Donkey Kong was not out to take pictures with people because of the rain, and the ride was under maintenance. So we did not get to ride the DK minecart ride, which I was pretty disappointed about. Because now if I want to ride it, I'll probably have to go to Universal fucking Orlando, which I would do again, but it was a bummer. And it definitely hurt the trip to Universal for all of us. However, there was some silver lining for me. So we did take a cute picture here with all of us. Just being goofy outside of DK's jungle, the treehouse. Here we were doing our poses of our characters. I think Odin, I think, is supposed to be looking like he's going like tiny. And then we in Donkey Kong Land, if you have the little bracelet, you can collect the Kong letters, which I did do. They're pretty easy to find. Here's Meech sitting on a barrel. Here's some little blue Pikmin outside the roller coaster.
We're in the secret.
But there were some silver linings for me, at least. DK Land just kind of being a big photo op was a bummer. But again, I bought the $50 bracelet, and I completed all 3 of the mini games I needed to do. The third one that we didn't take video of was a co-op mini game where me, Meech, and these 2 like 7-year-old girls played this game together, because they just assigned us to go in together. We played this game where we had to touch question panels on the wall to turn them into exclamation points, and you had to get them all before the timer ran out. And sometimes it would be like one would flip another, so you had to kind of be strategic about it. It was definitely the hardest game of any of these little mini games. And when I tell you these girls carried. Because it was cooperative. It was 4 people on a team because it was this big panel of things. The girls carried, and we managed to win with like 1 second remaining, and that was fun. So after that, we all did high fives, and then Meech and I went into this area, which is Bowser Jr.'s little lair. And you can only get in here if you have the bracelet and if you've done the 3 key minigames.
We're in the secret Bowser Jr.
But this was a lot of fun, actually.
We're in the secret Bowser Jr.'s lair. Me and Meech, because I paid $50 for this little plastic wristband.
I borrowed mine from my friend.
And Meech didn't pay any money. We got to go on a magical quest to win 3 mini games. And now we're here to we already defeated Bowser. It was so free. Now we're here to kick a baby's bud. We're in the secret Bowser.
Anyway, this was the secret Bowser Jr.'s lair. You can see he's got his little paintbrush. He's got his clown car. He's got some Mecha Koopas. There's graffiti all over the walls and stuff. It was cute. If you bump the little Bowser Jr. box, then something happens in here. I think it plays his little laugh, and this thing changes color. Yeah, we defeated Bowser in the in the Mario Kart ride. You beat Bowser, and then we came here to finish the job. to kill we killed the father, and now we came to destroy his offspring too, to make sure that the evil ends today. So we had to take a picture with the clown car, obviously. Here's the little Karibo shoe. The mini game in here was a little game you play on a screen where it's like an iToy kind of thing, and you flail your arms around to like knock the bob-ombs out of the way and like do stuff. It was okay. It wasn't that fun. But the area was cute. It felt special that I got to come in here and do that. And then when you win, you get the letter from Peach. Yo. When you win, you come in here and you get the letter from Peach that, like, you did it. So that was fun. Anyway, this is Harry Potter. Bobo went there. I didn't even end up going there. We had to walk Meech back to the front gate, which again was very stressful because the park was so fucking crowded. And then we had to say our goodbyes pretty quickly, and then we had to be off to this theater because, guys, peak happened. Pixel and I saw the One Piece premiere show. Now, I don't know if Sizz is back, but I think I'm going to take another bathroom break here real quick because Sizz needs to see this 4-minute, 20-second video. The One Piece premiere show was fucking awesome. I can't wait to talk about it and also show you this video. I'll be right back, though. I'm going to pee again, and I'm going to get more water. Whoops. Somebody get Sizz. All right, I'm batch. Sizz, where are you, Sizz? Anyway, I guess just before... I'm sorry. Anyway, I just... oh, sorry. Anyway, actually... sorry. Anyway, before we talk about the... before we talk about the One Piece thing, again, we had to walk Meech to the... and to the exit of the park because he had to go. And again, just want to say how fun it was to like meet Meech and like hang out. Again, if you're for the unaware, this is someone who we met. Again, like I've known on the online for a really long time, like over 10 years. And at the point in time where we like talked or like, you know, like chat, like talked online, like through Skype or something, very few of us had actually ever met each other. At the time that we met, Meech lived here in America. I think he lived in, like, Massachusetts or something. But his dad's Japanese, and his family moved to Japan. So again, he's never been to, like, one of the many meetups that we now have done over the years. We really only have just known him from online. So being able to be in Japan and, like, that fact that he was willing to, like, come out, and I mean, like, it was fun to do, but to come out and do this and, like, meet us was great. It was a lot of fun getting to hang out with him and talk about Watam. But then, so we parted ways with Meech. It was sort of a rushed goodbye, which kind of sucked, but it was fine. And then we did the One Piece show. The One Piece premiere show was insane. It was at least an hour long. It was really long. It was an entire story. I'm actually not sure what this video is, but let's check it out. This is a Pixels video. This must be the beginning of this show. No, this I think is just... I think I have... Not to any disrespect to Pixel, I think I have a better quality version of this video. This is the end of the show. So you weren't allowed to take any photos or anything while the show was going, except for at the very end you could take video of... There was like a, like a curtain call kind of thing where the characters ran around in the crowd and ran around on the stage, and they all, like, ran around, and it was cool. And you could take video of that. But the One Piece premiere show was crazy. Usopp drove around on a jet ski at one point. There were high dives that were performed. There was pyrotechnics at this show. Whenever Sanji would do one of his kick attacks, these big fireworks would shoot off and, like, flames would appear. This, like, all of these things around the, like, side of this arena, like, lit up when a character was, like, doing a move or doing something. It was loud. It was crazy. It was very goose. There was a whole story. There was an invented marine character. His name was Snitcher. And the plot of the story basically is... I guess this guy Snitcher knows the most about all the pirates on the Grand Line. So, Snitcher meets Bartolomeo is like the first character that appears in the show. Bartolomeo has this fake homie, who, like, he spoke entirely in English. It wasn't like Gambia or anybody, like, actually on Bartolomeo's crew. He was just Bartolomeo's guy. Like, they were always together. He spoke in very exaggerated, like, flamboyant English, and it was just bizarre, but it was funny. So Snitcher goes to Bartolomeo, and he's like, hey, come invite Luffy to this party or something. And then he also goes to Buggy, and he tells Buggy that he knows where, like, the last road poneglyph is or something. So again, like, this is end game level stuff that's going on in this play. So Buggy and Luffy both show up at the same place basically, and they start, like, fighting just because, they just are there. It turns out that Snitcher is actually he's not like an undercover, like, he's not just like a know-it-all guy. He's an undercover marine, like, captain who has the power to reverse any event that happens. And his goal is to have Luffy and Buggy, who are, like, two of the four emperors, right? His goal is to get Luffy and Buggy to wipe each other out so that he can create, in his words, the next Marineford. This made-up Universal Studios Japan character, he's trying to stoke a fight between two of the Emperors of the Sea to create the next Marineford. Where Pixel and I instantly were like, bro, you're in the Universal show. Calm down, man. like, who the fuck is this guy? Which is, like, really funny. So there's this whole thing. Chopper gets kidnapped. Luffy and Buggy eventually get, like, caught in this jail cell. All of Buggy's parts get, like, lost. And so Luffy, like, just has his head for part of it. his arm gets attached to some guy, and then like some of his other his legs get found by some. I think by Sword is in this also. Kobe and the entirety of like his Kobe crew are in this. Like Hibari, Gruss, Kujaku, they're all in this also. There's like 20 characters in this show. There's this part where Snitcher like uses his reverse powers to, I think, reverse Luffy's like memory, and like Kid Luffy and Shanks and Whitebeard and Akainu are all in the show. Kizaru eventually shows up to stop what like the shenanigans. It's insane. There is a lot that happened in this show. It was crazy. But we loved it. There's a fun, because like the bad guy is like he's like, his thing is he's like, he knows all the trivia about everything on the Grand Line. There's actually a line that they drop where they were like, Snitcher knows more, almost as much, or possibly more than the World Economic Journal. They literally put him on level with Morgan's. And so the where that ties into the show is that there's this fun trivia element where they ask you a question about the series, and then you have to say like yes or no, and you do like a little hand sign. And so like the beginning of the show has a lot of that before he like reveals that he's actually like a Sephiroth villain. The show was actually pretty accommodating to English, because these little things also show English. Even though most of the spoken dialogue is Japanese, the important parts show in English on this little thing. And I gotta, again, give a shout out to Bartolomeo's made-up weird friend who spoke English, and in a lot of parts of the show was, I think, kind of there to, like, tell the English audience, like, what was happening, but he was also so insane. But anyway, it was extremely long. It was definitely very fun. There was a lot of just, like, cool moments and stuff. And at the end, they did this big curtain call. And the curtain call owns. We're gonna watch the entire thing. And you can like see like how crazy like all these costumes were and how many fucking characters there were. Oops. So here's all of Sword. They were also running around in the audience sometimes. Oh, extremely important. Before we do this, so the best, my hands down my favorite part of the show is we're sitting like towards the left side of the show, and the whole crowd starts laughing, and we're like looking around, like this is the final battle is happening right now while this is going on. So all the Straw Hats are like fighting Marines like out around the stage. Luffy is doing his fight. And everyone starts laughing, and I'm like this is like a serious moment in the show. Is there something funny that's happening? And they're laughing right around us. We look up, and it had to have been like, let's see. This is where we were sitting, like right over here. Only a couple rows from us. Usopp is sitting in the crowd. Everyone's laughing, and Pixel and I are looking around. We're like, what are they laughing about? And during the the big battle where all the Straw Hats are fighting everyone, Usopp has run into the crowd, and he's just like sitting there like he's one of the audience, which was extremely funny. I got a huge laugh out of like everybody, and it only happened in our little part of the stage, unless he like scampered off to like the right side of the stage and did it over there too. But I don't think that he did. I think that was like something that we just so happened to see. But the characters like all do like this part, like where these lights are. The characters walk through there as like, because you know there's a lot of Straw Hats and there's a lot of characters, and when like dialogue is happening on the stage, a lot of the time the other characters will be like walking around and stuff. Yeah, like he was sitting in the crowd like he was trying to like blend in so he would get out of fighting, was the joke that he was doing. And I think eventually someone came and like ran him off. Like someone showed up and he like ran out of there. I think it might have been Gruss. It was one of the Marines, I think. I don't know. Someone showed up and like Usopp like fled. It was very funny. what was I gonna say? So we had like front and center. We had a couple good views. Robin was like Robin was like more most of the time over on our side, and she was playing the face card constantly. She had like very kind of like fluid like motions, like Robin would like when she does her like powers and stuff. She you had to like have to play it up very like sensual kind of. And she was right in front of us, and Pixel and I were very taken with her. We were smitten with this Robin in the show. The Zoro and Sanji actors were funny too, but here's like literally everybody is in this video. We'll watch it. The Jinbei costume was really crazy. Frankie's costume is also crazy. There's Kizaru. That's Snitcher right there. He turns into literally a Sephiroth guy. But before this, like in the beginning of the show, he's like this kind of goofy guy.
They weren't even in the play.
Blackbeard, I don't think he was in the play. I missed him if he was. I don't know why he's there. But see, you even have like Moji, Kabaji, Alvida, Mr. 3. Like, there's so many characters in the show. Moji, you see, that was Usopp's spot right over there. Yo. Cute. Crocodile was in the show because Cross Guild was part of it. They like griefed Buggy at one point. Yes. She was so she. There's Bartolomeo's weird guy.
Fraud.
I don't know if you could tell, but I said fraud there. These two these fucking knuckleheads. I swear Helmeppo heard me say that. I don't think anybody else mentioned his name. Let's run it back here. I swear he hears me go, Helmeppo! Look, watch this. I think he heard. I don't think Helmeppo gets that many shooters. I think he heard.
Why this guy?
You can hear someone in front of us going, Kurohige! The super call, there was one at the beginning of the show too. That got a big reaction out of the crowd. Here, I think you see Frankie's nipple lights come up here in a second, which was also a thing he uses in the show. I think he flashes them on the stage. I should have called out Kabaji also because he's one of my goats. By one of my goats, I mean he really isn't. I like him though. See, there's the nipple lights. Frankie and Usopp have this weird battle with like a slime monster, and it comes down to like who's the bigger pervert, kind of. That was sort of the low point of the show, but the nipple lights were funny. Anyway, that was it. It was wonderful. Did they give a rank? I'm not sure what he was. I don't think I would have been able to tell. But he was at least vice admiral level strength. I think we looked it up, and I think Snitcher has a One Piece wiki article. And it says like his only appearance is the Universal Studios One Piece premiere show 2025. I think he's on there though. I don't know. I would guess maybe Vice Admiral. Anyway, though, it was a blast. It saved the trip to Universal kind of after all the disappointment with the just with lines being long and the park being crowded and stuff being like rainy and closed. Because it was just fun for us. So after that, we didn't really do anything else. We just kind of passed out. It was late. We were tired. Here's another one of these weird things from the hotel. Oh, nice. I think I'll go to the next day, and then I'll show merch from both days. And then again, after we leave Osaka, the last couple days are like very little kind of to describe. But the next day was another packed day. We went to Nara, which is a town near Kyoto that is famous for having wild deer that just live in the town, kind of. And deer they had. Nara, I was a little unsure on, like, I had heard some people say that it was very, like, kind of like a tourist trap kind of thing. And even though I love animals and I wanted to see the deer, I was unsure of, like, how much we would really get out of the trip, like, whether it would really be, like, worth the time to get out there and spend, like, that day doing that. And it was absolutely worth the trip, I think. Not only were the deer cute, but apparently, I didn't know this at all. Nara was back in like olden days in Japan, the capital of the country would change depending on where like the emperor lived. They were always fucking changing the capital. Oh, bye sis, see you later. Back in like old times, like before the like, you know, like in the like 800s, 900s, 1000s, they were always fucking changing the capital. And at one point in like the 700s, the capital of Japan was Nara, which I didn't know. This is relevant because during the time that Nara was the capital, it was also like right at the same time that Buddhism really was like kind of established and like really gained a foothold in Japan. And so Nara is actually like really historically relevant too, kind of. There are a bunch of like big temples in this area, like really impressive like temples and stuff. And so in addition to being this quaint little deer town where like there are these wild deer that you can like pet and feed biscuits to, there was also some cool history stuff there too. But this is before we knew any of that. We petted some deer. If you've ever seen a video of this city, the deer have this learned behavior. It's sort of like a conditioned thing where they bow. They know they'll get food if they do this, but they just sort of do it all the time. The deer bow to you, and sometimes you can bow and they'll bow back, or they will walk up to you and they'll bow. They like dip their heads down like they're bowing, and it's very cute. So we bowed to a lot of deer. Again, you can pet them. They're very even. We were there in the deer mating season, and there were some warning signs that the males specifically can get sort of aggressive, like they can butt or like bite or kick at you. We didn't have any experiences like that except for when we were holding the little deer cookies. They were mostly pretty chill. Again, they're very socialized to people. You can walk right up to them and bow and pet them, and they'll just stare at you, kind of. And they were just, again, they're just everywhere, and they're just, like, sweet. Like, you could go through, like, a bunch of these pictures. They all kind of look the same, but it was a very fun little experience. Just these little, they're only about, like, waist high, just these little deer. This was like a little fair festival or something that was going on. At one point, one of the male deer, this one, you can see him doing it in this picture, pulled Pixel's map out of his pocket and started eating it, which was an accident, and which I actually, after this trip, went and I looked up a video of some stuff in Nara, and I saw that happen to someone else, too. So, you know, like goats, kind of, like if it's looks like paper and you can chew it, they will want to get it and chew it. But you know, the deer aren't supposed to have map, so we fortunately we snagged the map out of his mouth. But this deer grabbed Pixel's map out of his pocket and started chewing on it. There it is. There's the map. Here's Odin bowing to one of the deer. Maybe this deer didn't bow back to him, and that's why he looks dejected. Just look at these little cuties, though. Here was the cute sign. Beware of the male deer. This is the things that they can do to you. I wouldn't say I was, like, afraid of them, but I definitely had kind of my wits. You know, you just want to be aware of your surroundings if you're around wild animals like that. But I did not get any of these things happen to me. The deer were generally pretty chill. The only time they made more contact was when you can buy these little cracker things that they like to eat. They're safe for the deer to eat. And they're sold a lot of places around the town. I got gently butted by one of the male deer when I had crackers because he wanted the cracker. He wanted to get my attention. So he kind of butted my back legs. It didn't hurt. It was just, it was a little startling maybe, but not even really that. Like, again, because I was kind of expecting it. And when I was in line buying the little deer cookies, one of the things that I wanted to happen in Nara happened. And it was that one of the deer bit my butt, which I've rarely ever heard someone come away from Nara having this not happen to them. It's something that happens just because I guess like people might be carrying the little crackers in their back pocket or something. But rarely have I heard someone go here and come back and say this didn't happen to them. And I wanted it to happen to me. But when I was in line buying the little cookies, a deer bit my butt. It didn't hurt. It was just a little nibble. But it was enough to make you like, and like turn around. And they bit on our shirts and stuff like that a little bit too, but I don't know. I feel like if you're like really uncomfortable around animals like dogs and stuff like that even, I would say probably don't come here. Because they are very social. But for me it was cute and fine. And I did end up buying some cookies for them. Here's just a big park where look, there's more deer than people. See, look how many of them there are. I know in Japan, deer don't have almost any natural predators, I don't think. Japan used to have wolves, but I know they don't have wolves anymore. They have bear, but there's not any like similar-sized bodied carnivores that are there to eat the deer. So I know Japan has a bit of a deer problem. But I guess in Nara they've worked it into a way to gain tourism for the town also. You know, if you got a bunch of deer, I guess you might as well make the most of it, because it seems like they're doing okay. I mean, again, we saw one of them was kind of like, you know, messing with or kind of poking at like a plastic bag. which I was on my way to snatch no matter what was going to happen to me. But then another woman got there first, and she snatched it too. So I think people that are much, like, are just sort of less careful, I'm sure, like, you know, conditions like that might not be great for them. But I think for the most part, it seems like people are respectful to them. And that's nice, huh? This one, it looks like it's going in for a bite butt right now. Maybe she's just sniffing. But we didn't spend a ton of time walking around Nara with them. We left before it got dark. But it was quite cute. These are some little koi fish we found. This one was... Sometimes they would be sitting in these little, like, planter things. Wanda. Yeah, their natural predator, the principal from Nichijou. But anyway, so there's also this big temple. This was called, I think, what was the name of this temple? Daikoku-ji? Todaiji. This is one of the biggest Buddhist temples in Nara. You did have to pay to go in, but I wanted to see... Oh, no, this is different, actually. So this is a shrine, I'm sorry. This is the Himuro Shrine. We popped in here kind of just to duck out of the rain for a little bit. But in this shrine, I guess Himuro is some kind of character who had something to do with teaching people in Japan how to preserve ice. So he is enshrined at this shrine, and ice is like these ice fortunes are like a thing you do there. Again, we didn't know what this was. We showed up and we just like saw people doing it, and we were like, "Oh, you get the fortune, you rub it on the ice block, and it reveals your fortune." So I had to do that. My fortune here was a little bit more mixed than my best fortune that we got at the other one, the Sensoji. But my fortune here I loved. It said, "Don't try, go with the breeze." Which I felt was very true to, like, my way, kind of. My fortune here said, "Don't try, go with the breeze." But so we did that. Then I prayed to it for thanks. Did I ring the little bell here? I think I rang the bell at this one. We did kind of feel like the Nichijou bit where they're at the shrine in the rain and bad things keep happening to them. Then there were more deer. There was a little deer chilling in the shrine. Deer. Cuta. This is the Todaiji. So this was a huge temple. Again, this gate is completely made out of wood. The crazy thing about Japan is, like, if you read the, like, history of all of these temples and shrines, almost all of them have burned down at least once. The Kiyomizu-dera that we went to, which is, like, the biggest, like, most famous temple in Kyoto, that thing's burned down, like, 5 times. And they just, like, because they're completely made out of wood, they just burn down. Like, sometimes the cities get attacked, or, like, they've all been here for, like, 1,000 years. They burn down and then they get rebuilt and, like, all that shit. So it's, like, humbling to be there, kind of. But Pixel and I went into this temple, which was very impressive. It has this very scenic temple grounds. And then we... Oh, Wanda. We went into the main hall. Oh, first, this guy is called Binzuru. And he is... he's the Japanese version of some kind of Indian Buddhist figure. Basically, what you do with Binzuru is if there's a part of your body that's ailing, you rub the part of Binzuru's body that corresponds with your body, and then you pay a little offering to him. And because my feet were fucking killing me, I rubbed Binzuru's like heels and ankles specifically, and then I paid a little offering. So that they have him at a couple. I think I saw him at maybe one other temple, but he's around. But we did that at this one. Here's me doing it, I guess.
You want a video?
You rub him, and then you rub your body. Then we went into the hall. This is like this giant Buddha statue, which again was very impressive. These are like replicas of these petals, these like metal petals that are here that surround the statue. But they have all these carvings and stuff in them, which is super cool. These are those golden things that are on the top of the temple here. But I don't know what these two were doing out here, but these are the Bodhisattva. There's a big bell. I think this is also still on the temple grounds. We didn't see that, though. These guys are the 4 devas, or like the 4 heavenly kings. One of these guys is Zochoten! I don't think it's this. This one is Komokuten. Maybe this is Zochoten? He might have just been ahead in this one. But anyway, those guys are around. Here's a whole model of the temple. I love all this stuff, and I thought this was super cool. There was also this little thing you could crawl through. This was like over here, maybe. There was this pillar that you could crawl through, and the pillar was the size of Buddha's nostril. It was the size of the nostril of the giant Buddha. And we were too big to... Pixel and I were both, like, we were not going to crawl through this nostril. But if you did, it would, like, it was supposed to be like a, you know, a blessing for good luck or something. And a lot of kids and, like, women were doing it. Here's the, like, golden pagoda thing. Which you could go up to this thing. This is outside of the temple, and there was this cool statue. I think this had some kind of time capsule underneath it to be unearthed in like the year like 3000 or something. Or no, it was 2060 something. Whatever like Buddhist sect it was that like created this statue. They buried a time capsule here to be unearthed in like 2065 or something like that. So I thought that was cool. And then we left the temple. Again, it was very cool. Definitely one of the better like temples and shrines we saw. I think only lower than the ones in Kyoto, I would say, for this. It was very, again, like the statues are really big. It was very impressive. Then I fed the deer. Here's Bobo feeding the deer. They were probably also wanting to know about Sorakara-chan. And the proceeds are for the deer, too. I think you can see me get butted somewhere in here. Let's see. It's probably this big guy. Oh, there it is. Here, ready? This was the butt. This was the butt of 69. The butt of 87.
Oh.
I got a little butted. Yes, I see you.
Oh, no, dame.
But they just want the cookies. And it was cute. Yeah, you gotta get a Chinatsu deer t-shirt. But anyway, this was adorable and fun. Pixel and I got yakisoba. The little guy who was selling the yakisoba was very nice and friendly. And the yakisoba was tasty. Though we waited a little bit to eat it because I didn't want to eat it around the deer. Here are some funny, like the deer, they don't give a fuck. Like this is a gift shop. This deer is chilling outside here as though he's like the family dog. I think at one point Pixel saw someone like throw a little deer cookie or something out into the street to like get the deer to go away. because they're right out here, like they're in front of the shop. But then they're everywhere. It's funny. Here we went underneath the Pokemon Underground Path. This is Wanda. This is just a cute thing they had there. And then after that, we went to this little shopping arcade in Nara. We finally had some good luck with UFO catchers. Pixel won 2 plushies off this one machine. He got Cherubi and he got Metapod. And Metapod he actually gave to me as a little gift. I went home with Metapod. This was the Jaw store. Bobo and I found this store that was just full of Jaw, everything Jaw inside it. It was just all cats. We took a picture of this specifically because, again, in Japan they don't care about Choco Cat, but this store had him. There was as much Choco Cat merch as there was Fire Emblem merch, aka one thing. And they had him in this cat store. And then also, I swear I picked him up and I was like, oh, look, here's Choco Cat. And we were like, Choco Cat, it's Jaw. And then we walked one time around this little store back to where the Choco Cats were. And I swear there was only one left. Like, somebody had bought him. I don't know if they heard us saying Choco Cat, but someone had picked him up and purchased one of these 2 Choco Cats before we even made it a loop around the store. But anyway, we just continued in this little shopping arcade. It was pretty cute. Here we found the Chinatsu pillow. Now, I'm going to go ahead and be the bearer of bad news. Will, I was going to buy this for you. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I didn't. I don't want you to get your hopes up. I was going to buy this for you. It was 500 yen. It was very cheap. But it was too big, I think, to fit in my bag. I was worried about getting it home. I already had to carry Elizabeth on the plane. I couldn't even pack Elizabeth. I don't think I would have been able to get this pillow home, but I really wanted to. But this was a cool little store we went into. It said Nerd, I guess. I don't know if that was the name of the store, but they had a lot of like kind of more vintage kind of retro stuff. It was neat. It was a neat little place. I bought some things there. We also took a picture in the Gachapons. This is a ferocious picture. Look at Pixel. And then, let's see. This is stuff about the Osaka, or the World Expo was happening in Osaka. This is the Jaw store. It's Jaw! And then after that, we went to the Osaka Nintendo store. Pixel got his Cope code for Koraidon and Miraidon. The Osaka Nintendo store was the best Nintendo store. This was a lot better than the one in Tokyo, I think. They had more stuff here. This is where they had the Emio stuff. And they had some Metroid stuff here, too, that I did not see at Tokyo at all. Yeah, they were playing bangers in that little nerd store also. They definitely played the first Eureka 7 opening, the Flow 1. They put some Cry Slop songs on for Pixel. They definitely played the Sailor Moon song, I think. They were playing bangers. Alright, there was also a Gintama pop-up cafe at the Capcom store. Again, like, I think there was more Gintama stuff than normal because, like I think Will was saying earlier, the Ginpachi Sensei show is coming out, and so they're promoting that. So a lot of the Gintama stuff that we saw on the trip, it was all like Kagura with the little glasses, Ginsan as Ginpachi Sensei. Like, this was the thing they were doing. We didn't eat at this because we didn't know it existed, but it doesn't look that cool, so I don't feel too bad about that. I'm not sure what this is. Okay, so we did that. Bobo halted the entire trip to get a Pokemon from this Pokemon vending machine. I remember being very lost on this night too. We got very lost on the way back to Osaka on the train. Really turned around. But then we went out with Odin and Bobo to Dotonbori, and that's where I got my favorite merch pickup, like my number one favorite purchase of this entire trip was getting Elizabeth. So I gotta break this down for you guys. So this specific UFO catcher, you have to get the plushie down through the hole, which is over here. But there's shit in the way. There is like a block here. There's like a big bar here. It's sort of, I think, meant to be impossible to get like just in one go. What we ended up having to do is like wedge Elizabeth down in here, and then I used the left prong of the claw to kind of like push him down before it would catch. Do you mean this guy? This is Gintoki. He's in there, I think, just to promote the show. Like, I don't know. He's just in there. He was not able to be got. I think he's like glued to this thing. And you can see this Elizabeth has the little sign too, which is cute. Because that's how he talks on the show. But I persisted. Eventually it got to a point where I was like, oh, we're getting him. Like, it seemed hopeless at one point, and then it like, I got my second wind, and I was like, oh no, I see how to do this. I know the method. You just have to use the left prong of the catcher to push him in there. And I got him. The guy at this arcade... the guy at this arcade was also pretty nice. He, I had a play left on this Elizabeth machine, and so he let me transfer that play to a different machine, which we transferred to this Pikachu one because Odin was working on that one. And once Odin got the Pikachu down through the thing, the guy was like, well, you can actually have any of the plushies in here. So he got Jigglypuff, who's Bobo's favorite Pokemon. He scored the big husband points on that one. And so then Bobo and myself had big plushies on this Dotonbori trip. I was extremely excited to have Elizabeth because, again, like, most of the anime character merch that there is in Japan are like one of like a couple things. There are big, like, large vinyl figures, which I already don't like. I don't have very many of them, and they come in these huge boxes, which are impossible to pack. So there's that. There are acrylic stands, which literally every single fucking thing has one. But acrylic stands I just think are kind of tacky. Like, I just think they're stupid. So that's out, and then pins, like keychains, buttons, and pins, and I guess gachapon machines. Those are like the main things you'll see for anime merch, and that's like all that Gintama had everywhere, other than like, you know, like candy and little gachapons and stuff. But so that's why I was so like, I'm doing this face for the camera, but this is how I felt inside. That's why I was like so excited to just like be out here roaming around in Dotonbori and see Elizabeth in this claw machine. I knew I had to get him from that moment. I was like, we've been in such a Gintama thing lately because everybody's been going through it. I rewatched it. It's been like the Gintama year. I knew I wanted to come away with something Gintama, and I hadn't seen anything but little fucking acrylic stands of Ginpachi Sensei. And then I found this giant Elizabeth plushie. And that made my whole night. But then we went around. This is the Don Quixote that has the Ferris wheel in it. Which we did not ride because it wasn't running. But here's that little river area again. We did go into that Don Quixote, though. And that is because, at least for me, I went into that Don Quixote because I accidentally packed one fewer shirt than I needed on this trip out to Osaka. So I wanted to buy a t-shirt. I literally did the thing they do on Gintama. I went to Don Quixote for shirts. Because I knew it would be, like, probably cheaper there than, like, getting a shirt at, like, the Nintendo store or something. Even though the one I ended up getting was, like, actual merch of Don Quixote. And we will show that in a moment. There was also this Wolfman who was playing... He was also playing Ghibli music. He was playing a song from Kiki. I think it was the Town with the Ocean View. But anyway, that was funny. This like furry was playing a melodica. Here, Elizabeth tried to convince me to go into the adults only section. And then we left Dotonbori again. We just wanted to kind of show it to Odin and Bobo. I was navigating on the walk back, and I definitely took us the scenic route on this trip because I took us across 2 bridges that we did not need to go across at all. This bridge I think was just for bicyclers, which was kind of cool. Cyclers, I guess they're called. Here's me. Here's Odin and Bobo. And here is Pixel taking this picture lagging behind. And the reason I know that is because Pixel scared the shit out of us on this bridge. He was like running to catch up with us. And because he has giant size 13 feet that are also bad, when he was running, his feet were like, pomp, 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 pomp. And it scared the shit out of us. We thought some guy was running up on us, and it was just Pixel. I think he did it twice, and it scared us both times. But that was that night. Here's merch, Bobo merch. Here we've also, I guess, found this. This is like the full list of character One Piece briefs you can get. We didn't buy any though. All right, we're going to the merch cam for the second to last time, I think. So this is still gonna be Super Nintendo World. Here are the things that I bought for me at Nintendo World. I bought this little Donkey Kong in the minecart, which I don't know if he also, like, I don't know if you pull him back if he rolls. I think he just rolls. But again, he's a little knickknack, and I like little knickknacks like this. He is like riding that shit too. Look at him go. So I thought that was cute. After I BLJ'd into or out of it, I had to buy a little fridge magnet version of the portrait. Now again, this shows the big ones in the actual area were like this too. But depending on how you look at this, it shows Bowser Jr. in it. I'm not sure why, but it just does. But I just thought it would be something cute I could put on my fridge. I liked it. These are the little pics that came out of the food that we ate. Not really exciting there. Why does he have a gold mushroom and not a star? That's such a good question. Not one that I'm equipped to answer. Here is my butt patch. Again, I wore this on the back of my pants. Bobo crocheted this for me, so thank you to Bobo for that. This little box, which again was an extra 2,800 yen, which is like 20 bucks for us. This little box is the carrying case for the, again, guys, I went all out. I don't know, I'm a fucking shill. The carrying case for the little amiibo bracelet, which is a slapped bracelet. I got the DK one, but they also had Mario, Luigi, Peach, Daisy, Toad, and Diddy Kong. I don't know how Daisy wound up getting one. Daisy sucks. But everybody else earned it at least. Daisy didn't earn it. The Diddy one was tempting, but I had to get DK. The fact that they're an amiibo also played no role in that because I also have Diddy's amiibo. And then here's my stuff from Nara. I don't know why I put this in the merch pile thinking I'd have a lot to say about it. This is the second umbrella that I bought in Japan. I guess I bought this. Here's Metapod. Again, Pixel won this. He won this in the claw machine, but he let me have it. Also, when we were in Dotonbori the second time, we got okonomiyaki, which was one of the few things like that were like kind of iconic Japanese food that I've never tried. And so I was really excited to try it. And it was really good. I wish I had one right now. I'm hungry. I would kill for another okonomiyaki right now. Do we make it through all the days? We're getting there. We're almost done, Tamal. I bought these at that little nerd shop because I love them. More Pokemon stuff. These are definitely vintage. These little rubber set of Jesse and James. I have a bunch of little rubber Pokemon figures like this, but they're all Pokemon. They're not any of the characters. So I'm going to put this on my little Pokemon shelf along with those guys. And this prompted us to start non-stop singing Double Trouble. Which Bobo was very upset she was not able to join in more on because her voice was pretty gone at this point. But at least from this Nara Day pretty much onward, we sang Double Trouble all the time. It was the big... but at one point when we were on the bullet train back from Osaka, Bobo put one of her AirPods into my ear, and it was just playing there. I guess it came up on her shuffle or something. But she just inserted it into my ear, and the song was on. And then we, like, mimed it back and forth to each other. It was a big thing. And then I have a gachapon that I bought in that little Nara shopping arcade. And I'm going to open it live on stream because I know who's in it. But I want you guys to guess. You can see here maybe what it might be. Who do we think it is? Oops. Oh, it's a little latch. It's P5R. It's Scotchy Sleeper! Sorry. There was a little, this was a little line they were doing. There's a P3 one also where they're sleeping. And that one actually they have little futons. But in this one they don't. I remember the characters being Sumire, Haru, Akechi, and Futaba, and Scotchy. And I got my favorite one day. Yeah, they didn't have On. Who, like, would I have pulled again for On? Maybe. Maybe I would have pulled a number of times more to get On. But Kyuta. Yeah, all the besties. Yeah, Akechi. He got in there with the rest of the Goyles. Anyway, that's all the merch from those 2 days. And most of the rest of the merch. I know we're getting fairly late now, but again, I promise you guys, there isn't that much left. This song is so dramatic also. Alright, so the next day, we started off together, but then we split up again. This day we went and saw Osaka Castle. Is another of my panoramas. Not one of my finest works, I don't think, but because it looks fucking weird, but this was standing up on this wall thing. The castle was pretty cool. We didn't go into it or anything, though you could go up here. But we just kind of wanted to see it before we sort of left for the day. Here's me epic failing my little pose that I wanted to do. Here's a good picture of it. And the castle had this big moat. It also had these cool gardens that were very kind of tranquil to walk through, even though I think the bugs were pretty bad here. This is another sort of rainy day. This is a very picturesque one here. Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a hike to get up there. We also found out that there was supposed to be a haunted house somewhere on the castle grounds, but as far as like Google Maps was concerned, it was somewhere in here. I would have liked to just go see the haunted house, but Google was trying to tell us it was somewhere in here. I don't know how that could be true, but that's what they were trying to say. There was also a little shrine here, and I also wrote down what this one's called. This is Hokoku Shrine. This shrine was built to honor Hideyoshi, who was the shogun. He's the shogun who warmed Nobunaga's sandals, and he like succeeded Nobunaga after Nobunaga died. Important guy. Everybody knows Hideyoshi, or maybe you don't, but I don't know. You should. Yo, Desi Spark, thanks for the watch streak. What's going on? But there was a statue of him with his like sword and everything outside of here that I ended up not taking a picture of, but I should have because it was cool. I think Hideyoshi is also the one who ordered Osaka Castle be built, so he's important to the area. Oh no, this is not it. But after that, Pixel and I went into Kyoto because we wanted to do more Kyoto sightseeing. Odin and Bobo also came to us with Kyoto, but they did not come till the day after. I felt like I wanted an additional day in Kyoto, so we split up and did that. And then Odin and Bobo, I think, just did some shopping in Osaka. Odin did a bunch of game chasing this day. He got like 20 games or something, because at the end of the day, he came up to our hotel room and we chatted about what he got, and that was exciting. But Pixel and I went into Kyoto. This statue, I don't remember her name, unfortunately, but this was a woman who was foundational in like the development of modern kabuki, which I thought was interesting because kabuki currently, and also like for a long ass time, sort of famously does not have women in the play. All of the women are played by men in kabuki. It's just the way that the performing art is done. But apparently this woman invented it, so that's crazy, kind of. She had like a little theater troupe, and they did shows and they did plays in Kyoto, and they sort of kind of led to the formation of the kabuki art. So she got a statue, so that was cool. This was another pretty, like, rainy, drizzly day, but that wasn't getting us down too bad. Actually, it made for a movie moment later on. This was, like, just a cool river. This kind of looks like the river where Mitsuru and Yukari had Secret Us. And Secret Us is in Kyoto, just so we all remember that. But doesn't it look like just like where they are during that? It looks like when they have Secret Us. I don't know what this is. Did Pixel take this? I don't remember that. But the main thing I wanted to do in Kyoto is I wanted to see the Kiyomizu Dera, which is like the most famous temple there. It's the one. This is also in P3 when they go to Kyoto. It's the one that has the big, they call it the stage. It has this big balcony thing that you can look out over the city if you go out on it. So we start, the Kiyomizu Dera is way up there. It's like a big trek to get up. So we started the trek down here. This is like the little entrance gate, I guess. That is not the temple. This is also not the temple. Not the temple, not the temple. This is all before we even went up. So you go past all that stuff, and then you start walking, and you walk up this, like, look, tell me this isn't, like, fucking picturesque as fuck. We walked up on the way up to this temple through this massive cemetery. There are probably like thousands of graves in this cemetery. Right, with like this mist coming over the mountains and stuff. This is not even like this is trivial compared to what it ends up looking like. This is like further up the way. So look at all this. And also all down past this, like down in this kind of valley over here, there's gravestones. That's the temple up there. Like, look at this. It was very impressive. I was humbled by it. And then we were like, just like the atmosphere and the time of day that we were there was pretty cool too. I drank a Calpis, which is like a soda. It was like a grape soda. I just knew the name of the brand, so I wanted to try it. I got that in the vending machine on the way up. This is big fucking Bobo's stuff. So then we got up to the temple, which is like a bunch of different temples, kind of. There's a bunch of different pagodas to this temple. It's like a huge, big thing. Here's Pixel in front of it. I wanted a picture in front of this cool-ass dragon statue. Oh, okay, so there was one other thing that I meant to show on the merch cam, but I didn't. So I went into Don Quixote to buy a shirt, and the shirt that I bought was Chibi Maruko-chan and Don Pen. Oh, Don Pen is the mascot of Don Quixote. Chibi Maruko-chan, if you don't know her, is like a very popular kids anime and manga character in Japan. I think her anime is longer than One Piece still. It's like 1,100 episodes or something. Maybe it's shorter than One Piece now. Very long running show about this little girl and her family, basically. It's like a kids show, kind of. It's like in like Doraemon or like Sazai-san, or like it's in that range. But I even though I don't really like know Chibi Maruko that much, I kind of love her. And I saw this little shirt at Don Quixote that had them on it, and I was like, I'm getting it. So that was my shirt. But that was that. This I took a picture of because it had these cool like elephant things, like just a lot of this like artwork on the these support beams and stuff of these temples. To me it looked very like Native American almost, but I guess it's just like the style. Obviously it's not Native American, I know that, but like that's what it reminded me of. Here's a cool pagoda. This was the hand washer. Here was this dragon, sacred water from the dragon, which was cool as fuck. Here's sort of the deck. This is, he's one of the lucky gods. I don't remember his name. It's not Ebisu. What is his name? I don't remember. This little guy is one of the lucky gods. There was a little statue of him. I don't know whose feet these were, but Bigfoot maybe? Potentially some sort of Buddhist Sasquatch. There's more Bobo stuff. This was fun. Can I show Pixel's version of this? I'm gonna, just because it's easier to see. This thing was a test to feel how heavy these these monk, I forget what these are called, but these little stabs with the rings on them. Buddhist monks have these. And this was like a little interactive thing at the temple where you could pick it up and feel like how heavy it was. This one here is like the single person one, and this one was pretty heavy. And this one was like impossible to pick up. I don't know if I believe that anyone has ever picked this one up by themselves. I think those are meant for like multiple people. But you got to walk through and try to do that.
This is to prove who's stronger once and for all.
No way.
He's giving it his best.
Yeah.
And they also had these metal sandals over here too. You could feel how heavy those were.
I lifted it.
I didn't. I did not lift the big one. Oh, this is cute. I didn't know about this. Wanda, the Kiki Bakery? Bobo.
It's raining, but it looks like snow.
It was raining, but it looked like snow, I guess. Anyway, you can see this is sort of the main part of the temple. This part that I'm on right now is the stage. And then there's another stage over here
There.
that is like very picturesque too. A lot of people take pictures
Shrine.
off that. And there's this
Water
little
down there.
part where you wash your hands, or you can wash out your
Even
mouth.
another temple out there. And that all the way down there is the city, Kyoto.
But it's just cool because, like, again, it's you just, even here where it's like an overcast kind of rainy day. It's still like scenery is still very like breathtaking, kind of. I know like the big Kiyomizu-dera season is autumn when like the leaves are changing and all this is like red. Obviously that's not when we were there, but it was still cool. I did burn incense and I prayed at the little shrine there. This temple is to Kannon, which is also Guanyin, which is like one of the popular Asian bodhisattva characters. They're like the compassion one or something like that. And then Pixel and I took a picture. And then we took a real picture. The fellas. There is, I looked this up after the fact. There is a sort of Japanese kind of like idiom type thing. That's it's about jumping off the stage at the Kiyomizu-dera, where if you jump from this balcony and you survive, then like your dream will come true or something like that. And in Persona 3, that's why in that picture, Ryoji is jumping off the stage like an absolute buffoon, and they're all like trying to get him to like, they're all trying to like get him to come back. That's why he is jumping off the balcony. Pixel and I did not jump off the stage at the Kiyomizu-dera, but maybe if I had known that, we should have. Anyway, here's more of this cool support beam thing. Just, again, a very cool view. I also wanted to take one of the pagoda kind of from through the trees here. We hiked sort of down this way. And there's Totoro again. We hiked sort of down this way. And here, this again, I also think is super impressive. This is the support beams of the stage. Again, this temple is burned down like 5 times. And it's like, I guess they just kept rebuilding it. I think the last time it was rebuilt was in like the 1500s or something. But this is just the whole like wooden support for the main stage. Here's a Tom and Jerry store. This was our little snack on the way down from the temple. Pixel got some kakigori shaved ice, which was very tasty. And I got the cha dango, the green tea dango here, and a little cup of cold green tea. And it was delightful. I guess cold tea. This isn't green tea. Yo. But this was just a nice little snack stop for us. At this cute little like, just little dessert shack on the way down. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. And then we went down and I bought some souvenirs for like my family and stuff through this little gift shop, kind of touristy street. That's on the way out of the temple. I got before getting to the end of this street, I also ate a Nikuman. And did we eat something else, Pixel? Do you remember? Did I also get like something sweet here? I ate a Nikuman on the way down here and it was tasty. This has got to be Odin at Book Off. What the hell is this? Okay, so after that, Pixel and I hopped in a taxi. Because we needed to get all the way to the other side of the city to see the Kinkakuji, which is the Golden Temple. Now, there is also a Ginkakuji, which is the Silver Temple, which is in another part of the city. And when we got into the cab, we were like, the guy asked us where we wanted to go. We said the Kinkakuji. He said, Gin? Kin? To Gin. He was trying to figure out what we were saying. So we were like, Kinkakuji. It was funny. And then we went there. This was the other thing that we did in Kyoto this day. Yeah, he said, Kintoki. And then he went, ah, ha, ha, ha. I would not trust that man to drive my taxi cab. But here's the Kinkakuji. So again, this is like the Golden Temple. This is the one that's like the Bell Tower. Or what's it called? The Tin Tower in Pokemon. The Kinkakuji was, I think at one point, like the Imperial family's like vacation spot. It was like their little vacation villa getaway thing or something. I wrote this down for my little notes too. Whose villa was it? Yoshimitsu's personal villa. He was one of the Ashikaga shogun. And then it was made into a temple after he died. So it has this very cool, like, little temple grounds with these cool trees and everything. Again, also very picturesque. You can see it's right on this lake. This song is so emotional for this. The Kinkakuji has a phoenix on the top, which again I think is super cool. Again, what the deal is with this temple, if it wasn't evident, is that the whole second and third story are completely made out of gold. And it's pretty impressive looking. It's neat, especially after we get to the movie moment. So you kind of like go around the temple here, on these like just through this nice park. This I thought was cool because it looked like I think they were supporting these like trees to make them grow at the certain like kind of scenic way. But we're still going around here. You can see a better view of the phoenix. There he is. It's the good old Ho-Oh. And then there was this cute little thing that people were doing where you would take a coin and you'd try to throw it into this little pool in one of that, like along the way on this path. We did not do this one, but I did successfully get a coin into the little pool after like one or two attempts on another part of the area. But see here, you can see this was like the advanced level one. Okay, so it's been rainy all day, like totally overcast, sun is not shining, drizzly and rainy. But we get right up to the like scenic viewpoint of the hill, leaving the Kinkakuji like walk-through area. And what happens? But the sun finally appears and starts shining down on the Golden Temple itself. It was so wonder. This was truly like, again, like a movie moment kind of thing. The clouds parted and the sun came out, and it was like look how fucking picturesque this shit is. The picture doesn't even really do it justice, but like it kind of does. And this song is emotional. But so we stood there and we looked at it for a while, and I think this definitely enhanced my experience at this temple, because I didn't think this was as cool. I mean, the fact that it's totally gold is cool, but I didn't think this was as cool as the Kiyomizu-dera. But this, like, kind of one moment at the top of this thing, like, definitely sold the fact that we drove all this way over here in an expensive cab ride to catch it. So obviously we took a lot of pictures of that. And then the bathroom on the way out of the Kinkakuji, I gotta say, probably the most woaded bathroom I used in Japan. It smelled like urine. I don't know if that's because it was the Golden Temple. People thought they should piss all over the walls, but it wasn't. It was not a great bathroom. Then we walked down through this little, like, way out of it through Kyoto. This thing, I think, is, you know those, like, festivals, like a Matsuri kind of thing they do where they make the big fire, symbol, the symbol for fire on, like, the mountain. I caught this as we were walking down, and I think that's what this is. I think this is eventually at some point, maybe there's some festival that's done here in this part of Kyoto. And this is the mountain that gets the fire. Because it definitely is the fire, the sign for fire. It's like a thing that is done. There's a Case Closed episode about it with Nicodemus Stanley. But also other things. I don't know. I can't confirm whether or not that's what this is, but I took a picture of it anyway. I think it is, though. It's something. And then what did we do? Okay. So then we rode the Kirby train home. Guys, it happened. Pixel had been wanting to get on the Kirby train. And we did it. We got on the Kirby train. Now, this was the local train back. So it was going to be a really slow ride. There were going to be a bunch of stops. So we ended up eventually getting off the Kirby train. But for just enough time, we got to ride it.
No, it is going the wrong way, but I want to film it.
It wasn't going the wrong way, but it was the slow train. But it was Wanda. The Kirby train had these cute little banners that were all of his games. If you walked up one way, it was like all of his old games, and if you walked back down on the other side, there were all of his newer games. I had to take a picture of this one because it has Kirby 64, my goat. But, you know, it also has DeRoach on it. Here's that's Pixel's video that had this cute thing. There was a lot of merch of this, too, of these, like, Kirby and Waddle Dee, like, in these little rope things, sort of to emulate, like, a train. There are lots of little figures and things that, and gachapons and stuff that had this on it, because it was the current collab they were doing. This is cute. All the artwork was just adorable and cute, and it was the Kirby train. Aw, I didn't even see this. It's Kirby coming out of his little door. I missed all of this little stuff. Look at the king. Anyway, we had fun doing that. We also then had to race the clock home because my phone was dead at this point, and Pixel's was on like 3% battery left. And we're out in Kyoto. We don't even know how to get back to where we're staying. We knew once we got to Osaka, we'd be able to find our way back. But, yeah, I don't know. We cut it close on that one for sure. We might have, there's a universe where we might have gotten stranded somewhere, not knowing where we were. But fortunately, that didn't happen. Bobo also bought a plushie of the little, this is the other guy on the other IC card that we love. He's for Ikoka, and he's a little platypus. Bobo got a plushie of him where he's the king, because we just realized we loved him. Even though I know Pixel still likes the Suika one more. I like this one more. Look at how cute he is. Anyway, here's just this. This was the next day. Our last day in, we checked out of the Osaka hotel this morning, and we went into Kyoto. We put our bags in a storage locker in the train station, which was a lot more stressful, and we wasted a lot of coins doing so, because we paid for the locker before we put our stuff in, and the thing reset, and that shit sucked. But we were headed to the Nintendo Museum, which is in Kyoto. So we trained back into Kyoto. Then we were going to go to the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is another famous shrine in Kyoto. It's the one that has the, 1,000 torii gates. And then we were going to come back to Tokyo for our last 2 days. We were late getting to the Nintendo Museum. I was a little worried about that. I was pretty worried about that. I was hoping they would still let us in because Nintendo is fucking weird. Fortunately, not to sound like a broken record, but everybody at the Nintendo Museum was really helpful and accommodating and nice. And it was no issue that we were there a little bit. We got there a little late. And upon ringing in, we got our little cards. You use these to play games and also get in and out of the museum. And I instantly lost mine somehow. This was traumatic for me. I took this picture. This is my original card. So you know I got it. We know that I had it at some point. And then we did some photo op stuff. We literally didn't even get into the museum, and somehow I had already lost it. So I had to go back to the people at the, little security thing over here and tell them I lost my card. And fortunately, they just printed me out a new one. It wasn't an issue. But I was worried. But here's just some fun photo ops we did with the pipes. Here's some good Mario music, too. Here is this?
This sweet plaza over there. We got the Koopas. And then a big mushroom over there. And then over here, we got Killer the Bullet.
There were some cool tiles. I wonder if Bobo has this video. There's video of me doing a triple jump somewhere out there. Or trying and failing to do a Mario triple jump. I think that's going to go into Bobo's music video. So I don't think that she is going to. I don't think she put that in here, but it's funny. It probably won't go into her video because it's stupid, but that was what she was taking the video for. There was a little Animal Crossing balloon up here. Here's the Bobo in the pipe. Mario little goal pole thing. There was all kinds of cute little stuff in this little courtyard. They had, I think, the only, Kirby vending machine we saw the whole trip. There's this little Pikachu manhole. Even the, I guess they're not here, but even the little umbrella check station had a bunch of Game Boys on it that were, where you clip your umbrella in. And that was in this little area. Once we went into the museum, we took a picture with the Toads. Here's Pixel wearing his Emio the Smiling Man shirt. And he's also rocking the Diddy Kong hat. I wore the Pikmin shirt today. I bought this, actually, before leaving for the trip at a box lunch. Odin has the Slowpoke shirt that he got at Uniqlo. And Bobo has this shirt with Teresa on it, a.k.a. Boo. So we took this cute picture with the Toads. These Toads sing when you touch their head. They go like, la, la, la. So this whole hallway just sounded like a haunting echo of Toads singing, which is pretty funny. We were lined up here, actually, because we're supposed to be the lineup of the Mario 2 cast. It's a bit esoteric, but Pixel was Mario, I was Luigi, Odin was Toad, and Bobo was Peach. We lined up based on who we were in the balanced Mario 2 cast. And, oh, look at those guys. Here's Miyamoto's little signature. This was cute. We took a picture with the Donkey Kong up here. This is the gift shop over here. Here's a little model of the museum itself. I guess this is in the gift shop. This is like a little GameCube shrine. The Nintendo Museum, for all of its main exhibit, doesn't let you take photographs, but you are able to take photographs in the lobby kind of area here, and then the bottom floor, which is where all the interactive games and stuff are. This thing was extremely cool. This fucking game. This thing was super cool. This was a big bookshelf with like 1 billion video game guides on it. And I took some pictures of this too, but this video kind of shows the whole thing. But this was just, like, I could have sat here and looked at this forever, and this was not even in the museum. This is in the lobby. This was me pointing out Xenoblade for Will, probably. Fire Emblem. They hate it there. If I had, like, unlimited space, this is exactly how I would want to display, like, my gamer merch and paraphernalia. Because I love these little cubbies. But they had all kinds of cool ones. Here's some old vintage Pokemon ones. Here's some N64 stuff. This is like all of my goats, the Zeldas, DK64, Kirby. Animal Crossing is there too, I guess. There's Pokemon Snap. Mario Story, Mario Party. Here's the mother one. This is like old Fire Emblem. Just a lot of Zelda, DK, Pokemon. I don't know. I love like strategy guides and stuff like that, and so like again, I could have looked at this stuff forever. Here I had to take a picture of the anime goats. Raw. They had him there. They had him. But it's fine because you couldn't play the game here. You couldn't play Banjo here. You only can play him at my house. It's fine if you can look at Banjo here. The gift shop had a bunch of cool stuff too. This was on the way in. There was this really cool wall that had like 1 billion characters on it. Again, this is something I also could have stared at forever. I took a picture with, it's probably in here somewhere, in this little corner that has the old Game Boy Pikachu and Samus, who are like 2 of my, and Link also, but like the Zero Mission Samus and like the old school Pikachu are like, I wanted to get a little picture with those 2. K-Man. But look, they've got the Hogemen. They had some deep cuts on here for sure. Even though this isn't really a deep cut because Nintendo fucking loves that shit. They got the Punch Out guys. Crom. Ice hockey guys. Hell fucking yeah. Who else can we see in here? There was one I remember really like popping off over. They got Shulk. They got what's her game called? She's pretty obscure. She's definitely a deep cut. This is like a DS game. I forget what it's called though. I swear there was one on here that I kind of popped off for. Who was it? Another code. To the right of Pikachu, that's the Super K-Man. That's Mario. That's Super Mario. Come on. 2 to the right, that's Inkling from Splatoon, K-Man. Is this going to be a nut joke? This one here, that's Dry Bones. This one, you mean? That's Ayumi Tachibana, K-Man. From Famicom Detective Club. They had her. There was another one I remember seeing that I popped off over. What was it? Yo, Jimmy they got. I know, this thing was super cool, but we didn't have that much time to look at it because this is right where you go into the museum. Maybe it was over here. Huh. Anyway, we went into the museum and we did the big interactive exhibits for some time. These I thought were quite fun. I know I definitely feel like I've heard mixed reviews on some of these little games. Basically, you get coins that are on your little card, and you redeem them to play these little games that are in like the bottom floor of the museum. All of these big controller ones cost 2 coins. There are some that cost 1. There's one that you play with the super scope or the zapper that you like shoot at the wall. It's like a little like again another like a little AR kind of thing, and that one's 4. And then there are a bunch of like free play consoles and stuff like that you can do too. But I knew I had to play the big N64 controller, and watch how much we dominated. This is me and Odin playing Mario 64. And we went right for the bows. That is when you can tell that's the moment, that's where we knew we were cooking. When we successfully, flawlessly jumped into the pipe and didn't even get like stuck, like grabbing onto it or something. This is not that easy to do. I'm just going to let you guys know. It's harder than it looks. You can see on our faces there that we know we've locked in. Watch, look at it. The look of recognition. Because we saw other people mess that part up. Now we're kind of getting our bearings here a little bit. There definitely is like a healthy amount of input delay. But I'm just trying to not get us hit is what I'm trying to do here. We see our opportunity here though. Oh no, we missed it.
Watch us be like 10 times better.
All right, now watch this though. We got his ass. We're definitely the only people who we watched do this all day who moved the camera. But look at us. Look at that. And we know we just have to spin him a little bit. Crushed his ass. Crushed his ass. They're saying Sugoi to us. I forgot you had to go up to him, though, to talk to him. We were styling on it here, though. We wanted to do a side flip before we got the key. But look, when you beat one, you get to go on to the next one, and you get bonus time. So we decided we were going to fight King Womp, too. Now, here, alright, I'm going to be real. We fuck up here because what we're trying to do is the Womp tech where you go for a ground pound and you go through him and you get him. We tried... we were trying to do tech. The Z button is on the ground. You, like, stomp the Z button with your left foot. Odin has that. We were trying to do the Womp tech here, and it didn't really work out that well. So we just decided, let's not die, let's just beat him the normal way. I messed that one up. That one was on me.
One more.
Crushed.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Alright, so we got 2 down. Can we get the last one? This one you gotta get like 50 coins in Bob-omb Battlefield. The coins are like ROM hacked in. These are not like obviously the normal coin locations. At this point, we're like, we don't think we can do this. Let's just fuck around. We wanted to see what was in the box, and I wanted to see what was over here. So I was like, let's just go over here. There were not coins over there, though. But like, listen, we crushed it. I truly think if we hadn't fucked around on Womp King, and maybe we had done a little better on Bowser, we would have been able to clear all three of them. I think we would have. I would have been more locked in on that one, and I would have gone up the bridge, I think, to the Chain Chomp area. But anyway, that was that. Pixel and Bobo also played it, and they did beat. I believe they did beat King Womp. Odin and Bobo played this one where you are on the Wii Fit balance board and you have to like roll this ball in. I'm not going to show all of these because again, it'll go long. This was cool. There was this cool thing that had all these screens that played like just a ton of games. You got DKC2 up there. But it cycled different games in and out. Another thing I could have sat and watched like forever, really. These were both things you could play down there. You could play with the Ultra Ball, I think is what this is called, maybe. And the Ultra Hand. I did not play this one because I knew I would be bad at it. But I did play with the Ultra Hand, and that was sort of a cute little mini game. There's Odin, I think, took a picture of this, the Wii U, his goat. Here, Bobo and I played Super Mario Kart. We did get first in this first race, which was impressive. We successfully power slid one time, which was pretty hard to do on these giant controllers. Before we got up here to the plate, I looked to Bobo and I said, if we win this race, then I won that one night where we played versus mode against each other. And she was not having it. But that was the truth. We did get first, and that means that I did win that night. It's undisputable. Here's some cards. I won't show the video for that, but here you can see us getting first. And then I think we timed out on Donut Plains. I think it should have given you, like, you know how that one gave you more time for winning? I think this one should have given you more time for getting, like, first on the race. Because we were doing well, but then it timed us out. Go back to the Animal Crossing cards. Let's see. That must have been in here somewhere. These? Yeah, these were a bunch of e-reader cards and stuff. I guess this is sort of like history of Nintendo's cards, because you have Pokemon, Fire Emblem Cypher, the AR cards that come with a 3DS. And then there are e-reader cards in here somewhere. And the Amiibo cards. And they got Dom and Sasha. Those are like the two villagers they like over there. This one? This one? These are the Hanafuda cards. There is an exhibit or an interactive thing that you can make your own Hanafuda card. We did not do that. But I think if we had, that we would have had less time in the actual museum, and we spent a lot of time in the museum. Here's Odin playing the Ultra Ball thing. They had these cute little rooms that you could play. And I think the goal here was to like hit enough things and it made this printer like shoot out a little like paper. But if you hit these little beer bottles here, they would like change to say Mario or Luigi. If you hit the TV would turn on. It was sort of a cute little thing like that. Bobo found Paper Mario, I guess. Here she was playing Mario Party. There were these little NES challenges you could do. Pixel did this too, and he crushed it on pinball of all things. Here was us playing the light gun game. I had never used a super scope before. I have played Duck Hunt with a zapper, but I had never held a super scope. And I was very impressed by it. It was a lot of fun to play with, actually. The little scope itself, the little scope reticle, is just like a little piece of plastic. But it was super accurate. And I do think that in this game, unfortunately, the zapper was definitely the way to win. Just because you could fire it faster. You didn't have to, like, look through the scope and then, like, look out. But I played it the whole way with the super scope just because I had never played with one before, and it was super fun. I would do it again. Here's a picture we took in front of these things. I played this one too. This was a little, like a little interactive game where you could play some of the Game & Watch games. They had Ball, and they had this one, which is Manhole. Which I... That's pretty funny, K-Man. Did you use the zapper then, I guess? The people... I never saw anyone win without using the zapper. And it does... There was like a bronze, silver, and gold medal you could get. I played this one too. This was kind of fun. It got very stressful, though. I guess Odin apparently never dropped a guy. I dropped a couple of them. We also... I don't have any video of me playing the Ultra Hand. But I did that. The Ultra Hand game was cute. It had this little... setup where what you did with that one is you used the Ultra Hand to grab these balls that were kind of like revolving through this area, and the area looked like it was like sort of like the Pokemon Game Corner, and the balls were Pokeball, Voltorb, and Electrode, and it was cute because it actually played the Ecruteak City music, I think, and then when the game started, it played the Game Corner song. The Ultra Hand was not easy to use. I did not think it was as fun as the Super Scope, and I know Pixel did not like it either. The Ultra Hand was not what I expected it to like play like, but it was still fun to play with. Alright, but that's basically all with that, because you can't take pictures of the actual museum itself. But the museum was extremely cool. I definitely recommend it to anyone going to Japan. I think it was worth it. I totally think it was worth the hype. The main floor is like every single Nintendo thing you could think of, they have up there. The only thing I could think of that I couldn't find was Mario Party E. They had a bunch of e-reader stuff, but they did not have Mario Party E, which, as someone who has played Mario Party E, I wanted to see if I could find it. But they didn't have it. But my favorite things were, there was a whole whole area that had prototype controllers, and these were actual physical builds of the prototype controllers. So we're talking the Wii U gamepad that had the 2 Wii remotes on the side, a bunch of weird-ass looking like 64 and GameCube controllers. There was something I saw that I was delighted to find even existed because I had never heard of this. But apparently there were like a bunch of prototypes for a Game Boy Advance Mini, which did not look anything like the Game Boy Micro. It looked like an iPod. And the buttons were like... in like a little square shape underneath this like iPod screen. And I guess this was this thing they had worked on enough to have a little prototype of it and everything. But nothing like that ever got made. We never saw anything like that exist. But that was I thought that whole area of the exhibit was super cool. There was also the gallery, which is the new exhibit there, which was all concept art and stuff. Which I, again, similar to the Ghibli Museum, I absolutely love. And so that stuff was so cool. Especially, like, there's some concept art where you can see, like design doc, like, concepts for what the characters might do in the game. Or levels. So, like, there was one that was a whole map of Bob-omb Battlefield and some other Mario 64 levels. There were some of the classic, like, Super Mario Bros. On graph paper. And especially cool to me, there was a level, or there was a storyboard paper sequence for the escape from the space station in the beginning of Super Metroid. That was just, like, really cool. Like, it's hard to describe, like, how cool some of that stuff was, but we spent a long time in there just looking at all the artwork. There was another really cool thing. I'm spilling all the secrets of the museum. There was a bunch of concept art for a game that was Bowser versus Donkey Kong. Like, whoever it was that was working on this, there was some little team that was developing this game, like, decently far in. Like, they were in the planning stages for whatever this was, from what it seemed like. It was Koopa versus DK. And there were, like, multiple pieces of art for this game that never existed. So, all that stuff, as a huge Nintendo fan and, like, someone who knows, like, everything in there, kind of, to an extent, it was just awesome. I loved it. I would go again. And I would play different games on the big controllers and stuff, probably, but if anybody wants to go back, I'm ready to go. We did not have a random bystander point to Sonic Adventure 2 and say peak. I did point and say peak to some things, though. Another cool thing they had there was the Tales of Symphonia GameCube, which we also then saw in Akihabara. We saw one you could buy, but I think it was missing parts or it was broken or something. And even then, it was still very expensive. But the teal GameCube with the Tales of Symphonia Lloyd, like, insert medallion on the top, that was cool to see. But that was the Nintendo Museum, and then we went to the Fushimi Inari Shrine. This is a Shinto shrine dedicated to Inari, who is the god of rice in Japan. And the fox, which is like the Inari thing, is his messenger, basically. So there are a lot of foxes in this shrine. They're, like, all over the place. Sometimes they have, like, a little key in their mouth, and the key is the key to the rice warehouse, is what it's supposed to be. Sometimes the fox is holding rice. Sometimes he has the key. It's all about, like, harvest and rice, basically. But really the big draw of the shrine is these giant torii gates, which, again, they have everywhere. This one is very well maintained. But also the, like, 1,000 torii gates that are all on this big path. Here's a good picture of the fox statue. That's the key in his mouth. I don't know what this little bell is, but that's something, too. We went the short path through here, though there is a long path. From what I understand, the long path at the Inari Shrine is like 2 hours for a hike. And it was already nighttime by the time we were here, so we were not doing a 2-hour hike. But we did walk the short loop. This was also, again, this is like the peak of the Tsukimi Moon Viewing Festival. And so the moon was, like, really full this night. So it was cool to be at this shrine, even though it was past sundown, because we were there under the full moonlight. And that was neat. I'm just going to go through some of the pictures. My throat is, like, killing me now, but we're so close to the end. But I think I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to run to the bathroom one more time, because I've been drinking so much water to just lubricate my throat. This horse... I don't know what this was, but there were a bunch of horse betting tickets inside here, like for the horse races. And so what I assume this little horse shrine is maybe like for good luck at betting. But we took a picture of this little horse. Yeah, so here we walked this loop, and then this is the long path, which I would love to walk someday in the daytime. Because I know it is there's like gardens and like a pond and stuff. It is very picturesque from what you can see outside of the torii gates. Because this is what it looks like, guys. Just to show you, if you don't know what this shrine is. Yo, is this DK also? It is. This is what it looks like. You go through these long walkways that are just like gate. There were a lot of people at this shrine because it is a very popular thing. I'm sure in the daytime it would have been even more crowded. And some of the people here were trying to take some very soulful, serious photos. Which I think Bobo also pointed this out. It was simply just was not really the place because there's always someone walking through these gates. Like, even the pictures we tried to take, there were people like photobombing them everywhere. But it's cool. They're all like distinct. They say different things on them. Here's a good pixel picture in this one, or this little part of it. This was another sort of another kind of open area that went then into more of the gates. And they have the fox statues here too. Odin posting up. I don't know why we took a picture of that. Oh, this is because don't put your high heels on the toilet. We thought that was really funny. Please sit down on the toilet. There are a lot of things in Japan that are telling you not to stand on the toilet, but we had not seen don't put your heels, like don't slay on the toilet until today, until this one. Here's a good picture of the fox statue, and he's carrying some rice in this one. This is, I guess, the mascot is this little train tile. I don't know. And that was that. So that, again, the Fushimi Shrine was cool. Again, someday I would like to do the big hike. But I would want it to be daytime, I think, and also not have to being at the end of a long day. But anyway, after that, we got on the bullet train. Here's some pictures of the museum stuff. And we headed back to Tokyo. And that was the end of that night. I'm going to go to the bathroom one more time. I'll be right back. I think we'll finish probably pretty close to 9. Which, again, I know is a long time, but 5 hours, Jesus. But, you know, this way, if I do this now, then I'll always have, like, a way to look back on the trip. So, it's for me, too, sort of. But I'll be right back. There is merch to show from the Nintendo Museum, but I think I'm going to show it with, like, the last bit of merch, because I bought a little more in Tokyo on our last 2 days. But I will be right back, and then we'll kill this bitch. Hell yeah. All right. We're back. Okay, so there's 2 days left in Japan. I need to tell you guys, we're back in Tokyo here. And before we kick off, I got to give a little shout out to a building in Roppongi called the Roppongi Tea Cube. The Tea Cube, as far as I can tell, is sort of like this open kind of like area where like businessmen might get lunch. But there's also a train station in the Tea Cube. The Tea Cube, we had a complicated relationship with because in the beginning of the trip, we kept getting lost in there. Not being able to find each other, not being able to find the station. We kept winding up in this place called Izumi Gardens, which was near the Tea Cube. Here's a picture of it here. But by the end of the trip, we loved the Tea Cube. We lived and died and swore by it because it was the fastest way to get to the station. So there were some funny things that we would like always see when we were going through the Tea Cube to get to the station. And one of them was this fucking restaurant called Mallory Pork Steak. We never ate here, but I had to take. We were back in Tokyo, and I had to take a picture of it because it was my goat. I was like, back in Roppongi, Mallory Pork Steak, how's it going? Their slogan is because it's there, which is crazy. But Mallory Goat Steak, let's fucking go. Never ate there, never will. I just took a picture of it because we saw it every day, and I wanted to document the Tea Cube. I wanted to document Izumi Gardens, and I wanted to document Mallory Cracked Raw. Rollery Goat Based. Never ate there. Anyway, this day we all split up. Pixel went to Sangenjaya, which is the area in Tokyo that Yongenjaya, literally Sangenjaya is like 3, Yongenjaya is like 4. The place that you live in Persona 5. He went to, this is the little where where Sojiro's coffee shop is based on. According to Pixel, there was a group of tourists outside of here that he could tell were like there because they knew it from the game. But I think Pixel, he did have curry. Here's like the inside of the little curry shop. And it looks good. I would have wanted to go to this, but again, we just didn't really like, we kind of just ran out of time. If there was a Persona thing that I did want to see, it would have been this. That, you know, like there wasn't like the Shibuya crossing or something like that. But what I did on this day was pretty cool too, so I'm not super bummed. So I'm just gonna go over my stuff. Oh, wonder. I went to the Tokyo National Museum because I wanted to go to a museum at some point on the trip. I wanted to do cultural stuff. I didn't just want to do nerd stuff. We had done so much nerd stuff. We did do cultural stuff too. We saw a lot of temples and shrines and a castle and all that kind of stuff too. But that stuff's important to me, especially if you're possibly never gonna go back to somewhere. So I went to the museum because I heard it was the best museum to go to in Tokyo. Like if you're gonna do one, do this one. And it has a lot of cool like cultural artifacts and stuff too. I took a picture of these rooftops because they had these cool Oni heads on them. But I'm gonna go through this fairly quickly because it's late and I took a lot of pictures in this museum. There's some stuff you couldn't take pictures of, but most of it you could. This I thought was super cool. This was this is like a folding container. This was Enma, the god of hell, and a mural sort of depicting like his hellish homies, which I thought was cool. This guy is called Aizenmyo, this red guy, and he is like a Buddhist god of like passion and like rage and stuff. And so when I was reading about it, people would pray to him to like take their like lust and passion and desires away and cool stuff like that. But I just think he's like a cool looking character. He's just all red and everything. These are some Gate Guardian statues here. This was like lacquerware. I think this is a saddle, and I think this might have belonged to a shogun. But this is like cool lacquerware that they made. But these are pine needles, these things in here. And then they have a bunch of these little Tomoe symbols on them and everything. I just thought it was very like ornate and cool looking. Here's another one. Here's a wooden Buddha. What I learned is you're supposed to look at the eyes on the Buddha and Bodhisattva statues, because a lot of the time they have gemstones inlaid in them. But then there was another carver who felt that like plain wood was the best way to depict Buddha's eyes, because he was like, you know, just like, like enlightenment through simplicity or something, basically. I think this one has wooden eyes. Here was samurai armor. This is like really early samurai armor. I thought this was super cool. Basically, the purpose of this mainly was to deflect arrows. It's very light, and it has these sort of woven things on the side. Here's another one of those monk staves. This one has little Buddhas like carved into it, though, which I thought was very detailed. This box is like a traditional monk's like backpack, like traveling pack. And apparently these are like really heavy. I learned there's this whole Buddhist tradition that is like uniquely Japanese that I learned about called Shugendo on this trip, which is like mountain Buddhism and seems super fucking cool. Basically, these monks like go out into the mountain and do these like insanely long hikes and wear these like heavy geta sandals and carry this heavy shit on their backs, and like that's their like training, or like that's their like level of attainment and to enlightenment and stuff. And it made me want to do that. I was like, I would probably get my ass beat, but I want to go out into the mountains and be a monk. This dragon was like metalworking. This was from the Edo period, so this was not super old. But I thought this dragon was cool because this one has like posable joints. Like you can move his arms and his like hands and stuff around. And I was like, this might be the first anime figure. This like metalworked dragon from like the 1800s. This might be the first like posable figure ever made. So I just thought that was cute. Probably not. I'm sure the first anime figure is way older than the 1800s, but I thought it was just a cool craft. Here's Pixel with the taiyaki. This is what I wanted to see the most from the National Museum, though. Fucking swords. Let's fucking go. So they had a lot of katana and also tachi and also whatever I think is it tachi? There's a difference between a katana and like a mounted like riding sword. I think those are called tachi. They had knives, they had a naginata, they had all kinds of cool shit. All boys like playing with swords, and I am no exception. Here, the sword blades were meant to like really highlight the like tempering pattern, and on some of these pictures you can see it's like really cool looking. This one that had a 1 on the hilt, this was an ichimonji. That's what the 1 is meant to indicate, which was just, you know, like a family of swordsmiths. And also Zoro has a Wado Ichimonji in One Piece. But I thought that was cool. This one, sometimes these would be engraved with like prayers or messages or things like that. I think I took a picture of this knife though, because again, like the tempering that like just like shwing, like rounds off here, I just thought was so cool. And I spent a long time just like looking at them under the light and like moving my head around from different angles because they were shiny and cool. This one, I think this is some kind of Like Sanskrit or something, I think. Like, look at, like, I swear I was in this museum and I was like, I was becoming a sword appraiser. I was like, look at the tempering pattern on this one. They call this like the clove pattern. But even though it like looks kind of weird, it's like, this is how the sword, like the iron is like folded, or the steel is folded to make this. They just have these cool patterns on the edges. This one, I remember looking at and being like, if I was like a samurai, this is the one I would want. Just because it's like, this one is more kind of straight, but then it like kind of gets a little wavy here. And then I learned that apparently this sword was so finely made that this is the shogun, I think this is the Tokugawa shogunate's seal. The shogunate put their own seal of approval on this sword because it was so fucking good. And that's why I was like, hell yeah, I guess I was right. That is the one that I would want to have. It was so good they had to put the seal on it. But there's all kinds of cool shit like that. Swords, swords, swords. These are cool sword guards that were like just sort of ornate. Because a lot of swords were used for like ceremony, and like the samurai had to do all kinds of stuff like that, like other than just fight. So they really did kind of make them beautiful too. This one I thought was extremely cool. This one has like some dead ass bones on it. Sword guard with weathered bones from the 16th century. Love that. This one's cool too. This one has a little squirrel on it. This one is horses. Pixie. These were no masks for no theater, which is similar to Kabuki, but it's sort of different. This one's horrifying, but this is like an elephant kind of mask thing. One of these, this one I had to take a picture of because it was Ja. It's Ja. This one looks like he smoked a bunch of weed. There was one of these that was really cool. I thought this one is meant to be, I guess I took a picture of it too. This one is a mask for when a kitsune is transformed into a human. And he's sort of supposed to look like halfway between human and fox. He has the sort of sharp eyes and like the sharp teeth and this kind of like muzzle too. It's like he doesn't quite have it right. Which I thought was really cute. And I just think these ones are funny looking too. I really like this one. Those were cool. There was also this little outside area you could go to. This is a picture of the Vienna World's Fair, which I guess a lot of the art and stuff here was submitted to. It was like Japan kind of trying to prove that they could make good art also to the West. But I only took a picture of it because I've also been to Vienna, so I thought that was funny. This is some Ainu stuff. They had a pretty small exhibit of Ainu and Ryukyu culture, which were just like other nationalities other than the Japanese that lived on the Japanese islands. The Ainu still live there, but they're a very small population. They're kind of like Japan's Native Americans. And then the Ryukyu were like a kingdom in Okinawa that I think just fell eventually at some point. But these cool like Ainu knives with this cute little fishing charm. Some robes. This was the gorilla Pixel found. There was a lot of artwork that, again, was all like pretty impressive. I really particularly like this style of art with these just like kind of like ink drawn stuff. This was a cool big folding screen. This was like all the seasons. This is like a travel through the mountains during the different seasons, which I just sat and like rested my feet and just like looked at and admired for a while. I had like a Ferris Bueller art moment. Here's a really cool, very detailed wood carving of a monkey. It was a monkey battling an eagle. The eagle was not pictured in the statues, so you were meant to like kind of just infer like the monkey's like expression and all that kind of stuff. He has the eagle feathers in his hand. This was cool. This is a vase showing like a tiger versus a dragon raw. Here's some ukiyo-e. These were some more cool samurai armor. These were in sort of like an interactive little photo op exhibit thing. The same with this kimono. This is the, I think this is the Emperor's palanquin. Just like I think this might, I don't know if this is authentic or if it's just like a model recreation of what it looks like. But that was cool. Here, this is another thing I wanted to see the most. This is a Jomon piece of pottery from the Jomon period, which was, that's like some, I think it's, what is like 12,000 BC or something crazy. I don't know. I could be wrong on the time period on that, but this is like early, like before the Japanese even in Japan. This is if this looks like Breath of the Wild to you, it's because that is the model for a lot of the stuff in that game is like the artwork here. More on that later. Here's some more stuff like that. This is the big bronze bell thing. This is what Bronzong, the Pokemon, is based on. Here's a Haniwa. Here's another one of those big statues. This is a little Dogu figure. Though, like, the most known Dogu we'll get to. Again, this is the kind of art that I was talking about that I just, like, love, is these, like, this ink artwork, just with all the little detail on the trees and all this kind of cool stuff. That one is about, like, monks in the forest. Here's more swords, more swords. Here was the Naginata. Here's some helmets that are cool. These ones look like shells, which is neat. Here's a bow, which I thought was sick. More art. This whole thing, this was actually really interesting, too. This was... Now, sit down for this one, boys. This was from a special exhibit called Demon Slayers of the Heian Period. Mid-meeting peak. This was from a special exhibit in the gallery called Demon Slayers of the Heian Period. And it was all about this story that was about, what was the guy's name? His name, I wrote it down. Minatomo no Raikyo versus Shuten Doji. This is a story that was like is apparently pretty famous in Japan, where this group of demon slayers go find this mountain demon and cut his head off. And the way this was told is through picture, and then in between each of these pictures there is like this, like you can see it here kind of. There's the words about like what's happening next in the story. And this was all on a scroll. Again, this is like original, which is like super cool, I think. But here they're like climbing the mountain. Here they meet some baddie. Then they go into this is the demon, Shuten Doji. They go into his lair. They get like some poisoned sake, and then they poison these are his entourage of ghouls. They poison them. They trick them into like drinking the sake by dancing and like partying and everything. They party with the demons. Here they're partying with the demons. And then Shuten Doji goes back to his chambers. Here the demons all throwing up and shit. They're all hungover and walking out. So they're like, all right, let's fucking go in and get his ass. There he is. Here he's in his demon form, and all of his honeys are massaging him, I guess. And then, they cut his fucking head off. And then the head stays alive, and it bites down on Minatomo, but his helmet, it protects him, I guess. And then his homies round up all the rest of the demons and kill everybody. So that was just really cool to like follow through the whole scroll, basically, because they had the entire thing there. This is another story, I think, of his, where this is the Tsuchigumo, which is like the spider demon. I know Sakata no Kintoki is one of this character's homies. They're a whole little squad of demon-slaying homies, and they kill demons together and have a rad time. This was a cool list of a bunch of yokai, some of which are really funky looking. Just like some fun stuff. This one might be an Umibozu. He kind of looks like an Umibozu. I know they have this kind of like black silhouette, but he might not be. Some of these I know I've seen, and some of them are just completely bizarre. I've never seen before. But I thought that was cute. Here's some more art of the like demon slaying stuff. This is Tsuchigumo again. One of these might be Kintoki. There was a whole exhibit of artwork of Kintoki also, but I for some reason didn't take a picture of that. But he's normally depicted as having kind of like red skin like this. I guess it was just like part of the era. And so then that was the whole main gallery. There were like 3 other museums and galleries and stuff that I didn't even go into on this trip. But the main thing I wanted to see was like all the main gallery stuff, and then I went over to the archaeological gallery because I had to see these guys, which are the Haniwa, which these are like clay statues that were used for like a funeral ceremony, basically. It's thought, at least. And in the archaeology wing, they also had the... you know him, you love him. He repels physical. The Dogu guy. So I was pogging over this. There he is. It's the homie. They had him in the flesh. And there was all kinds of other cool stuff here too. So here's some ceramic swords, like a bronze sword and stuff. This stuff is all old as fuck. Here's more just pottery from that period. Yeah, I guess he's missing his leg, but, you know. These are some Magatama. This one, 4 here, I know specifically they called this a Magatama. How come missing leg? I think he was just recovered that way. They couldn't get it. The leg wasn't there. He's old. He's like thousands of years old. Sometimes when you're thousands of years old, you just miss your leg. These are cool. These reminded me of The Last Guardian. These are like the bronze mirrors. And they actually had some like really fine detail too, so I wanted to get a picture of that. Here's more clay. This is like a big bronze or iron shield. Here's some old armor. But these are the Haniwa, and I was like so excited about these. I couldn't tell you why, but I just was. I just love them. This one was a sculpture of a monkey that was sort of incomplete. This says traces on the monkey's back suggest it once carried a baby, which is now lost. The head is turned as if to check on baby. This one's a monkey. I love him. Here's some more of them. These little dudes. I literally walked into the gallery and in my head, I didn't say this out loud because I didn't want to be annoying, but in my head I went, the little dudes! But they had a bunch of these little dudes. They were all doing different things. Again, like, people don't really know what a lot of this stuff means, but a lot of them look like they're dancing or they're playing instruments. This one is clearly like a little soldier. This one is smiley. They're cute. This one has like a cup. This one's a horse. There's also one that looks like an emu, it looks like back there. Some kind of big bird. Looks like a big bird. This one I think is a burial float or something. I'm not sure. The only thing I'm bummed about the National Museum is that, like we mentioned when I talked about my hat, they did not have the little gyroid-looking dancing Haniwa, which is what the gyroids are based on. The little dancing human one was not on display, unfortunately. He's who I wanted to see the most. But they had a bunch of the other little dudes, and I love them. I also took a picture of this little dude because he was framed in a very cool way. It almost reminded me of like One Piece, like Luffy's shadow, or even like Gear 5th kind of. And I wondered if Oda took any inspiration from. I mean, I know he took some inspiration from like folklore and like gods and stuff like that for that form, obviously. But I wondered if this little guy inspired that at all. His name is Zhao Gongen. And he is the patron deity of that like weird extreme mountain Buddhism, which is called Shugendo. And Zhao Gongen, I learned, is interesting because he is a Buddhist figure, but unlike most Buddhist figures which originate in India, he is unique, completely unique to Japan. They just made up Zhao Gongen, and he's like the patron of the like mountain Buddhism. So I've become a huge fan of him. I love him now, and there are some temples that are dedicated to Shugendo and Zhao Gongen, and if I ever go back to Japan, I want to go to one because he's a cool little dude, and also the mountain Buddhism is cool to me. So, and here's some more stuff like relating to that. Like these are those staves and all that kind of cool stuff. This is like old coins. This is I took a picture of this for my mom because it has some Sanskrit on it, and she does yoga and knows a lot about that kind of stuff, so I thought she would think that was cool. And that was it. After that, I went and met up with Pixel and later Odin and Bobo in Shibuya. Here I took a picture of Hachiko. I didn't take a picture with Hachiko because there's a huge line to take a picture with Hachiko. But this is the famous Hachiko dog statue right outside the Shibuya station. He's like, the loyal, the classic story of the old loyal dog who's still there long after his master passed away. It's that kind of thing. And I got one with Hanako, and I love her even more, so there's that. I guess just to wrap up, I loved the museum. I could have spent even longer walking through there. I probably spent about 4 hours in there. A lot of that was maybe taking pictures. There was another whole exhibit that you couldn't take pictures of that was of these Buddhist statues that were really big. And those were apparently originally in a different temple also in Nara, because Nara was very important for Buddhism in Japan. And so I went into the exhibit because you had to pay to get into this one. I was almost worried that I had already seen this temple. I walked in and I was like, oh, have I been to this? But no, it was a different temple, and it had these cool, like, just these really intricate and cool statues too. But I loved the museum, and that was, I felt like it was a great way for my solo day, just to get something that I hadn't really seen anywhere else already. But what else did we do in Shibuya this night? We kind of just went around. This is me taking a picture in the, Skyway, like how in Persona they're like, before they have their, like, real base, they hang out in that Skyway. That's this, where we are. This is when I was trying to keep it fashion. Oh, this was the day that I wore my Megumi outfit. My Megumi Cope Move outfit. And you know what I will say? I think I must have looked like a Tokyoite the most this day, because I got asked for directions on the subway twice today. Where I did not get asked for directions any other day, any other time. One person who spoke English and one who was Japanese both came up to me and asked me for directions. And I said, I don't fucking know. I don't know where I don't even know where I'm going. I don't even know who we're fighting. So I think I wore black jeans on this day too, and I think like the white shirt, black jeans, black hat. I think I looked very Shibuya street fashion. Speaking of fashion, we went up the 109 building. Pixel and I did here. I was trying to look for something for my sister because she wanted clothes, and I am not good at picking out clothes. But the 109 is like a giant clothing store. It's very girly pop, but they have all kinds of cool stuff in there. So it's like 8 floors of like girly pop fashion. But it was cool to see. I wanted to go in there too. Then we found the Mugiwara store in Shibuya, which has this cute Shanks statue where you can take a pose. So, of course, we had to do that. I got a taiyaki. We were trying to do a bit for like 4 minutes here, and it didn't work. So Pixel just took a picture of me with my taiyaki. It was good. I got the custard one. I wish I could have had more than one, but whatever. Here's the T-Cube. Somewhere also in this night, we wound up like in this, but me, Pixel, and Bobo wound up in this like maze again. We wound up going to a Ichiban Kuji, which I did end up playing. Oh my god, this is Bones and Friends. Fuck you. We went to Ichiban Kuji, which like is like, you pay like a couple $100 to get into this like raffle. And then they give you the raffle, and then you get a prize based on like how what you got in the little raffle. So I did that, and we walked back through the T-Cube, the T-Goat, and then we did Pokemon Bath Bombs, which we Snapchatted. I got a Sprigatito in mine, and Pixel got Ice Cube. The last day, you guys, the last day. This was the last day. Did we split up again this day? Pixel went with me to Shibuya as sort of moral support, because I still needed to get some last-minute gifts for my dad and my sister, which I did end up getting. We got that all done by right about noonish. Pixel gave us a show. Bobo got D-Pep. I bought these little Milky candies just because I like the little Milky. Her name's Peko-chan, and I like this little Milky-chan character. I think she's really cute. Pixel and I, towards the end of the trip, kept going, and sticking our tongue out like Peko-chan from Milky. And Peko-chan's candies were not very good. They were kind of gross. They just sort of tasted like milk candy. But I just wanted to get something that had her face on it because I just think she's cute. Pixel got these are like those little straw, like potato straw things. He got those. So eventually we finished our last minute shopping in Shibuya. We said farewell. Yo, what's up, Nav? Yo. I caught it instantly. And then we went to Akihabara, which is crazy because Akihabara, you know, like kind of stereotypically is like the anime gamer like mecca of Tokyo. We didn't go until like halfway through the last day in Tokyo. And again, a lot of the stuff that was here you could find in other places too. So it's not like only Akihabara has that stuff. But I knew I needed to go. I would have felt stupid to go all the way to Tokyo and stay there for like an entire week and not go to Akihabara. So we did. Can you show me the Dr. Pepper again? Yeah. It's D-Pep. I don't know. It has two lovebirds on it, I guess. Do you want to see Milky-chan again? It looks like Ryan Seacrest. But okay, so here we are in Akiba. I took this picture of Zombieland Saga for Sizz, maybe. We saw all kinds of cool stuff. I took video of this arcade that had these weird little talking things in it. I guess this video does not want to load, but it wasn't that cool. And then we did a bunch of shopping around there. We did a little game chasing. We popped in some other stores. Then we went to karaoke, which I think the gang was maybe a little apprehensive about, except for me. I was 100% all in on doing karaoke. There was a bit of a language barrier at karaoke. getting in there, the guy had to pull out like a little translator thing because he didn't understand what we were asking. And the translator thing didn't really help, so we were just like, yes, we'll take it. We only did 1 hour, which I would have been down to do another, but it was fairly expensive. It was 2,500 yen for an hour. I'm sure we could have found a cheaper karaoke place, but this one I honestly think was perfect. It was all you can drink for that hour, and you could order food too. They had a bunch of anime songs that thankfully did have Romaji like lyrics, so you could look, if you spoke English, you could look at the screen and like, you know, you could read what you were supposed to be singing too, even if it was a Japanese song. I don't know how common that is for karaoke places in Japan, but I assume a lot of the big places must have that for foreigners. But it was helpful for me. We sang some songs. I'm not going to play all of these. Here's what we sang. Pixel and I opened by singing Mezase Pokemon Master, which is the Japanese Pokemon intro. We screamed at the top of our lungs that song, and Bobo was not happy because we were screaming into the microphones. Bobo and I sang The Sign by Ace of Base, which is something we had been singing for a lot of the trip because Odin kept saying, I saw the sign. And also shoutouts to Nagito. Let's see. Odin and Bobo sang Barbie Girl. We all sang Country Roads together. Pixel and I sang the Chibimaruko-chan ending theme, the Odoru Pompokorin, which is like a long-running bit between the two of us. Bobo and Pixie sang some Inuyasha ending. Oh, we all sang Catch You Catch Me from Cardcaptor Sakura. Banger, goated song. And then Pixel and I ended it out by singing Cruel Angel's Thesis, wherein I spilled my drink all over me. I had some kind of whiskey sour, and I spilled it. And that led to this Snapchat. Koku, I spilled my drink all over me. And Bobo ordered hot tea.
I did. It was so good.
Koto Bashiru Odin was there anyway. Omo Ide and Bobo is lame. Lame. Bobo stinks and is lame. That's about sort of what the energy of the entire trip was. I'm surprised we didn't all hate each other even more. Oh, yes, and we did all sing Bohemian Rhapsody. And then we went to get pizza for the last night of the trip. We ate at this little pizza bar. I feel like I haven't done a great job at recapping a lot of the food we had. We went to Conveyor Belt Sushi one more time. It must have been the night before this one. I don't know. A lot of my eating on this trip was like sporadic. So there weren't like a ton of like big meals. A lot of it was like, I'm here. I want this. Let's get this. And then I would just do it. Here's the T-Cube. And then that night we all met up in the hotel room again just because it was our like last night. And we wanted to play a video game, but we couldn't get the Switch dock hooked up to the TV. The TV was in an awkward spot in our like second room when we got back to the APA Roppongi Hotel. But we just hung out. We did some bits. And that was it, guys. That was the end of the trip. It's bumming me out even to look at it here. We went back to the airport. There were a couple last-minute shenanigans in the airport. We stole Bobo's goldfish. Actually, Odin gave Pixel this bag of Disney Princess goldfish, and Bobo, even though she had her own one, was not happy that Odin gave this away. So, of course, we had to, like, totally rub it in after that, and we ate all the Cindy's. Pixel had the bag. He snuck it to me before I got on my plane, and then on the plane, as I was sitting next to Bobo, I pulled out the bag. because she didn't know I had it. Except Odin did. He saw me. He saw the transaction happen. There was one last Pokemon store in the airport, which had Pikachu in these cute little pilot and flight attendant costumes. Here we saw a mini version of the thing Pixel had. And here's our last pick in the airport. Oh, I didn't see any of this. This is Pixel's flight. He had Pokemon. Odin played WonderSwan Color and watched Happy Gilmore. This was a chase item for Odin. He bought like every Final Fantasy on WonderSwan at like towards the beginning of the trip. And he did not have a WonderSwan Color. So it took until the very last day of the trip in Akiba. He was doing some last-minute game chasing, and he finally found one. And he started up a playthrough of FF1 on the plane on the way home, where all the characters were named after us. Here's another fucking picture of Shy Hero. This is all just like some late... I don't know why this stuff is back here, but... but it was good. It was fun for us, guys. And that was pretty much the trip. If I missed anything else, Pixel, remind me. But I think we're going to go to the merch cam one last time, and then we're going to end it off. So, I guess I should also, like... He's too big, but I have Elizabeth here also. I just can't put him on screen because he's too big. We saw this in some of the pictures, but I did get a shirt at the Nintendo Museum. It's just sort of this kind of nice lavender color, and it says the words on it, which is all I normally like in a shirt. I like my shirts to be very simple. Okay, and then, so some last minute things. In that last, in that final Mugiwara store in Shibuya, I got an item that I had been looking at like a bunch of times. I thought it was so cute every time we would see it in a Mugiwara store, but I just never bought it. And then when we met up with Meech in Osaka, Meech brought this with him, and I was like, Meech, I almost bought this. And so then I was like, I just gotta get him. So I got one more One Piece thing, which is this cute little, grumpy little tiny Jimbei in his egghead gear. They had a bunch of these little, tiny little plushies, but I thought this little Jimbei one was easily the cutest. And every time we would go back to a Mugiwara store, I just kept seeing him, and I was like, if we go back to one more, I'm gonna get him. And we did at the very end, and so I got him. So there was that. In the Ichiban Kuji, I got the crappy prize, and so I wound up getting this Donkey Kong like memo pad. In Akihabara, again, I was at the end of the trip, and I was like, dang, I don't know if I have enough One Piece stuff. Like, Pokemon, I've definitely got covered. Gintama, I've got Elizabeth. Nintendo stuff, I'm good, but like, where's my One Piece stuff? So, also in just a little like anime shop, I got a little figure of my girl, Vivi, and she's in her cute pirate outfit from the little color page that Oda did, where she's dressed like a little pirate. I love this little Vivi art, and she's just one of these, like, there's like a billion of these little One Piece, I don't even know what these are called, but these little tiny One Piece figures, but that'll be perfect for my little, my bookshelf where I have all my volumes and stuff. Speaking of One Piece, I also got a game. I looked for this all trip, and I just happened to find it at the very last store we went to. But this is the One Piece Game Boy Color RPG. This is like a strategy RPG kind of thing. But it also, like, you walk around towns and stuff, and it's like Pokemon-esque almost in that. Like, just like, or you just like any like 8-bit, like old school RPG. I hear that there's 2 of these. This is the first one. I hear these games are pretty good. I think people generally think they're kind of cool. I will not be able to understand this if I play it, but maybe I can find like a translation or something that I can follow if I decide to play it. But I just wanted to get it. I don't know. I thought it was cool. I looked for it all trip and I finally found it. And then here's something else I looked for all trip. I saw it at one store when we were in Nakano Broadway for like 3,500 yen. And at the time, I was like, that might just be too much. But I was looking for it all trip. In fact, I was looking for it in Akihabara at some stores that Odin had already been to. And then later that night, Odin came into our room. Or no, this was when we met up with Odin in Akiba. He pulled out of his bag, he said, "Hey, Snack, did you see this?" 400 yen. Complete in-box Japanese Tales of Symphonia. I was like, I've been looking for that all trip. He said, yeah, you know why you didn't see it at that other store? At Trader? This is the name of the store, is Trader. He's like, because I bought it. So Odin totally caught me slipping. But then on the last night, he gave it to me. And hell yeah, thanks Odin for being a pal. Because I've been looking for it. Famously, to me at least, this is one of my favorite games. But I don't have the box for it. My box for Tales of Symphonia is a Blockbuster case. And I've always been envious of having the box. I could just buy the box, the English box, online, I guess. But I don't know. I never have. But now I have the Japanese box. And it has Paulette on it. Cute. And I can't wait to... I'm going to put this somewhere on my little shelf where it can be seen. Because hell yeah. Anyway, that is all of the merch and really the whole trip. Oh, did it take 9 hours for us to recap? I guess it somehow did. But you know what? Even through powering through sore throat and sleepiness, we didn't do any streams this week anyway. I'm owed some streaming. I was off for 2 weeks. And I think we did good. We averaged less than an hour a day. There were a lot of things to cover. Just wait until some of you guys see the shit that I bought for you. It'll be even more exciting. Oh god, and we have call tonight. No. Hell yeah. But... Thank you to everybody for watching. Shoutouts to Japan. I loved being there. Everybody, again, was super nice and helpful. I had a great time. All the people were awesome. All the places were cool, except for Ikebukuro. I don't know, mid, kind of. Shoutouts to my travel companions, including Meech, who I love, who are my besties, and also everybody else who's watching, too, who's my bestie, too. And being back sucks. I want to go back. And yeah. Was there something else I wanted to do? Hell yeah. If you guys want to go back, hit me up. I probably won't be able to make it until I have a new job, but you know, I'll go again. Let me know. Fill me in on the plans. And shoutouts to Elizabeth too, my best friend. Oh, one last story I have to tell you guys. Did I tell this on stream? Again, I couldn't... I don't think I did. I couldn't pack Elizabeth. I'm just gonna put his big fucking face in here. I couldn't pack Elizabeth. He was too big. So I had to carry him with me through the airport and onto the plane. When I was in the line to check my suitcase... There was a woman in front of me who had a little monkey head sticking out of her bag, a little stuffed animal monkey. And she was talking to, she was like, I think she was there alone. She was talking to some other people, and she was justifying the fact that she had a monkey in her bag. And she was like, he's my emotional support monkey. Like, she was telling, like, some whole story about how, like, she got him during surgery or something like that. Something nice, but... she was like, my emotional support monkey, you know, like blah, blah, blah. I don't think that they were very invested in her story, but she was. And then randomly, fucking out of nowhere, she points at me and she goes, see, look at him. He has an emotional support bird. And it was fucking Elizabeth. Like, so I didn't even say anything. I think I just like laughed and like nodded or waved or something. But this woman thought Elizabeth from Gintama was an emotional support bird. And in a way, he really was. I hugged him on the way home. I used him as a little pillow. He's my buddy, and I'm gonna cuddle with him tonight. Anyway, yeah, I should have said he's actually a man. Because I had to explain to Bobo that what Elizabeth was. Because I was like, well, Bobo was like, why is it he if her name's Elizabeth? I was like, well, it's just like what his name is. Also, he's not really like a duck. He's actually like a man. And so like it's hard to explain like what Elizabeth is to someone who doesn't know Gintama, but I should have said, actually, ma'am, he's actually a man. That's all though. Hey, also the song is raw. Yeah, there is maybe not a man in there. Sometimes there's a man, sometimes there isn't. But Kyuta, there might be a void. He might be an alien. Okay. That's the end of the stream, you guys. My throat is demolished. I will no longer talk again until Friday. Stay tuned for Jarouge. Hell yeah. Thank you guys for watching. Big love. Thanks to the Dan Bop raid and Zebra for the resub. And thanks you guys for tuning into my stories. I appreciate it. I'll see you next time. Later.